2022. And I wish all the moms, grandmoms, foster moms, stepmoms, all of you a very happy Mother's Day tomorrow. I declare that we have a quorum, which in our town is 50, and there was at least 70 people checked in several minutes ago. The warrant has been properly served. It's been returned to the town clerk's office appropriately. Please stand now, address the flag with me, and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I want to start by giving a big thank you to all the volunteers, whether they're appointed or elected, who work tirelessly for this wonderful town. If you'd like a chance to work with all these wonderful people, great folks, there are talent banks available. There's a form outside when you came in. It's on the town website. We also have a Facebook page that was set up by Mr. Menard. And if you want to get in touch with anybody and volunteer, we do have openings. I know we have an opening on the planning board, which at this point in time would be an elected position. But if you're interested and want to get a couple of your friends together to vote for you, you could be on the planning board for 5 years. The voting is on May 21st at the TC Passios. We also have an opening on the Economic Development Committee. We have an opening on the Green Communities Committee. We have an opening on the Historical Commission, or Committee, I believe. And as I said, the Lunenburg Town Elections and Appointments Facebook page for those of you that are old like me and still use Facebook. We're going to start at this point in time. I'm going to explain to you your new toy that you're going to play with for the new voting system. I get my notes here. You've received your voting device, which I'll refer to as the clicker. The purpose of this system is to accurately reflect the vote of the body. For many reasons, voters may not want to publicly show their support or opposition to a particular article, but may feel more comfortable voting privately and anonymously. So it might save some time when we have to do the hand counts, but it may not save any time either. But at least we'll have an accurate vote each and every time. Once the debate has ended, I will then declare that it's time to vote. And I'll ask you to use your clicker in favor or opposed. You'll vote all at the same time, not in sequence as we do with our hands. So keep your clicker close by, because I'm going to give you 20 or so, maybe 30 seconds, and then I'll declare the voting is over. Don't vote until I say it's time to vote, and get your vote in before I say the time is over. The clicker will display an A or a B to show how you voted. If you happen to hit the wrong vote, just go back and hit the one you meant, and the clicker will record the last of your votes. And you'll know that your vote has been sent, received, and counted because there'll be an OK on the screen. Once the voting is over, and you're going to see this on the screen, well, you're going to see it in a minute. The screen will show people voting in real time. So you'll start off with 10, and then we'll have 50, and then there'll be 100 or whatever people. You don't need to be in a line of sight. You don't need to point it at us like we do the television. It's got enough technology that it should pick it up okay. There may still be some times that I'm just going to call for a show of hands. If it's something where we need one person to vote in the nay or one person to vote in the positive, maybe a few times, but generally speaking, we're going to do it by the clicker. You got to be present in the room in order to be voting, and of course, you must turn back the clicker when you leave. So let's demonstrate. Everyone get their clicker ready. And we have a prepared vote, and I believe it'll be on the screen. There you go. Do you think that one of the Boston professional sports teams will win the championship? Now, I haven't called the vote yet, so you got to be ready. So you read the question, you make sure you know what it is, okay? You got the Celtics, 1-1 with the Bucks. Bruins came through last night, but still down 2-1. Red Sox, I was going to say, do you think the Red Sox will ever win another game? But Carol told me that they'll at least win one. So we're ready to vote. Why is it already 23? I didn't open the vote. So we should start at 0, okay? That's okay. I think that was the test when he and Kathy and I. This is Peter. So you know, Peter's back here from Meridia, and he's running it for us this first time to make sure that we get it right. Okay, so now voting is open. Go. One team, just one. How many people think we'll get one championship? Okay. All right, give you just a couple more seconds. Might be time to think it through. It's not a betting proposition, so we're all set. Okay, now voting is over. So we had 99 people vote. What are the results, Peter? 63 say we're going to have, 63% really, think we're going to get a championship. 36 are long-suffering Red Sox fans, long-suffering Bruins fans, and they don't think we're going to get anything this year. So that's how it works, okay? You'll see it as it goes. You'll see the numbers. I'm sorry for the select board. They're not going to be able to see it. We'll have Kathy, somebody will be announcing what the results are. Can you see it at all? Select board? No? Nobody? Yeah, and I have to get out to see it, but we'll get used to this. Okay, back to my general announcements. This is an open meeting. If there's a board or committee that has deferred their vote, I'm going to ask them to discuss the matter at the microphone. Take a roll call so that you'll know where they stand. The charter directs that I appoint a deputy moderator with your approval each annual town meeting to serve in my absence should I be unable. Rob Bowen has served in that lady-in-waiting capacity for several years now, and unless I hear an objection, I will be appointing him again. And I don't hear any objection, so he is appointed. So here are the ground rules for the meeting. And I go on and on and on about this stuff, but maybe it's helpful, then people can all get in late. I would appreciate it if you'd be here earlier next time. The ground rules. Please remove your hat in the presence of the American flag. It's a sign of respect. Turn off your noisemakers, cell phones, your beepers, if anybody has beepers anymore. That includes verbal noisemakers that are inappropriate for a civil debate. And I mean no booing, no hissing, hooting, and hollering. I think the dog is making a lot of noise out there. Thank you. Those wishing to speak should line up at the microphone, state your name, state your street address, and I will attempt to get everyone involved in order, but I might take the select board, the finance committee, etc., out of order if it makes good sense to do so. If you have a physical limitation, someone can bring the microphone to you. The only time someone may stand and address the meeting without going to the microphone is what's called a point of order, a legal issue, a procedural error that you think has occurred. All amendments, questions, discussions are to be addressed to me, and I will speak and answer for you from the moving party, the select board, etc. When speaking, please don't refer to specifics by their name. Instead, call them the moving party, the previous speaker, the select board member, etc., and so on. The moving party will first speak and be given adequate time to present their article. Speakers thereafter should be brief. Anyone other than the moving party wishing to speak a second time should be very brief. And I will ask them to step aside if there's somebody behind them in line who hasn't had a chance to speak. These meetings go on for a long time, folks. And if we want to encourage people to come, we need to keep our comments and our questions and our amendments brief so that we can do the business in shorter order. Amendments to articles that are more than a simple change need to be in writing. There are forms at the microphones. Amendments should be within the scope of the original article. Moving the question, otherwise known as cutting off debate, must be at the microphone, must be seconded, and that is not debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote. And I will declare that motion to move the question out of order if I think there's still too many people that need to speak. Motion for reconsideration of a previous vote just taken must occur close in time to the original vote and before the attendance at the meeting has changed dramatically. Lunenburg conducts its business according to town meeting time and Massachusetts general law. It's kind of like Robert's Rules of Order, and it's specifically for town meeting. If you want to accomplish something or you're unsure of the procedure, ahead of time, you can reach out to the town manager's office, you can find me, and we will facilitate. And I'll also help you here at this meeting. These procedures that we follow are designed to promote fair debate, not to exclude anyone because you're new to the process. Most meetings, and this includes today, we have several petitions from citizens on the warrant. The New England Town Meeting, as I've said many times, is the form of government that is the purest form of democracy. So let us begin now with Article 1. Article 1, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beardmore, I wanted to call on you and recognize you, and now I have.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate it. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to just take a moment to recognize the contributions of one of Lunenburg's most civically active and dedicated members of our community. Dave Passios has announced that this will be his last year on the Finance Committee. During his service to the Finance Committee, in addition to participating in all of our meetings, he also represented the Finance Committee on the Capital Planning Committee and the T.C. Passios Building Committee. Also during that time, he served as an elected member of the Board of Health, an appointed member of the Green Communities Task Force, and an elected member of the Parks Commission. I think all of the members of the Finance Committee, and particularly myself, I am going to miss Dave's participation and active debate and knowledge of all things Lunenburg, but certainly wish him the best of luck and health in all of his future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Passios, and we have a gift from the town manager that she's going to bring you. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to call on you for a few words, Passio, so just relax. It's okay. No prepared speech. There we go. So the first thing we do is a consent calendar. It's a green sheet of paper that you should have somewhere in front of you. It's also on page 8 of your warrant if you didn't bring in all of the handouts. The consent calendar are articles that we believe town council and town manager have put together, things that we don't think will be controversial. Things that'll be quick and easy votes, and this will help us move our meeting along. So, but similar to the way we do the budget, I will call out the number and 1 or 2 words, if I can, about what that particular article is. And we'll just go through them in order. They are Articles 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 20. If you think that you want to ask a question about any one of those articles, rather than treat it as a consent calendar, just say loud enough that I can hear you or somebody can hold. The same way we do the budget. And that way we'll take it out of the consent calendar and we'll deal with it in its numerical order whenever it comes up in the warrant. Okay? So I move that the town meeting advance for consideration Articles 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 20, and take action on said articles without debate as printed in the warrant and as printed in the consent calendar on your green sheet. Do I have a second? Thank you. So here are the articles from the consent calendar. Article 1, to pass over reports that have already been submitted. That the town reauthorize the revolving funds for certain town departments, communities, and agencies. Those are on page 10, I believe, of your warrant. Article 3, transfer the sum of $500 from free cash to pay a prior year's expense. Article 9, that the town vote to transfer from free cash $100,000 to the stabilization fund. Article 10, that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $450,000 to the special purpose fund. Article 11, that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $266,696 and transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $656 to the OPEB Other Benefits Trust Fund established in November. Article 12, that the town vote to appropriate from the sewer enterprise revenues the sum of $853,112.53, transfer from the sewer capital reserve stabilization fund, $20,000, transfer from the sewer reserve capacity fund, $20,962, and appropriate from the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $319,107.47 for the total appropriation of $1,213,182 to operate the sewer enterprise fund for fiscal year 23. And further, that $793,968.47 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for the indirect costs of the sewer enterprise fund. Article 13, that the town vote to transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings $35,548.86. Article 14, that the town vote to appropriate from solid waste disposal enterprise revenue $302,000 to operate that program. Article 15, that the town vote to appropriate from water enterprise revenues $25,000 to operate the water department. Article 16, that the town vote to appropriate from PEG access and cable-related revenues the sum of $152,477 and appropriate from the PEG access and cable-related enterprise earnings the sum of $11,090 for a total appropriation of $163,567 to fund the operating and capital budgets of the PEG access cable-related enterprise. And further, that $47,808 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for those costs. Article 17, that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 from the sale of cemetery lots to be used for the cemetery department. Article 20, that the town vote to amend Chapter 70 of the town's general laws, the salary amendment administration plan, as follows. And it's going to add 2 positions and reclassify 1, as I understand it. And those are all the articles that are on the consent calendar. I didn't see anybody, I didn't hear anybody say hold. I'm going to assume then that there's nobody who wants to question that. So we're ready to take our first electronic vote. All those in favor of the consent calendar in its totality, ready to vote now. I'll give you just a couple more seconds, but you probably don't need them. Okay, voting is now over. And what are the results? 125 people in favor, 4 people opposed to the consent calendar, 129 voted. The consent calendar is passed. Excellent. We did such good work. Uh-oh, Adam's not happy. You don't have a clicker? Okay, I will do that again. So he's reminding me. I don't think it's a problem yet, but it's a good reminder. Thank you. I just asked for you to vote. I'm not asking for yay or nay per se, and you're all voting at the same time. It's not like we say all those in favor, now all those opposed. We vote all together at the same time. Okay? And does anybody here have a problem with that? Do we need to re-vote on this consent calendar? I doubted it. Good. Okay, so remind me, somebody, as a procedural point of order, if I screw that up. So we then will go to Article 4, and I'll call on Mr. Dwyer.
I move that the town vote to transfer from line number 4, liability insurance, the sum of $28,275.60. Transfer from number 5, workers' compensation, the sum of $5,340. Transfer from line number 6, group health insurance, the sum of $116,826.72. Transfer from line number 13, reserve fund, the sum of $20,000. Transfer from line 14, unemployment compensation, the sum of $10,000. Transfer to line 13A, salary reserve, the sum of $8,798.69, and transfer to line number 70, snow removal, the sum of $171,643.63 to amend the amounts voted under Article 6 of the May 1st, 2021 Annual Town Meeting and Article 1 of the November 16th, 2021 Special Town Meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Is there a second? Selectmen, your recommendation?
Recommend approval.
Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay. Is the town manager going to tell us about this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this article is budget adjustments for the current fiscal year that we're in, and this is to cover our snow and ice deficit for the current year, as well as a transfer to our salary reserve account that will fund Article 5 for the current fiscal year.
Okay. Anyone want to question, comment, discuss Article 4? Seeing no one at the microphone, I'll say we're ready to vote. So voting may begin now. And again, you're voting yay or nay all at the same time. And voting has begun. Somebody suggested I hum along the Jeopardy, but that lady lost last night, right? She was doing so well. Okay, a couple more seconds. Okay, voting is now over. What are the results? 126 voted, 123 in favor, 3 opposed, and the article passes. Okay. The next article is Article 5. Call on Mr. Jeffries, collective bargaining.
I move the town vote to transfer from Article 6 of the May 1st, 2021 Annual Town Meeting and Article 1 of the November 16th, 2021 Special Town Meeting, line number 13A, salary reserve in the sum of $15,303.51 to fund the first year of fiscal year 22 to 23 collective bargaining agreement dated July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023 with AFS CME, Council 93, Municipal Employees Union.
Is there a second? Second. Is Select Board your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Town Manager, you going to tell us about this? If we can find you. We can see your legs. There you go.
Yes, so this is the clerical bargaining unit agreement, and the agreement covers fiscal 22, this current fiscal year, and next fiscal year. So what you're voting on is the appropriation for this fiscal year's salary impact. It's a 2% COLA for years 1 and 2.
Okay. Seeing no one at the microphone, I'll declare we're ready to vote. Voting is now open. Yay or nay, voting all at the same time. Do, 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 do. Want to keep that clicker close at hand at all times. Okay, a couple more seconds. All right, voting is now over. What is the outcome for the Article 5? 120 in favor, 6 opposed, 126 voted, passes. See up here, it's going to show you majority vote. A couple of them that are 2/3 zoning types of things. So you'll know right up there. All right, and so now we're on to Article 6, the capital plan. Call on Mr. Alonso.
I move the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $967,725, transfer from free cash the sum of $983,034.39, transfer from Article 28 of the May 7th, 2016 Annual Town Meeting the sum of $20,582.40, transfer from Article 6 of the May 5th, 2018 Annual Town Meeting the sum of $11,168.29. Transfer from Article 6 of the May 4th, 2019 Annual Town Meeting, the sum of $11,859.28. Transfer from Article 6 of the June 13th, 2020 Annual Town Meeting, the sum of $28,171.51. Transfer from Article 2 of the November 17th, 2020 Special Town Meeting, the sum of $76,708.13. Transfer from Article 5 of the May 1st, 2021 Annual Town Meeting, the sum of $7,100. And transfer from Article 21 of the May 1st, 2021 Annual Town Meeting, the sum of $66,500, for a total appropriation of $2,162,849 to fund the FY23 capital plan as appearing in the May 7th, 2022 Annual Town Meeting warrant booklet.
Thank you. Selectmen, your recommendation?
Selectmen recommend approval.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval by a vote of 6 to 1.
Okay, this is on page 7 of your warrant, if you carried your warrant into the meeting. Town Manager, you going to tell us a little bit about this?
Yes, thank you. So the Capital Planning Committee creates a capital plan that consists of all capital requests made by both school and town departments for the next 5 fiscal years. But we collect data on capital requests for going out 10 years. The Capital Planning Committee began meeting in September. They met with, the capital planning documents were sent out by the end of September, and they met with departments from November and December, and to review all the capital requests as a group. The forms which were sent to departments were based on the UMass Collins Center capital planning documents that include various categories such as effectiveness of government, the effect on operating costs, effect on revenues, whether the project is mandated by a state or federal government, whether grant funds are available, and how the project contributes to such things as economic growth, public safety, public health, and education. The Capital Planning Committee evaluates capital requests based on the responses to these categories, with each category being assigned a value depending on the response, and the project receives a composite score. The Capital Planning Committee used this information as a starting point for prioritizing projects, but also discuss projects in the context of verbal discussions with the requesting department heads relative to each project. The Capital Planning Committee received 31 project requests. 1 project was removed due to not receiving a cost estimate, and 1 project was pushed out to fiscal 24. The remaining 29 capital requests total $3,861,049 for fiscal 23. After meeting with the school and town departments, evaluating all the projects, the Capital Planning Committee submitted the prioritization schedule for fiscal 23 projects to the town manager in January. The town manager may modify the list of priorities, and the recommendation before town meeting today is to fund 23 of the 29 projects based on available funding for a total of $2,162,849. The first priority is for the Page Street Culvert Construction Project for $150,000. This project is to replace the Page Street culvert where the bottom of the culvert has deteriorated. The roadway over the culvert is showing signs of failure and settlement of the pavement. The design costs for the project were funded as part of the fiscal 22 capital plan. The culvert is beyond its expected lifespan. The replacement will increase effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, contributes to public safety and environmental sustainability. The second priority is for the DPW 10-wheel dump truck with plow and sander for $250,000. This request for a new 10-wheel truck with plow and sander will replace the 1994 Mack 10-wheeler, which is beyond its reasonable life. Recently, this truck has been decommissioned due to safety reasons. This truck will increase the effectiveness of the department, decrease costs due to repairs needed on the current truck, and contributes to public safety. The third priority is for the engineering design for drainage at the public safety building for $25,000. This request is for design to address the drainage and pavement deterioration that is causing excess water and moisture in the building. Paving at the rear of the building is breaking apart due to a lack of proper drainage and poor construction. This year, mold grew in the meeting and training room, and an air quality assessment was performed, but the air quality came back as acceptable. This project reduces potential liabilities, does not impact the operating budget, and contributes to public health. The fourth priority is for the senior center, HVAC upgrades in the amount of $25,000. This project will install 4 new condensers, 4 new coils, and copper line sets for a cooling system on the newer section of the building. The current equipment is beyond its reasonable life, and the project will increase efficiencies and reduce operating costs. The fifth priority is for the master plan that was submitted by the planning board for $110,000. This project will supplement the remaining $43,000 from the fiscal 20 capital plan article for updating certain elements of the master plan. This funding and the remaining funding will be for the completion of the entire master plan. This request is based on feedback that the current allocation would not be adequate for 2 elements of the master plan and is more cost-effective to do the entire update at once. The master plan should be updated every 10 years. The 8 elements that need to be updated were last updated in 2002. This project is mandated by the state, will increase effectiveness and efficiencies of town government, contributes to economic development, cultural or recreational opportunities, environmental sustainability, and aesthetics and historic preservation. The sixth priority is for the DPW for 2-way radio system for $35,000. Currently, the DPW uses old portable radios that were handed down from the police department, and they need to use their cell phones during winter road operations due to lack of coverage. The updated radio system would provide better coverage all over town. The project increases effectiveness and efficiencies, reduces potential liabilities, has no impact on the operating budget, and contributes to public safety. The seventh priority is for the canine replacement of Jerry for $24,250. This request is to purchase a new canine and its related costs. The current canine, Jerry, has been in service since 2014 and has served longer than is usually expected for a canine. Jerry will be retiring in fiscal 23. The cost of a new canine is $8,500, and the cost of the training and equipment is $15,750. The project increases efficiencies, decreases potential liabilities, does not impact the operating budget, and contributes to public safety. The eighth priority is for a new police marked Ford hybrid for $62,000. This cruiser would be in addition to the current fleet to accommodate the 10-year staffing plan. The new cruiser would be a Ford Interceptor hybrid. The project would increase effectiveness and efficiencies, has no impact on the operating budget, and contributes to public safety and environmental sustainability. The ninth project is for the town hall repairs that are identified in the Vertex report, years 2, which are items 7 through 11, and item 13 for $96,000. This project would be for the building interior work and mechanical system, including replacement of 2 furnace units that heat and cool the second floor. The 2 units in the attic were installed in the 1990s and need to be worked on frequently. The furnaces are beyond their lifespan, and this project would increase effectiveness and efficiencies, improve customer service, and reduces potential liabilities. The 10th priority is for the Flat Hill Road drainage study for $45,000. This project would be to conduct a drainage study and review all plans that are current to determine the source of the problem. This project would address a long-standing drainage issue on this section of Flat Hill, which has been a concern raised by residents in this area for many years. This project would increase effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, and adds to customer service. The 11th priority is for a 1-ton dump truck with plow for the schools for $58,833. This vehicle will replace the 2008 Ford F-350 for the schools, and it is significant corrosion that has made the dump body unusable. This vehicle is a key vehicle for snow removal operations on school grounds. The current vehicle is beyond its expected lifespan. The new vehicle will increase effectiveness and efficiencies, decrease operating costs, and contributes to public safety. The 12th priority is for a records retention project for $62,500. This project is seeking to hire a public records retention company to identify all of our archive records, inventory them through a computerized indexing system, and move them to appropriate storage containers and shelving. This project will improve efficiencies, effectiveness of departments managing records, reduce liabilities by preserving records properly, and improves customer service by locating archive records quickly. This project reduces the overall expenses by using only the space needed and destroying records per the retention schedule and eliminating the need for additional storage space. This project will increase effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, add and expand customer service, and will reduce operating costs. The 13th priority is for a utility tractor rotary mower combination for $170,000. This piece of equipment would replace the flail mower that is an attachment on the trackless tractor. The attachment is approximately 13 years old, is completely unusable and not repairable, and is undersized for anything other than mowing hay. Roadside mowing is among the top resident complaints in town. This piece of equipment would allow for an increase in more efficient mowing clearing capability by the DPW. This equipment will include a replacement of an attachment that is beyond its expected lifespan, increase effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, add and expand customer service, decrease operating costs, and contributes to public safety. The 14th priority is for Marshall Park survey in the amount of $25,000. This project will fund a property line and topographic survey, and the survey will be used in the future design improvements that will be completed in fiscal 22 as part of the master plan process that the Parks Commission has been undergoing for that park. This project will reduce potential liabilities, does not impact the operating budget, and contributes to cultural and recreational opportunities. The 15th priority is for the senior center, identified under vertex items number 4 and 7, which was a property condition assessment, for $35,661. This project would replace the section of the 1998 portion of the roof that has not been replaced and has reached its expected lifespan. This project will reduce potential liabilities and will not have an impact on the operating budget. The 16th priority is for a 1-ton dump truck with plow for the DPW for $58,000. This vehicle would replace the 2012 Ford F-350 1-ton, and the current vehicle is at its reasonable lifespan, and the new vehicle will increase effectiveness and efficiencies of the department. The 17th priority is for the schools for a new mower for $45,000. This piece of equipment would replace the 2000 Toro 455D mower with Exmark 96. The availability of parts is becoming a significant problem, particularly for items related to the hydraulics for this piece of equipment. This project will reduce operating costs and contributes to environmental sustainability. The 18th priority is for the Brooks House, vertex items number 3 and 4, which is property condition assessment, for $24,000. This project would repair the stone foundation and remove and replace the deteriorated steel columns and replace with new sonotubes. This would also replace the stone bearing at the northwest corner of the building with a new sonotube foundation. This project will reduce potential liabilities and contributes to aesthetics and historic preservation. The 19th priority is for a new police marked Ford 150 responder for $67,805. This cruiser would be an addition to the current fleet, as there is no multi-purpose vehicle currently. The truck would allow for towing of the 2 utility trailers and the patrol boat. During the winter months, it would be used for patrols during inclement weather and transport snow removal equipment to assist the elderly. The project would increase effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, and contributes to public safety. The 20th priority is for the old primary school, the hazardous materials abatement that's identified in the Vertex report for $371,000. This project was identified in the Vertex Property Condition Assessment to be done in years 0 through 1, which was 2018, for the abatement of hazardous materials. This project would reduce potential liabilities, would not impact the operating budget, and contributes to public safety and public health. The 21st priority is for the Senior Center for the installation of a generator for $90,000. This project would provide continuity of use in the building when there are power outages. The fire suppression system requires a power supply and has to be manually turned back on when the power goes out. This issue has caused water damage during the ice storm of 2008. This would also allow for a second emergency shelter to be created for our seniors, which is supported by both the Council on Aging Director and the Fire Chief. The project would increase efficiencies, reduce potential liabilities, and contributes to public safety and public health. The 22nd priority is for the Senior Center for an outdoor ADA patio for $100,000. This funding would be for design work for the, funding for the design work for the project was secured by the Council on Aging Director, and that portion has been completed. You'll see the attached plan of that design. This request is for the construction costs for a new multi-use patio and hardscaped area that is ADA compliant in the rear of the Eagle House building. The project would reduce potential liabilities, adds to customer service, would not impact the operating budget, and would contribute to cultural and recreational opportunities and improve aesthetics. And the 23rd priority is for the schools, for the AC for the classrooms at the primary school for $232,800. This project would install condensers to allow the energy recovery units on the primary school roof to be able to cool the classrooms, library area, gym, and cafeteria. In 2004, when the primary school was constructed, 2 energy recovery units were provided with cooling capability, but the condensers and cooling coils were decided to be installed at a later date. This project will improve occupant comfort throughout the year, control the room temperature and humidity, and address compliance with IEPs for students with heat limitations. This project would increase efficiencies, reduce liabilities, contributes to education and public health. So that is the completion of discussion on all the projects.
Thank you. I'm going to make an editorial comment, 2 things. First, in anticipation of running the Meridia, I went to a town meeting in an adjoining community that uses them. I'm kind of a town meeting junkie, you know, so it was fun. But I will tell you that they have so little information. Yes, they have a 2-hour meeting, and that would be divine. But they don't know what money's going for, and they don't ask questions. They just raise their hand and approve and take the select board at their word. So I applaud the capital planning committee, the town manager, the select board, with the amount of detail that you get in your presentations. The other thing is that it came to my attention that 2 people's clickers did not work. Kind of like when I'm at home and sometimes it doesn't work. So we're going to do a little test for a moment just to make sure. In the future, if you're at a meeting and you vote and it doesn't light up with whatever you said, yay or nay, then you raise your hand and somebody will get you a clicker that's working. So we had 2 people. All the votes so far have been overwhelmingly passed, so I'm not going to worry about whether that would have changed. But open now, vote now, make sure that your clicker is lighting up. And if it's not, raise your hand and somebody back there will bring you a new one. Everybody all set? Everybody got a clicker that's working? Got a channel? Oh, Mr. Clark's not working. We're going to. I just wanted to make sure everybody can vote before we have the discussion, and then I find out you can't vote, Mr. Clark. We don't want you to vote, Mr. Passios. I know. Go ahead. You didn't get an okay on the test. So you're supposed to get an okay or what? No, because we didn't have a vote. We didn't have a vote, so you're not going to get an okay this time. But you should see something light up, right? Okay? So that you know that you've got a battery that's functioning. Okay? Good. And again, you remind me of these things every meeting. Okay, so now, if you want to talk about the capital plan, I'm going to recognize Mr. Beardmore. Everybody else come down and line up in front of a microphone. Go ahead, Mr. Beardmore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee spent more time on this capital plan than we have in the previous 2 years that I've spent on the Finance Committee, and for good reason. The number that we have here is really unprecedented in my memory at $2.162 million, which is largely a result of quite a bit of free cash resulting from unspent funds in the previous year, largely as a result of COVID-19. What you as town meeting voters are currently being asked to vote on is that number, $2.162 million. You are not being asked to vote on any specific item in that capital plan. The Finance Committee has voted to recommend approval on this 6-1, and I want to let everybody here know that I was that one vote against, and I'd like to take a moment to explain why. That fact that you are not able to make an amendment to reduce any single item on that capital plan came as a surprise to me and to many members on this committee. What the charter points out is basically a process that starts with department heads. They bring their requests to the Capital Planning Committee. The Capital Planning Committee puts the items in a prioritized order. It then gets reported to the town manager and the Finance Committee, and the town manager brings forth a capital plan to the town. It gets very ambiguous from there on. It basically doesn't say anything. It doesn't say specifically what the Finance Committee should do with it, and it doesn't say what you should do with it as members of town meeting. During the course of our conversations about the capital plan this year, largely because of the size of this year's capital plan, there are always certain items like the culvert on Flat Hill Road that we gotta do, right? They're super high priority items. But this year, there are a lot of items that are less high priority. And I and a few other members wanted a deeper financial analysis to outline the need and the priority of a few items on this plan. And as it all turned out, for me, there were 2 items on this plan that were not adequately financially evaluated or justified. And it was my intention, and there's another item, by the way, that, you know, quite frankly, has not been fully vetted. It was my intention to bring to the Finance Committee a motion to amend the capital plan, and if the Finance Committee did not approve it, then to personally do that and bring that to you today. I was, however, corrected by another member of this committee who brought to my attention the expectation that this capital plan could not be amended, at least the items in particular. What we can do is we can reduce the number. But if we reduce the number, then the town manager can then spend as she sees fit on whatever items were on that capital plan with that reduced number. Now, where does that come from? Largely, it comes from opinion. It comes from the opinion of the chairman of the select board, it comes from the opinion of town council, and it comes from the opinion of the moderator. It does not come from my opinion, and it does not come from the opinions of largely the majority of the members of this committee, though we disagree on those particular items generally. And so what I was left with was a decision to vote to recommend a capital plan that has items that we absolutely need. We need the radios for the DPW. We need the 3 trucks for the DPW. We need the K-9. We need one of the cruisers. We need the record retentions. We need the mower. The list goes on. There's, you know, a lot of items on that capital plan. But it is effectively an all or nothing vote if you want to specifically fund all of those things, or if there are particular items on that capital plan that you really want funded, you're left with a decision to vote all or nothing. And it was my opinion that, number one, it needed to be brought to the attention of this body that we are not operating as a traditional legislature. A traditional legislature gets the opportunity to take an article. There's a phrase at the end of every one of these articles, or take any action thereto. But in the case of this article, because of the way that it was written, it is the opinion of town council and the opinion of the moderator and the opinion of the chairman of the select board that what we're only taking action on is the item in the article of the number, but not the individual items on the plan itself. I respectfully disagree with them, but it is an honest disagreement. And I don't find fault with any particular person on the other side. It is just an honest disagreement. I think that a legislative body should have the power to do what it will with a particular article, unless it is specifically spelled out in the charter, as we will see with another item that's about to come up with respect to the organizational plan and the new facilities head. That is an all or nothing vote, but the charter specifically prescribes it as an all or nothing vote. So I've gone on plenty of time. I appreciate your willingness to hear me, Mr. Moderator, and I appreciate your willingness to have this discussion with me previously. If we do vote no on this, which I don't think we will, but if we do vote no on this, what it will effectively do is we won't have a capital plan. And if we don't have a capital plan, then we will figure something else out. Maybe we'll write the article differently, and we can come back at the fall special town meeting and deal with this item. But I certainly respect anybody who votes yes, because there are so many items on here that, of course, we need.
Thank you, Mr. Beardmore. I already said I would recognize Mr. Jeffries, then I'll get to you, Mr. Clark, and then I'll do Mr. Passios. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to first acknowledge Mr. Beardmore's comments. He and I shared some similar concerns about several items that appeared on the capital plan this year, 7 in particular. However, after digging into all of those items, understanding better the necessity of them, as well as the funding, the impact that the capital plan has on our town overall, I'm in full support of the capital plan and would urge its passage. A couple of things I'd like to highlight today. Within the capital plan, number one, I question the cost of the police dog. I think everyone knows that I'm a huge supporter of the Lunenburg Police Department, myself being a retired police officer, military police officer. But I question why a dog costs $8,500. You know, better understanding of that has brought me to understand that police dogs typically come from a very strict lineage, and that you're buying that lineage, that history of dogs who've performed, the history of performance, and also that there is a certain baseline of training that they come with. And so that is something that I wholeheartedly support. The records retention plan, $62,000, roughly $500 for that. You know, as we talk about, we're currently using a significant portion of the TC Passios building for storing records. And so when we talk about rehabilitating or building a new building, the current pricing is $300 to $500 a square foot. So to think of $300 to $500 a square foot premium cost for storage, you know, we need to do everything we can to reduce that footprint. And so this $62,000, I think, has the potential of saving the town a significant amount of money in the long run. Another question, another project that I questioned was the $170,000 mower. We purchased a similar item a couple of years back. My understanding, further information, is that the piece of equipment that we have is really helpful when it comes to all the sidewalks we have, especially on Summer Street, where we just had an expansion of sidewalks. We have an obligation to maintain them. But I and many others are concerned about the condition of our roads in the sense that you drive down them in the summertime, it feels like you're about to get sucked into the wood line. And so what this piece of equipment will do is it will help maintain better aesthetics as we drive around the town. Certainly many of us have vehicles that don't want to get scratched up when you're driving around. And so that really resolves it. And then really we have, the last thing is the amount of plow vehicles that we have. One thing that I think all of us pride ourselves on is that, you know, if you're a passenger in a vehicle, you will feel when you hit the boundaries of Lunenburg, that we have superior roads. It is something that we spend a lot of energy on. There's a good plan to maintain that. And during a snowstorm, many of us commute into the Boston area. You know, everyone who drives around during snow knows that Lunenburg has the best roads. And so what this is a continuation of that to make sure that all of us who work further away from the community, that we have safe passage to and from home, and that when we get back into our borders, that those are things we don't have to be concerned about. So again, I also appreciate the increased percentage by which the capital plan addresses facility needs within town. It is the pattern because the prioritization list focuses on public safety, often some of our buildings get the back burner. So this year is a higher investment in our buildings. Overall, I want to applaud the members of the Capital Planning Committee for the hard work that they put into this, as well as the members of the Finance Committee for the diligent effort they made in vetting these projects. And again, I urge its passage.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, give us your name and where you live.
Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. To kind of counter Mr. Beardsmore's comments, though, our town charter gives very specific and quite a scope of duties to the town manager. So my one comment is, although we're a legislative body to vote, then does that mean we override the town manager's day-to-day responsibilities and activities of whether, I mean, this is quite a punch list, too, of items to get to in a year. So whether number, 12 gets done and number 8 does, okay, well, at least we've allocated the expenses. But my real question on this is, for item 20, the old primary school materials abatement, we also have an Article 19 on considering demolishing the old primary school. Could you explain, if we vote to demolish the primary school, how number 20 hazmat material abatements, will we incur that cost too, or is that cost included in Article
Ms. Lemieux, can you address that for us?
19?
I can.
Go ahead.
So that cost is not included in that article for the demolition and the engineering for 30 School Street. This is a separate project. So the hazardous materials abatement would have to occur before demolition.
Okay, so we have to approve this expense in order to go forward with the demolition, Article 19.
That's what we're asking today.
Okay. Now, if we don't go forward with Article 19, will this hazardous materials abatement still go forward?
I would assume yes.
Okay, so when we debate Article 19, if we approve this article, we can assume when we're debating Article 19 that we have a piece of property that'll be clean and clear of any hazardous materials, correct?
Correct. The only portion that may not, so if there's hazardous materials, say in the roof structure or something like that, that would prohibit us from doing that, that would be a step before demolition that would be necessary.
Well, we then look at the primary school as having a nice, clean bill of health, no hazardous materials. Do we want to tear this facility down after all that work, or do we want to put money into it to fix it, correct?
That's what another article on town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Mr. Passios, you knew I'd let you talk eventually, right? Thank you. Go
There
ahead.
we go, now we have it. Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. I'm going to speak to you right now as the Vice Chair of the Capital Planning Committee. First of all, I'd like to say that the Capital Planning Committee, the 2 years that I've been involved in the budgetary process for capital planning, has done a very thorough job, and I don't think anybody has argued that it hasn't in vetting the projects. We've had a little bit of trouble of getting the depth of information we would like to have had for a couple of the projects, but we felt that they could move forward and we could manage that if they were approved. And I personally, if anybody knows me, once I'm on something, I stay on it until it's to my liking. Finally, the process that is undertaken for capital planning was put in place 2 charters ago, which would put it 21, 22 years ago. Previous to that charter, the capital planning, or the capital items were listed as individual articles at annual town meeting. And there were hours and hours of debate on some articles, and obviously some quickly passed. There was a concern, I believe, and again, I was not involved in town government back then, so all I can do is go by what I've understood through asking questions from people that were around at that time. The intent was, in that charter change, was to bring these projects through the vetted process, as was explained to you earlier in the discussions from the chair of this committee. And it's a well-vetted process when everybody does their job. It's worked well for 20-plus years. I'm not saying that there aren't some issues when you look at the inconsistencies between the town's fiscal policies relative to capital planning, the charter, the bylaws, and Mass General Law. And that's one of our problems in municipal government that makes it really difficult when a question like this comes up. Even the charter review 2 years ago came up with no issues with the way the capital planning process was listed in the charter. But each one of those committees is charged with looking at one document. They don't look at the 4 documents that might affect that process. And there are inconsistencies across the board in many processes, and that's, I believe, is where the issue comes from. Lastly, at our last Finance Committee meeting, as you were told, we voted 6-1 to approve or recommend approval of this article. But we also agreed that a deep dive needs to be taken into this process in the coming year to see if we want to make any changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're volunteering to be on the Charter Review Committee. I'm making a note of that. Sir.
Richard McGrath, 22 Cushing Lane. My question is for Mr. Beardsmore. How much does not having the top bond rating cost the town?
I don't know that I certainly could not answer that directly, Mr. McGrath, but in this case, these items on the capital plan for this article, we're paying cash for them. So in this case, our bond rating has no effect on anything because these are all cash transactions. If we were borrowing for any of these items, which would be a separate article, then there would be an interest rate effect that I don't know those numbers. But specific to this article, it has, in my opinion, it has no bearing.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Yes, Mr. Menard.
Thank you. I have a question on the school AC, and this was debated and discussed at length during
Mr. Menard, what number is that? Can you tell me?
the last one.
23.
23. Thank you.
This was discussed at length during our Finance Committee meetings. I believe it's also been discussed at the school committee meetings, but as it is listed here for $232,800, is this a project that can actually be accomplished with that funds? It's my understanding there's potential electrical work that still needs to be added to this, and the memo that we received from Nori and Ciani Engineering as a peer review, it's a bit unclear to me whether it's sized properly. So if I could get an answer to that, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Lemieux, school department, somebody going to tell us about the air conditioning at the primary school? Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Burnham, Superintendent of Schools. We have the same question. When this project was initially reviewed and specs provided, the engineering company suggested that there were larger, more efficient units, condensing units. However, they would want a dedicated, upgraded electrical panel with dedicated line to those upgraded units. Mr. Londa, our recently retired Director of Facilities, was here when the building was built and was aware of all of the planning and decision-making that went into the final building, and the condensing units and connection, electrical connection from the panel to those units was taken off the plan at that time. But the dedicated electrical service for those units was installed. It was our feeling that the recommended upgrade and upsizing of the condensing units, and therefore the need for an upgrade to the electric service for those units, was not necessary. And we weren't looking to have an upgrade to the units. So that sort of set forth a series of events where we still don't have all the answers at this point. Unfortunately, the individuals working with the engineering firm that gave us that recommendation and those specs, those engineers are no longer with that engineering firm, so we're trying to get information through other individuals at that firm, and our Director of Facilities has retired, someone who had intimate knowledge of the building, the decision-making back in 2004 when the building was open, and what the recommendation was for the engineers more recently. Honestly, we debated the need for it because Mr. Londa honestly was looking out for the taxpayer here in Lunenburg. We did not want to proceed with a recommended cost and an upgrade that we didn't believe was necessary. So therefore, we are in this situation now where we're still looking for some detail and some answers. At this point, our next step, if we're moving forward, we'll be looking to bring in an electrical engineer to do an assessment of the current service in the building and the dedicated service for those units, and is the upgrade to those units necessary? It may not be necessary. So you still have questions, we still have questions, but you have my word that we're going to make sure that we have all of the answers as we move forward. We believe that we may reasonably be able to move forward with the funding that's been allocated in this proposed capital plan.
Thank you, Dr. Burnham. Did you want to follow up, Mr. Menard? Go ahead.
So I guess my question is, if there was an additional 50,000 needed for something like this, would you be looking to, that's a hypothetical number, use operating budget for that, or would you be seeking an additional amount in a future town meeting via capital?
I can't say that we have a definitive number that, I can tell you right now that if it's an overage of 20,000, we can definitely handle it. If it's an overage of 50,000, we can definitely handle it. I can't say for sure. But if we can cover that overage, we would be consulting with the town manager and discussing moving forward. We would have to get approval from the school committee, of course, to move forward with that as well. If it's a more significant number, again, there'll be consultation with the town manager as to what we all feel is the appropriate next steps for the project, either to be put on hold or move forward in some way.
I see you, Mr. Passios. We'll get to you. Sir, over here on my left. You're right.
My topic is on a different...
Okay, well then, you can have a seat and we'll call on you the next time you stand up. Very good. Mr. Alonso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To this point, if we would approve this number, it is my understanding that if we are going to be doing a consulting look at this and getting the final number, and if the final number was higher or significantly higher, the project obviously would not go forward until further funds would be appropriated to complete the entire project. As the superintendent said, if the amount was small enough, there may be other ways to appropriate it within budgets or whatever. But if it was substantial enough, it would probably come back to this body and be reevaluated for additional funds to complete the project. So it would not be, we would not be caught in the middle without knowing exactly what it would be costing and where the funding was coming from.
Thank you. Mr. Passios, and then you, sir.
Dave Passios, again, Vice Chair of Capital Planning. Mr. Alonso just alluded to most of what I was going to say. A peer review has already been more or less completed on the engineering side of this project. There are some more questions, some new questions raised, as well as the old questions that have not been thoroughly vetted. But I personally, as a member of that committee, voted to have that project move forward because I felt that we had a strong commitment from the superintendent and the school district and a very strong possibility that this project would be implemented and completed properly rather than shortcutting and ending up with a system that really doesn't do what we need it to do in that building. The numbers, I won't even hesitate to guess as to if there is a need for an increase in work to be done, what that number could be. I've heard it from $50,000 to $200,000. But in any case, there are basically, there's a pecking order in a situation like this where an article like this or a project like this is insufficiently funded. The superintendent touched on the first step, and in our deliberations of the Finance Committee and Capital Planning, we've discussed the other four. If this body is interested, I would ask through the moderator that the town manager explain those four steps. But I strongly recommend that we move forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave. I've been coming to these town meetings now for almost 5 years, and I can see a lot of line items there that have been debated over the years and looked at. I can say at least half of them have been looked at and probably should be looked at again. One of them in particular is the master plan. I think it was around 3 years ago in a separate article, the town voted around $50,000, if my memory's right, to renew the master plan. That would take care of it. And now here's another 110 on top of that. I don't understand that. This all seems pretty easy to swallow because supposedly it's cash. We're paying for it. We have the money. Well, we're heading into some difficult times for everybody. And taxes aren't going down. Maybe some of this money should go back to the taxpayer. I think this is a pretty flawed process, to be honest with you. And I think probably should vote it down and let people rethink our priorities in town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
On the Lockwood, 91 Main Street. Actually, what interesting that he just brought up, the previous speaker brought up process, because I think there is a process. We're just not seeing it all the way through if we're just thinking of exclusively the town meeting. You know, so like Mr. Beardmore said, you know, we can only vote on the total, but we can't vote on the total and change that total and have a conversation about it on what we don't like on a particular item here. What that will do is then in turn, and let's say it's the master plan, we say, you know, 110 is too much, let's take 110 out of the total. And now it's left to the executive body of the town to decide if they're gonna follow that plan. And if they don't follow that plan, we then have an opportunity to go to their meetings every Tuesday, pretty much, voice our concern, and the next town election, we can vote them out. So that is a process. But this is a more consolidated process, it is true. But we can't talk about the individual items and take the total out and have the vote on it. And then it will be on the executive body to decide if they follow the town meeting recommendation or not. Yes, but they still need to answer to us on the next election and every meeting that they have therefore. So I think that is a process. Going through all the articles
one by one. Some of these seems kind of, yes, you could discuss one or two. Make a motion and let the executive body decide if they are going to follow, town meeting's wish or not. But that is a process that it can work.
Thank you, Mr. Luck. Sir, I'll get to you, Mr. Beardmore.
I'm Anthony Scullambrini. I live at 5 Valley Road, and I'm a newcomer to this community.
Welcome.
And I think this process is really good. And we're going to vote on a total, and I think that's the appropriate thing to do, given the amount of work that went through the Capital Planning Committee process and the Finance Committee and the Select Board. There was a lot of time by a lot of people with a lot of opportunities for a lot of input so that we could come here and that we could vote on this total against the projects that are on that list. I, as a citizen, have reviewed all of those projects. I have looked in detail because detail was made available because of this process, on the website. I was appalled that there wasn't an up-to-date master plan. I'm glad to see that plan is on this capital planning project. I'm the grandfather of a child who attends primary school. I am glad to see the air conditioning on that project. But I can't stand here today in front of all of you and make a case for those projects because I didn't have all of the details. The people who are part of this capital planning process, they did have the details. And all of us had the opportunity to provide input to this. I like this process. And with this, I will call the question.
Okay, I appreciate you saying that. I'm not going to call it just yet because I do have a couple of people, but I certainly appreciate you saying that. I know Mr. Beardmore's up. I'm going to listen to the people that are here at the in the body, and we will get to that, sir. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Katie Adams, Peninsula Drive. And
you can pull it up a little bit. You're taller.
Okay, the
Ms. Lockwood.
previous...
She put it all down, yeah.
The previous speaker, I think, summed up a lot of what was on my mind.
Go
Was
ahead.
just appreciating how much time it takes to get to these things and not maybe understanding the intent and the importance of them. I was just going to say the primary school AC, the classroom temps are often 89 to 90 degrees at the end of the school year and in September. I've been in them during that temperature, so some of these things may seem like a lot of money, but they impact hundreds, maybe thousands of people, and I think since we're looking, I was going to move the question, so thank you for not moving it, but I concur.
Good. I did something right early. Right up.
Chris Albert, 66 Beachview Road. I think given, and I really appreciate the fact that you spelled out what I was thinking the whole time. We read through every single motion here, or every single part of the capital plan. With the efficiencies of this Meridia, we could have actually voted on each one of them. We could have had debate before and voted on each one of them in seconds. Why we wouldn't do that inherently, it blows my mind. I understand there's been a lot of debate that has happened behind the scenes, but as a voting body, the efficiencies of this system, we would have already known the results of every single one of these. We could have moved it on. To me, that just makes sense. Then you don't get an all or nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Beardmore, you have the last word, then I'm going to call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd just like to follow up on a couple of comments that have just been made. First, with respect to Mr. Scullambrini, who I've gotten to know a little bit over the last several months, and I have a great deal of respect for. I respectfully disagree with him on the process. Just by point of information, the Capital Planning Committee has not met since December. None of their meetings were recorded or available on video, and their minutes are quite vague. A lot of water has flowed under that bridge since December, and the Capital Planning Committee has not weighed in. The Finance Committee has very publicly considered a lot of this, but as we've discussed, to very little effect. It's largely been in the hands of the town manager since December or January. With respect to Mrs. Lockwood's comments, I absolutely agree with what she outlined as a potential course of action. The problem is that would get extraordinarily messy, particularly when you've got 23 items on a capital plan, and she or I might want to get rid of one, and you might want to get rid of another, and somebody else might want to get rid of a third. it becomes a very ambiguous task for the town manager to then sort out where the funding goes. It would be very easy if we had 4 or 5 items, not so much with 23. And so, thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, we already had 2 people say they wanted to move the question, and I think we're ready to vote. So get your clickers ready, and you may vote now. You're voting in favor is a yes for the capital plan, and the red one, the 2B, is a no on the capital plan. And you may vote now. We get more people come. Specific things at the end of the warrant that they're interested in. Yeah, I know. I'm on Facebook. I'm old. Okay, get 10 more seconds. Okay, everybody vote. Okay, voting is now over. What's the tally, Meridia? 122 in favor of the article, 45 opposed, 167 voted. Article passes. We're now moving on to Article 7, a reorganization of the Facilities Department. Mr. Franco. If you got a red light, it's on.
There you go. All right. I move that the town vote to approve the administrative organization plan as presented by the town manager and as provided for in Article 5, Section 1B of the town charter.
Is there a second? Thank you. Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you. There was a handout, folks. It's on plain white paper like everything else. It's titled Administrative Organization Plan. If you didn't get one, you're going to have to run out quickly during the discussion. I believe the town manager is going to make a report, and you'll get a chance to get more detail in the report as well. So it's all yours, Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So just to give a little background why you're voting on this article today, this has been a mutually agreed upon goal of both myself, the town manager, and the select board since November of 2020. And this is to look at the feasibility of creating an independent facilities department and improve the long-term maintenance and repair of our town facilities. Currently, the town manager delegates the responsibilities of town facilities, excluding school and conservation properties, to the DPW director. The purpose of this reorganization plan is to create a director of facilities and grounds that would oversee, supervise, and facilitate the comprehensive management of all town facilities and grounds. The reason this is being recommended to town meeting is that it will improve the long and short-term management of our facilities and grounds with an individual whose background and skills relate to property management, capital planning, building construction, and grounds maintenance. This position will help the town strategize, prioritize, and coordinate maintenance, repairs, safety, and efficiencies of municipal properties, as well as play a key role in the future use and reuse of properties. The administrative plan process is outlined in the town charter, Article 5, as follows. The select board shall hold 1 or more public hearings on the proposal, giving notice by publication in a local newspaper, which notice shall describe the scope of the proposal and the time and place at which hearing will be held, not less than 7, not more than 14 days following said publication. A notice was published in the April 1st, 2022 Lunenburg Ledger, and the public hearing was held at the April 12th, 2022 Select Board meeting. Secondly, an organization or reorganization plan shall become effective at the expiration of 60 days following the date the proposal is submitted to the town meeting, unless the town meeting shall by a majority vote within such period vote to disapprove the plan. The town meeting may vote only to approve or disapprove the plan and may not vote to amend or alter it. This is per the town charter. Third, if the plan requires any amendments, revisions, repeals of any bylaws or regulations, the town manager must also include the bylaw or regulation changes as part of the organization plan in order to accomplish the desired reorganization. As there are no bylaws that would be affected by this reorganization plan, there are no proposed bylaws with any amendments, revision, repeals, or otherwise as may be necessary to accomplish this desired reorganization. Fourth, Such reorganization plan shall be accompanied by a message from the town manager which explains the benefits expected to ensue. The key benefits will include that hiring a professional level position with a background in facilities management is a person with experience that is not typical in your Department of Public Works directors. An individual with this skill set will enhance and improve the town's current and future facilities management plan. This position will also be a management level position whose sole focus is long-term and short-term planning and maintenance of town facilities and grounds. Since the DPW director is responsible for multiple different divisions, town facilities receives only a portion of that position's focus. This position will also be benefited by more preventative maintenance and less reactionary maintenance of our facilities and grounds. This position will collaborate with schools' counterpart position on the overall maintenance plan for facilities and grounds, and work together with the town manager and finance director on capital planning and financing alternatives. This will also be a directed effort towards the health and safety of all our staff and users of our town facilities, and create and maintain a property condition assessment of all town facilities and grounds utilizing our facilities management software. This position will also focus on the optimal facility use by staff, residents, and those who seek to conduct business with or in the town to ensure effective user experience. This position will be appointed by the town manager, not moderator.
Whoa, don't give me a heart attack there.
Giving you additional responsibilities. In accordance with Section 4-2, Paragraph D of the Town Charter, with the ratification of the appointment made by the Select Board. The position will be responsible for facilities and grounds, including the oversight of the day-to-day maintenance of the parks, and will have direct supervision of the facilities superintendent, facilities technician, and recreation director. The estimated salary is $85,000, which is in the next article for the budget. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I'll get to you in Mr. Passios. But you did hear in the presentation, unlike the debate we had about the capital plan, that this is something that is very clear in the charter, that it's a yay or nay. You can't amend the plan, but certainly you can question it and comment on it, express your pleasure or displeasure, but you can't amend it. It's either up or down. Mr. Passios.
Yes, Dave Passios again. Speaking as a citizen, lifelong citizen of Lunenburg, again, affected by the charter a number of years ago, many of the town departments were consolidated under the jurisdiction of the DPW director. There's been a lot of debate, especially in the last decade, as to whether that was a good move or not. The premise was that sharing equipment was a huge savings, and sharing personnel was a huge savings. Come to the 21st century, and we are seeing problems, at least I personally see problems, and have been very verbal about how the consolidation hurts our ability to move forward and grow as a town. This is a small step in that direction by separating out facilities. I think there are further things that need to be separated out from under the DPW director's jurisdiction. Not necessarily jurisdiction, but operationally separate departments that are going to be needed in the future. But I fully support this move as a first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Maybe Mr. Passios kind of answered my question, but...
But you're going to tell us your name anyways.
Oh, yeah, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road.
Excellent.
A lot of towns have a combined cemetery and recreation department. I'm just wondering, for cemetery, that's not included here. Do you feel that is that under the DPW?
Yes.
And do you feel that belongs under the DPW, or would it be better suited under facilities?
At this point, I would say cemetery should stay under the DPW. We have a full-time cemetery superintendent who handles all the maintenance of the grounds, and that's being done adequately.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else at the microphone, so I think we're going to be ready to vote. Now, I made a decision when we started the meeting that people that are guests can sit with their family because they can't vote without a clicker. And then I heard that somebody was asking if they could borrow somebody's clicker. So I'm sure you know we can't do that. You know, you've got your clicker and you've got your vote, and that's the way it has to be. So we're taking you on your honor system. Okay, so we're ready to vote on the organizational plan for the facilities director. Yay or nay, in favor or opposed, and you may begin voting now. I'm guessing you're all pretty well ready. I'll give you another moment. Okay, voting is now over, and the survey says 136 in favor, 28 opposed, out of 164 voted. Majority rules, and the article is passed. Now we're going into what you've all been waiting for, Ms. Lemieux's presentation on Article 8, the Omnibus Budget. I call on Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate $38,772,981.52. Transfer $793,968.47 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Transfer $59,959 from the reserve for the MSBA debt. Transfer $303.26 from the reserve for future debt premium. Transfer $42,134.74 from the artificial turf revolving fund. Transfer $47,808 from the PEG access and cable related enterprise fund, and transfer $58,837.50 from water betterment revenue to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2023 of $41,568,744.92, and to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officials of the town and any other items included in the budget of the town manager.
Is there a second? Select Board.
Recommend approval.
Thank you. Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay. We're going to hear a presentation from Ms. Lemieux. Before we start, I just want to make sure you know how to follow along. So it's on page 23 of your warrant. If you're not familiar with these types of presentations, it's the column on the farthest right, which reads FY23 TM, or Town Managers, and that's the recommended budget. The way we do this process is that after she's made a presentation, after you've got a chance to answer questions regarding her presentation, I will go through each major category and state the number. If you want to question any one of those things, you may just say hold, and we'll go back and discuss that particular category, okay? And then we'll vote on the whole budget when we're finished with that. Just because you don't say hold and something gets past you, when we're finished, you can still say, I want to go back to line item such and such, and then we're going to vote on it as a whole. So Ms. Lemieux, hope you got a sip of water. The floor is yours.
Before I get started on the budget, I just wanted to acknowledge a number of people that had a part in the budget process and the articles that we're voting on today. So thank you to the Finance Committee for all the hours they've spent over the last year in the budget process and their thoughtful questions. The Select Board, all the different boards and commissions, the Finance Director, and all of our department heads and staff that are part of the development of the budget and the articles you'll hear about today and vote on. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge a new staff member that's here today that many people probably have not met. Our new principal assessor, CJ Carroll, who's in the first section over there. And I also want to thank our town moderator, town council, and public access, and our IT people, and the school facility staff for all their help today, or getting ready for town meeting and putting everything together and making sure everything is running properly. So thank you. So the budget timeline to date, the Capital Planning Committee began meeting in September and met with all departments in November and December of 2021. And the town manager sent target budgets to departments in December of 2021 that were due back January 12th, 2022. The Capital Planning Committee finalized their prioritization of projects for the fiscal 23 capital plan on January 4th, 2022. The town manager presented the fiscal 23 capital plan and the 5-year forecast in January, and as required by charter, the town manager presents the preliminary budget mid-February. The recommendation before you today is maintaining current service levels with some exceptions, is a balanced budget proposal based on use of recurring revenues for operating costs, meaning there is no use of free cash or stabilization towards the operating budget. It reflects conservative revenue projections. It meets or exceeds the town's financial policies, including it recommends the transfer of $100,000 of free cash into the regular stabilization account, the transfer of $450,000 from free cash into the special purpose stabilization fund to pay for future large capital needs in the capital plan. And it recommends the transfer of $266,696 from free cash into the town's other post-employment benefits account. 3 of those articles have already been passed by town meeting through the consent calendar. When we look at our revenues, there are different categories of revenues. State aid is one. It's reflects the governor's House 1 state aid figure, which is a 10% increase for a total of $10,390,105. Property taxes, which reflects adding 2.5% of the previous year's levy per Proposition 2.5, and includes an estimate of $213,523 for new growth, and a debt exclusion amount of $2,831,932 for a total of $30,854,794. For local receipts, it reflects a 1.6% increase, or $50,000, over the previous fiscal year's estimate, which was related to motor vehicle excise taxes, but level funds all the other local receipt categories, for a total of $3,110,153. Another category is available funds. The total available funds that we're using in this budget are, for fiscal 23, is $5,789,417. And a breakdown of this is we're using $2,350,230.39 from certified free cash that's available for appropriation, including $983,034.39 towards the fiscal 23 capital plan, $266,696 into the OPEB trust fund, $100,000 into the regular stabilization fund, $500 for a previous fiscal year invoice, $450,000 into the special purpose stabilization fund, $100,000 for the Woodruff property cleanup article, $450,000 for the 30 School Street demolition and engineering article. Other available funds includes unexpended capital from previous fiscal year towards the capital plan, amounting to $212,089.61. Reimbursement for an MSBA project in the amount of $534,501. Water betterment funds associated with water debt service, amounting to $58,837.50. Sewer enterprise fund and sewer retained earnings, totaling $2,006,904. And public access enterprise fund for $211,515. Those are for indirect costs. The water enterprise for $25,000. Solid waste enterprise for $302,000. This budget also includes transferring $42,134 from the artificial turf revolving fund to pay for the associated debt for the artificial turf field for fiscal 23. And it transfers $10,000 from the cemetery sale of lots accounts for care, improvement, and embellishment of cemeteries. There are other sources of funds outside of the appropriation, including grants, earmarks, and state funding. I'll just go through some of those categories. We've received many different grants that our department heads and different staff apply for. So I'm not going to go through each one, but you can see there are a number of grants that we receive over the year. Particularly during COVID, we've received funds that were in the form of CARES funding, and this is a breakdown of what we received from March 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2021. That was the eligible expense period for the CARES funding. We also receive FEMA funding, and that period is from January 20th, 2020, and that is still ongoing, so we can still submit eligible expenses to FEMA for reimbursement. As well as the newest category of COVID-related funding is ARPA funding. Eligible periods started March of 2021 and will go until December 31st, 2026. When we look at expenditures for the budget, some highlights for this budget include an additional police officer for half a year, includes one additional career firefighter, creates a new full-time facilities position, director position, creates a part-time clerical support position for the police department and conservation, restructures the Council on Aging meal site program by adding a part-time position. It creates a part-time technical support position for IT. It creates 2 part-time library positions so they can open on Fridays. And it adds 4 hours for the assistant tax collector and addresses wages for various staff that were less than the state minimum wage. At this point, I will ask the superintendent she has some slides related to the school budget.
So in our budget process for FY23, we focus on our priorities that are to, number 1, meet student needs, and number 2, make sure that our budget aligns with the strategy for continuous improvement objectives, which are transforming teaching and learning, cultivating climate and culture, communication and operations, and equity, access, opportunity, and achievement for all students. New budgeted staff positions. At the outset of our process and at the time that the school committee approved the budget, the new positions included a kindergarten teacher, a kindergarten paraprofessional, a teacher for intervention support at the high school, and an athletic trainer for the middle high school athletic program. We held those positions of teacher and paraprofessional in play until we saw what the registration trend was looking like. We feel comfortable at this point that the funds that were dedicated for the teacher position can now be allocated to support the hiring of another clinical social worker for our schools, and that was approved by the school committee as well. We have some new staff positions that will be offset. So we currently have a library technology full-time position at each school, Turkey Hill Elementary and the primary school. We're looking to eliminate those positions and reallocate those FTEs in a different combination so that we have a full-time STEM technology teacher that would service both the Turkey Hill Elementary and the primary school, and a full-time librarian, again, that would service both the primary school and the elementary school. And there are some other staff adjustments that will occur. We have a large class that is now moving from 3rd grade to 4th grade next year. So we will reduce the number of teachers at the 3rd grade level by 1 and increase the number of 4th grade teachers. So no additional staff are hired there. We are looking to add 1 class to a current part-time music teacher position at Turkey Hill Elementary. The position will still remain part-time, but the increase, adding this one additional class, will allow us to introduce band and chorus at the 5th grade. So those are the positions and the overall breakdown of the school department budget. You can see the breakout there in terms of the cost for level surface for staffing, the cost for new positions, what was incorporated into our budget for salary reserve. We're currently in negotiations with our secretaries union, and increase in our expense line for a total of $22,325,309. Thank you.
The budget that the superintendent just discussed, that reflects a 3.11% increase over the previous fiscal year. For school expenses, as school-related expenses as well, our Monitech assessment reflects a 17% increase, and this is based on our minimum required expenditure. This is largely due to the increase in number of students from Lunenburg. And other budgetary highlights for non-discretionary funding include our retirement assessment, which reflects a 10% increase over the previous fiscal year. Our health insurance reflects a 5.56% rate increase for active employees and 5% for retirees. Our solid waste recycling program reflects an 11% decrease based on our current year's expenditures. The debt service reflects a 3% decrease. Our cherry sheet offset charges reflects a 2.5% decrease based on the governor's state budget proposal. Our tax title expenditures includes a 16% increase, and our allowance for abatements reflects a 2.5% decrease. This slide shows our current debt schedule. The fiscal 23 recommended budget does not include any new borrowing, and our actual debt is decreasing by approximately $64,000 in fiscal 23. Another part of expenditures is non-appropriated expenditures, which include cherry sheet charges, cherry sheet offsets, funds for the overlay, and tax title expenses. The cherry sheet charges and the cherry sheet offsets are based on the governor's budget proposal and indicate a decrease in cherry sheet charges and offsets. The overlay account is funded at $120,000, and the tax title account is being recommended to be increased by $5,000. So some conclusions from this budget. This budget reflects the governor's budget proposal for state aid, and these figures are subject to change once the state finalizes the budget. It fully funds all known contractual obligations and increased costs for non-personnel related expenditures. It's balanced based on the use of recurring revenues for operating costs. There's no draw on stabilization or free cash for operating expenses. It maintains existing staff with additional 3 full-time equivalent personnel and 6 part-time equivalent town employees. It includes the recommended budget from the school committee's approved budget, and it leaves an unappropriated balance of approximately $190,000 in the tax levy. And it also leaves a balance of approximately $316,000 of free cash that will fall towards next year's free cash that is used for capital plan and stabilization accounts and OPEB. And that is all I have.
Excellent, thank you. So you'll see that Ms. Menard is working for DoorDash, and she'll deliver for Dunkin' Donuts to anybody who wants to fill out an order. Mr. Menard, of course, had her phone number and could do it right away. So we're on Article 8, again on page 23, looking at the column on the farthest right. So I will read the major categories and try to get the numbers straight. And if you want to discuss anything in that major category, just say hold loud enough so that I or somebody recognizes you, and we'll specifically target those items in the discussion. Then we'll open it up. If you have something that you should have said at one of those articles, we can go back to that. So the FY23 Omnibus Budget. Total maturing debt, $4,497,723.35. Total general unclassified government, $3,378,711.07. Total general government, $1,792,491.65. Total central purchasing, $77,800. Subtotal police, $2,146,949.27. Hold on police. Thank you. Subtotal fire, $1,568,215.65. Subtotal for radio watch, $309,785.27. Subtotal other protection, $214,404.80, for a total projection for the police, fire, subtotal, etc., $4,239,354.99. Total health and sanitation, $99,259.90. DPW, $2,101,444.93. Total facilities and buildings, $884,566,003. Total solid waste recycling, $312,634. No sense. Makes no sense. Subtotal Council on Aging, $183,629.08. Veterans, subtotal veterans, $110,775. Total assistance, $294,404.08. Total schools, $22,397,341. Library, was there a hold on school? My warrant says 23,397,371. Correct? Well, let's say what's in the warrant is right. Someday they're going to print these things as big as what they put up on the screen, and I can read it. Total library, $492,983.92. And that would comprise for the total omnibus budget $41,568,744.92. So I'll turn your attention now to go back to start the discussion on the hold that was on the police department. And you know what, before you start, sir, and you might have been here at the beginning, and maybe you were not. And if you don't want to, I'm not going to press the issue. But I prefer that anybody in front of the American flag not wear a hat indoors. To me, it's a sign of respect when you don't wear your hat in front of the American flag. And you don't have to, Mr. Clark, if you don't wish to. I'm just saying.
It's a hybrid of the American flag.
Well,
but
okay.
I'll take it off.
I would appreciate it, because
okay.
I think in front of the American flag, that's a sign of respect. But thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I had been watching, I don't know if it was a joint finance committee and select meeting where our state reps and senator were there, but there was a concern over what they call the Police Reform Act and the cost to the town of that. I was wondering how much of this cost is currently being incurred by the town in this budget, and for possibly a couple years out. And are we incurring costs for that currently?
Ms. Lemieux, can you answer those questions for us?
Yes, we have incurred costs for that expense. They're actually, the state legislature made available a reimbursement grant for these expenses, which the police chief has applied for.
Okay, so are we being completely covered through state funding, which of course is our tax dollars too? for that.
I would ask the police chief to verify.
Oh, yeah, let's have the chief come down. Everybody should know who he is anyways.
That's right.
Thank you. We are being reimbursed for a certain amount of the...
So who are you?
Sorry, Chief Thomas Gamble, Lunenburg Police
There you
Department.
go.
Thank you. Everybody knows me now? I spend enough time on TV. The post-reform for reserve officers is costing us money to train them. They have to be trained to the level of a full-time officer, which we've been doing through a bridge academy. We've been incurring some of that cost through our training expenses. Recently, the state has opened up a grant for us to reimburse us $3,000 per officer, which we have applied for. As we go through the training, we'll continue to apply for these grants as the money's there.
And I had another question because I don't have the exact details of all this, but it seems to put a lot of liability back on the police officer where they did have some protection. You know, if they pull over a car and as they're running the plates, they have an open warrant, they're drug dealers, whatever. The officer, you know, the partner's in the car. There's an incident that then blows up, as we've seen throughout the nation. What particular, I mean, do we have any protection for our police officers so that if we have a problem like this, that the liability doesn't rest just on themselves? A lot of these guys, they're starting out, they have young families, they live in the communities. We have an exasperation of problems in the state, in the country. I mean, we just see that with this, what did they do? Deinstitutionalizing of people with severe mental health issues.
Well, let's not get too far afield. Let's see if we can get an answer.
But you
Do
know
they
what
have
I'm saying.
Do they have liability?
And how is a police officer supposed to be able to handle what these people have created? But I'm wondering if they have some protection now that they've had protections removed to handle this.
Stay right there. Go ahead, Ms. Lemieux, if you can, or Mr. Costa.
Mr. Gamble.
Or our chief.
Mr. Clark, thank you. I appreciate that sentiment because it means he cares about our officers, and that's important to me. Our officers are indemnified. They haven't changed anything about qualified immunity as we know it now. Our officers are indemnified by the town. They're insured. They're trained to the highest level that we can possibly give to them. We have some insurances in place for our police officers. We have policies and procedures, rules and regs, and as long as they're acting under the authority of law and within the color of the law, we're good to go. We've also implemented a body-worn camera to assure that our officers are seen in the best light they can be, and a lot of people will see that they're doing a great job here.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you then. That was my concern, that we have the protections we need in our budget for our police.
Good, thank you. Anybody else on the police or anything else on the budget? Good, we're moving right along. What is the time? Not even 11 o'clock, right? We're going to be done by noon. Okay. All right, hold it down. Okay, so on the omnibus budget, get your clickers ready. You may vote now. In favor of the budget would be the yes, the green. Against the budget would be the red, no. And you're voting all at the same time. And we'll get the answers to you in just a minute or so. All right, take another second or two. Get your votes in. Okay, voting is now closed. And what's the tally? 164 in favor of the budget, 9 opposed. Out of 173 voted, it's a majority vote. Article 8 passes. Good. So now here we're going to skip real quick because 9 through 17 were all part of the consent calendar. So I turn your attention now to Article 18, if I can find it. Article 18 is what's called the Woodruff property. Mr. Jeffries.
I move that the town vote to transfer $100,000 from free cash to remove and dispose of solid waste materials and restore the work area to prior natural conditions at the property known as the Woodruff property, known as and numbered 104 Fairview Road, as shown on Assessor's Map 080 Lot 021, including all costs related or incidental thereto, including but not limited to consultants' fees and expenses.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Selectmen, your recommendation.
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay. Town Manager, you got to tell us about the Woodruff property?
I am.
Excellent.
So this 111-acre parcel was purchased by the town in 1998 at the August 17th, 98 special town meeting. And a resident notified the town at the November 2020 special town meeting that there was a dump site in a ravine area near the Catacoonamug Brook. After the special town meeting, town officials went to the reported location and confirmed that what looked like materials had been dumped there many years ago. To assess the extent and determine if there were any hazardous materials, we hired an environmental consultant who performed an assessment. The environmental assessment found that this was likely an unregulated dump site when the land was operated as an agricultural property prior to the town purchasing the property. The area is a wooded slope within the 100-foot buffer zone bordering the bank of the Catacoonamug Brook, and it is estimated that up to 200 cubic yards of solid waste materials, largely to have been dumped on the ground surface in the 1950s to 1970s, primarily consisting of metals, including appliances, boiler components, storage units, ductwork, and that such, plastic items, whole tires, wheels, and other roofing and building materials. The town's consultant has identified a plan that has been approved through the town's Conservation Commission, has been reviewed by Mass DEP to create the least amount of disturbance and provide siltation control fencing installed to protect the brook area. All disturbed areas will be restored to the original contours to mitigate slope erosion. No equipment will be used within the riverfront area. This was formalized through the order of conditions that was issued by the Conservation Commission. The site assessment was conducted to provide a visual appraisal of the types and extent of materials deposited at the site, resulting in a professional determination that the materials there would be able to be managed as solid waste rather than hazardous waste under applicable regulatory standards, posing minimal environmental risk upon their removal. The relatively limited extent and depth of the waste materials, topographic conditions, and lack of any evident leakage during the site assessment would indicate minimal degree of concern that there's groundwater contamination. No testing of the brook has been conducted or is planned, but during the waste removal process, the town's environmental consultant, who has assessed the site and assisted with securing the wetlands permit through the Conservation Commission and DEP, will be on site to inspect the removal and site restoration operation and coordinate any necessary hazard mitigation called for should hazardous materials be unearthed. The costs for this project include consultant fees for preparing bid specifications, project oversight, and the related expenses for removal and disposal of the solid waste materials. And that we're asking for $100,000 from free cash.
Private dump. So if you don't know where Fairview is, if you go down Leominster Road from the center of town, it's like the first road on your left or maybe the second, and it goes up and up and up and up until you get to the top, and somewhere up there is 104. I don't think you can see anything from the road. Okay, questions, comments, thoughts? No, we're not ready to vote, Kathy, because the gentleman would like to speak. There we go. Go right ahead. Give us your name and street again.
Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave. A year and a half ago, at a town meeting, I spoke about this dump my 7-year-old and I found on a hike. I informed the town and officials of the significance of the dump, that there was tires, paint cans, plastic containers, old engines, appliances, bottles, cans, you name it. A mountain of trash in a brook called the Catacuma that runs right through our town's water wells off Lancaster Ave. I warned that this was an environmental ticking time bomb. A year and a half later today, we are voting on whether we are, as a community, are going to do something about it. I support this warrant and will vote yes. However, it is important to know how we got here. In 1999, the town purchased the Woodruff property of 111 acres for $700,000. I was not here, but one of two things happened. The people, town officials involved in the purchase did not walk the land and therefore did not see the dump. Or people, town officials did see the dump, decided not to inform the voters of its existence. In either case, this is negligence on the part of the town and others who were involved in the purchase. This dump did not magically appear in the last 22 years. This dump is probably over 100 years old, and judging on some of the debris was used up until the purchase in 99 or 98. This dump is large and is very easily seen if you walk the land. Bottom line, the town bought this dump, and now it will cost hundreds of thousands to clean it up. That's $700,000 to buy the land, $200,000 in estimated loss in tax revenues since the purchase, and hundreds of thousands in cleanup costs. This is getting to be a pretty expensive piece of land. Finally, at the November 2020 town meeting, when I informed the town of this dump, a member from Conservation came to me and wanted to know more. I told him where it was and what was in it. I also said, in my opinion, many people in town knew about this dump and decided to look the other way. The town had just voted to acquire what is known as Table Rock Conservation Area, and he assured me that he walked every square inch and that it was clean, no dump. 2 to 3 weeks ago, my son, now 8 years old, and I decided to take a hike during school vacation and hike the area. What did we find? Another dump. I have pictures here in my hand of discarded 275-gallon oil tank, pickup truck in wetlands, a large debris field including half-buried tires, another truck, plow, fuel tanks, hot water tanks, bottles and cans, appliances. This is what's on the surface. I have pictures here for anyone to see. How much will this cost the town to clean up? This is, again, negligence on the part of those involved in this new acquisition. The voters should have known the existence of a potential dump before it voted to buy the land. Again, this article needs to pass. This dump is the biggest threat to our water supply. Nothing else matters if we do not deal with it.
Thank you.
Vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see anyone else at the microphone, so I think we're ready to vote on this article. This is, lost track of my numbers here. Oh, this is Article 18. You may begin voting now. Okay, a couple more seconds. And voting is now over. Majority rule, what's the tally? 164 in favor, 7 opposed, 171 voted. It passes. Moving on to Article 19. Thank you, Kathy, in my ear. Tell me what I'm doing. This is Article 19, the School Street demolition. I turn the floor to Mr. Franco.
I move that the town vote to transfer $450,000 from free cash for the demolition of the building at the property known as the Old Primary School, 30 School Street, shown on Assessor's Map 71, Lot 76, and for final engineering and design services to create a passive recreation open space area at this property, including all costs related or incidental thereto.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen?
Recommend approval.
Select Board? Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you very much. Tell us about the article. I think Town Manager's got the floor again. You're busy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the May 2021 annual town meeting approved $30,000 for landscape design and engineering services to create a conceptual plan for passive recreation open space area at this property. The town hired a firm named Ray Dunnett's Landscape Architecture, and after months of a public process, chose a preferred conceptual plan. This picture depicts the current site and the building, which this article is asking to demolish the building and do engineering to institute the conceptual plan that was chosen. These are pictures from the conceptual plan design that our hired architect did for the property. So it would be constructing a new pavilion area. This would be an area for the farmers market and such. Also including a bandstand area in the lower portion of the property. Some of the design elements of the preferred conceptual plan include incorporating the bricks from the existing building in the corners of a new pavilion that would double as seating, and interpretive signs that detail the old primary school and other historical facts. It would include a new pavilion in the same area the existing school sits that would provide shade and a covered area for the farmers market and other community events to be held. The plan also includes a bandstand structure that would be in the rear of the property and would use the existing sloped hillside for built-in stone seating. The existing topographical nature of the land lends itself to the amphitheater style. The plan also includes additional parking that is added to this area while keeping in mind traffic flow and not creating more impervious surfaces. It includes site furnishings, such as seating benches that are incorporated around the strolling path, as well as a pollinator meadow and native shade trees along the boundary of the property line with the closest residents. There would also be a permanent restroom and dark sky compliant site lighting throughout, designed with public safety in mind. This is, it's sure hard to see, but this includes all those aspects just previously mentioned, with the pavilion and the bandstand area, a strolling path throughout, the amphitheater showed by the curved lines for the seating for the bandstand area. The comfort station restroom would be towards the parking lot near the Historic Society building. And there's pollinator meadows on the outskirts of the strolling paths. And you can see the parking, additional parking created around the parking lot, as well as there is planned overflow parking. This is a larger picture near the Ritter building for overflow. So the total estimated cost of this project came in at $3.5 million. The architect provided the town with a phased approach, with the first phase to include hazardous materials abatement, which was funded under the fiscal 23 capital plan, and to demolish the building. This would also include the engineering for the demolition plans and finalize engineering and design for construction bid-ready documents. Other noteworthy comments on this project, the town hired a company to do a hazardous materials survey to identify the hazardous materials present, including asbestos and lead, in February of 2020. We hired Dillis and Roy to provide an existing conditions plan in July of 2021, and the town has received $50,000 towards the hazardous materials abatement, and the capital plan will include the remaining work for the hazardous materials abatement cost. Since this property is in the Architectural Preservation District, the town filed a certificate to alter with the Architectural Preservation District Commission, and this was held during a hearing and was approved in March of 2020. For the breakdown of the project, the demolition costs include $150,000, and the engineering costs, which include the demolition plans, is $300,000 for a total of $450,000 that we're asking today. And that's all I have, Mr.
Very
Moderator.
good. Line up at the microphone if you want to discuss. Go right ahead, sir. Give us your name and address again.
Richard McGraw, excuse me, Richard McGraw, 22 Cushing Lane. My question is to the town manager. Is there a proposed cost of annual maintenance for the park?
We have not identified an annual cost, but that was a point of discussion during the development of the conceptual plans to make sure that we minimize maintenance costs and materials in the project.
Good, thank you.
Stay right there, because I think Mr. Alonso's got an idea about that. He's got a comment. Oh, a separate comment. All right. So give us your comment, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the messages over the years, as different proposals have come up for this property, and town meeting has been very clear in many people's frustration about it not going forward, that after 15 years, we finally have gotten this far in a project that was very well received by the landscape architect who presented the proposal you saw at several meetings at the select board and several public hearings, had a lot of input from public through surveys and through emails and everything. And as one member of the board and one member of the community, I'm very pleased with the proposal, and I strongly urge people to take this to the next step. This is not the finalization of the project itself. It's just to get us to the bidding place for that. But to really, this is more of a vote to take down the building, which is, of course, presents its own hazards as it currently stands, but also gets us to the next step to envision that project that you saw on the screen. And I really urge everybody to support the article. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Carol Hatch, 41 Hilltop Lane. First of all, I went to 4th and 5th grade in that building.
Oh, you're not that old, I'm sure.
Yep, I am. I am in favor of the demolition. I just have one question. Will dogs be allowed? And if so, how will that be managed in terms of waste and behavior? I'm a dog. I own a dog. I'm in favor of dogs, but I also know that things need to be managed.
Can you answer that, Ms. Lemieux, at this stage?
Yeah, that level of detail has not been discussed.
Okay, then I just ask that it be considered.
You're welcome to attend the meetings. Sir, right over here.
Anthony Scullenbrini, 5 Valley Road. It's sad to see the old primary school go, and I think we're at a point to move forward, but as a new member of the Architectural Preservation District Commission, this town has made a commitment by establishing that district to maintain its historic structures. And I think the lesson to be learned from this episode with the old primary school is that the first step in historic preservation is good maintenance. And I think that's key, given the fact that there's been a lot of discussion, and there will continue to be a lot of discussion about how the town's existing historic structures will be used in the future. So I would just ask that that be considered as a part of any future decision-making that takes place with regards to the Ritter Building, the Brooks House, the Town Hall, and particularly Town Hall, which is the historic gem of the Architectural Preservation District.
Thank you. Over here, sir.
Yeah, Dave McDonald, Island Road. I just want to thank the Architectural Board for going through this and making sure they cross their T's and dot their I's, and the Board of Selectmen for what they have accomplished. I agree with tearing down the building, and that's what this article is about. Is that correct? It's $450 just for the tear down, not the park. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
It's for the tear down of the building and the finalized engineering designs for the project, not the approval of the project, but the final design engineering papers to go to bid.
I think that's where I have an issue with who approved that there will be a park there. I think there might be some more discussion of really what should be in that space than a park, and spend $3.5 million on a park, especially the money that's going into Marshall Park, doesn't make business sense at all. So I agree of tearing the building down. I've been advocating for that since day one, but to spend the money on a park that may not be there, I think you're pushing it before the cart. So that's just my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. Boy, what was go ahead, Mr. Passios. I'll give you first crack at that.
Thank you. Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. Speaking as a citizen at the moment, anybody that has been attending town meeting for the last decade or so might remember that I brought a citizen's petition forward with a group of citizens approximately 6 years ago, I believe it was. I don't have the exact year. In that citizen's petition, which one of the members of the group said, oh, no big deal, you just make up an article, put a dollar amount on it, submit it, it gets passed, the building's gone. That was 6, 7 years ago. Well, we know now that that process isn't that simple. I think one of the previous speakers mentioned that that process and others started the discussion to bring us to this day, which I think was very productive overall. But I just want to make the town aware that we had a number that we were very confident was sufficient to remediate and remove the building for $400,000 6 or 7 years ago. The number that's floated now at this town meeting, with the $2 amounts being proposed to be appropriated, is $600,000. My point is, pay now or pay more later on these projects. We need to stop putting off projects for 3, 5, 10 years and doubling the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffries, then Mr. Beardmore, then Ms. Lockwood. Go ahead.
Yeah, I urge passage of this. I think that many of us have some history with the old primary school, whether we went to school there or volunteered there, and unfortunately that building is past its prime, and it's time for it to come down. I think one of the challenges that we have as a community is making sure that we maintain a foot in the past, a foot in the present, with our eyes on the future. So that way, we have property that's being used for our current residents. One of what this property provides as a highlight, in addition to the plan, is it provides us a space that really is focused on the culture and the values of our community. We have an Easter egg hunt every year. This could be a great location for that. Every year we have band concerts throughout the summertime, and this is a much safer location for that. And it also is a piece of land that we preserve for the future, and maybe in 150 years, there's another use for it. But between now and then, minimal grade changes, keeping the cost as low as possible to make sure we can use it. To Mr. Passios' point, I also would urge that, a lot of us, when we think about our own homes, right, and we think about what our homes were worth 5 years ago versus what they're worth today, I think everyone in this room is going to say that your value has gone up at least 50%. Probably in the last 6 years. Most have. But when it comes to the tax side, none of us want to increase our taxes by that much. And that's understandable. So we have to be fiscally responsible with how we go about doing things, but we can't be afraid of a $3.5 million price tag today, because I assure you that that price tag will be a lot more in the future. And we're talking about a park. This isn't significant work, but it's to give some context for how expensive this stuff is. And so this really is the most cost-effective way to make good use of that property, to provide a space for the people who live in town who don't have big backyards. It gives them a space to come. If you have a family get-together and you want to have a nice barbecue, this provides a space for you if you happen to be someone who's living in the Whalum area in one of the apartments that are over there. So this gives a lot of value to our community, for our seniors, to be a place to walk, parents after school who maybe don't have young children at the Kids Kingdom area but want to go across the street there. So this really is a good kind of doubling down, I think, on the values that we have in our community, and continues to make use of town property for years to come.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore, then Ms. Lockwood, and the gentleman over here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Speaking for myself, as Mr. Passios did, and I agree with the sentiments of both Mr. Passios and Mr. Jeffries. However, I will vote yes for this, but I do want the town members to be aware that while we are moving to spend $450,000 here for the demolition and engineering of a project, we do not have a financial plan for the full $3.5 million. There are potentially funds available. There's, as the town manager outlined earlier today, there are ARPA funds available and potentially other sources, possibly to include borrowing, but there is no plan. And the way this is likely to go forward and be interpreted as a positive vote, as the town wants us to move forward in that direction. The select board will have the opportunity to direct ARPA funds however it sees fit, and they may go in this direction, or they may not, and we may be back at a future town meeting to discuss how we fund this plan. But I want people to be very clear that while this definitely is positive or clear direction toward this park, the funding mechanism has not been fully figured out or vetted yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Anna Lockwood, 91 Main Street. So I'm going to second David McDonald on this a little bit. I think, I wish this article would have been just a one punch, just demolish and clean the space. I don't think we have really, at this point, it seems like we're investing on developing a park that maybe that's not necessarily the best place. For example, there's so many questions that I have about creating a park there. We don't seem that we're going to be selling TCP, and that is space at TCP to maybe develop something similar to this. So now we're going to have two very similar, we could possibly have two very similar parks in town center. Second part to it is that several years ago, we developed the village district bylaw, which is a design which kind of called for developing, some commercial and high density dwellings with some commercial, and that was to that came from the planning board, and that was to, just create more movement on our town center and make it more business friendly. This is one of the properties that it could possibly be developed and bring some life to the town center. We don't have a lot of other properties that are open for that. So I think just saying that we should do a park there and investing that money on that design, I think that's a little premature. The other thing is, I am part of the Parks Commission. We are trying to do a revamp on Marshall Park where we bring some of the, make it so it's more than just baseball. And now we're going to have two parks competing for funds. And as a community, I don't think we have had the discussion of which one we would like to prioritize. So from the park side, we did a conceptual design, but we didn't do the investment on developing that final plan, the final engineering to be ready for bid, because we were not quite there yet. So I wish this article was just one thing to demolish the building and clean the space, just as we should. But the discussion about what we're going to be doing there, I think it should be a separate discussion. And I think it is, we are going to end up with a lot of open space in town, especially once we decide what to do with TCP, and have redundant space, and I don't see adding a lot of more value than what we have. I would like to see maybe that put that property back in our tax rolls and bringing some more business to town center and so forth. So that's all.
Thank you. Sir.
Clark Knudsen, 487 Holman Street. I just wanted to, as I think I've heard multiple people say, I love the idea about tearing down the building. It's old, it's not adding value, there are liabilities with it. That I agree with. Now, in terms of the future plans of that site, well, I sort of like the idea of the park. I know, the specter of TC Passios, the idea about building a new city hall, town hall. To me, I think that would make a much better idea location to put it there. I think that's where a lot of people are, or at least I personally have the reservation of dropping $3.5 million to make it a park if we then decide we want to make that the site of the town hall. So I would personally love to see the building go down, but then just keep it in a minimal investment state until we actually have resolved the issue about what we're doing with the town hall. Because like, to me, TC Passios makes an ideal spot to build a new elementary school if we're going to tear down Turkey Hill in who knows how long. I mean, that's getting old right there, to keep everything in a centralized school district area, minus primary school. But me personally, I would love to see that building come down, just bare minimum. I see up there it says $150,000 for the demolition cost, then $300,000 for the engineering cost. What would it be if we were to just say tear it down and just without adding plans for the park? Just curious. Any idea?
Can you address that, Ms. Lemieux?
The demolition plans are part of the engineering costs, so those have not been segregated out. So I would have to consult our engineer on that, or our architect on that.
Because I personally would, like, I plan to vote yes for this, but I would definitely want to pump the brakes before we say committing any money to making it into a park until TC Passios and the town hall issue has been resolved.
Okay,
So,
thank you, sir. Over here, and then Mr. Clark.
Hello, Katie Adams, Peninsula Drive. To the previous speaker, I think he makes a great point. A lot of focusing on this site over the years has been about land preservation. And when it comes to the park, I certainly don't think we need to invest $3.5 million, but that's not the article today. So I think that cart's ahead of the horse. I know that that concept's been worked on, but I do think there's a path to a much less expensive bit of open space, which could potentially be a site for a new town hall. I think the really important thing about this property is looking, one, at its history. It used to be used for events in the center of town. The Historical Society has pictures of people playing games there. Then it became school property. When you're there, and I've walked the site so many times, it's really in the center of town. So I think when you talk about parks and baseball and Marshall Park, you got to differentiate that from what is our spirit going to be in the center of town, our historic center. And most of the land has been fenced off as athletic fields that aren't accessible. The sprinklers are on. And so when we started talking about this piece of land, if you've taken children to tree lightings at the gazebo and things like that, we really lack a place. If you look at like Townsend Center, we lack a place where you can really safely come together in a large group. The plant sale today for the Boy Scouts, the farmers markets. And I think the goal with looking at this piece of property is it's in the center of town. It's flanked by town buildings, our historical society, which is privately owned, but it's a really great piece of land. This gets us closer to using it in a way better than we're using it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. Oh, I would like to thank Dr. Katie Adams for having the inspiration and the vision of transforming this property not into office complex, but keep it as a park, keep it as our space. But, so thank you very much. What will be the condition of the land after the demolition is finished? Well, right now we see an old building. Will we see rubble and debris? Or will they take out everything? Will they fill in cellar holes? Will they loam and seed? And will we be able to use the nice equipment from our capital plan to at least keep the place cleared and mowed? So what is going to be the final product of the demolition? Will it be an open space? It just won't be the final park?
What do we get for $450?
That's it.
Well, the $150 for the demolition would be for removing the entire building, removing off-site all the building contents, and filling in that area as far as the grade.
They will bring it to
that
grade.
Doesn't include loaming.
We don't
or
have
seeding.
loam, seed,
No.
so we'll have an open area. Now the areas adjacent, do you plan to maintain that, or will we just, until we vote for the final park, will sumacs come in and poison ivy, or?
The DPW currently, that is part of, under their operations as far as maintenance.
Okay, so they'll bring the cellar hole to grade, but no seed and all that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right over here.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road.
I support the idea of the demolition of the building. I think it's long past due. And conceptually, I support the idea of a park. However, I share the concerns of a previous speaker that we still don't have a plan for TCP. And I do believe that we may be, if we end up having to tear down TCP, that we may be duplicating our efforts. And personally, I think the idea of open space adjacent to the school area, the senior center, closer to town center makes sense. So I would propose to amend this article to cover the demolition costs. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate that we don't have a breakdown of the engineering costs associated with the demolition, but I am guessing that if I were to amend this article, that $250,000 would be sufficient to cover the demolition and the engineering associated with that demolition. So I would make an amendment to this article for $250,000.
Okay, an amendment on the floor, so we're going to debate that and discuss that and vote on that as well. And I'm assuming somebody back behind me that's got all the controls here. So it's 200, do you want to write that out, Ms. Bertram? They're right there at the bottom of the microphone. So 250,000 total. And did you break that down in any way?
150,000 for the demolition and 100,000 for the engineering costs associated with the demolition.
Okay. And somebody back here is telling me that in the future, we should have people sign their amendments. So when you're done at the bottom, if there's a place, please sign it. Okay. So we can continue to discuss the article in general, but we're also going to have to vote on the amendment because it was seconded. And the select board will have to put themselves to a vote on that as well, I think. Okay? Sir?
Yeah, Dave McDonald, Island Road. I was up here to do exactly what Ms. Bertram was going to do. So,
Oh, you've been kibitzing?
You know what? I'm convinced. I'm going to go with
Oh,
her.
there you go.
But I just want to know, let people know that being on the first building reuse committee, that building is a good piece of property either for a park or for whatever. But parks don't make us money either. I mean, I think we have to look at what is tax revenue. And as Mr. Jeffries eloquently said, you know, parks are nice, but park is not making any money for the town. So if we're going to be spending money at Marshall Park, then let's do that. But I think what Ms. Bertram just said as well, that I agree, take it out for now, let's talk about it, but let's tear the building down before somebody gets hurt. Thank you.
Okay. Right behind you, sir. I'll get to you, Mr. Jeffries, I promise. Go ahead.
John Tater, 135 Flynn Road. I don't think we've heard from the dissenter on the Finance Committee as shown in this article. I'd appreciate that. And in addition, I would support Mrs. Bertram's amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tater. The dissenter can voice his opinion if he wants to, but I'm not going to call on anybody because I don't know who dissented, quite honestly. Okay, I have Mr. Jeffries next, and then I'll get down to you, gentlemen, in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So to the amendment, I want to speak against it. So I'm currently the chair of the Lunenburg Municipal Building Design Committee. And we've been working for the last several years to work on a solution for the TC Passios. But I want to try to help you understand the difficulty of the position that we're all in. So we did a survey at a town meeting, and we said, what do you want to happen? What do you want to happen on this old primary school lot? And the overwhelming majority of the town said a park. That was a result of the survey that we took at a town meeting. And so we've worked on a park because that is what the town said. Now, one of the options was a town hall, a new town hall repurposing to become a town hall. That received 25% support. So we understand that there is a vocal minority that does support a town hall being there. And we would have moved in the direction of doing that if that was the will of the people. But you've spoken with a very clear voice and have told us no. It puts us in it's hard to make progress if what is advised is only good for 2 years or 1 year. So what I would urge is that we respect the previous town meeting, non-binding, of course, decisions, that this is a direction that the town has vocalized for us to go into, and that is why we have put this together to go into this direction. I also want to speak to some of the concerns. We can't vet whether TC Passios is a current location for a future school. I think that if you have a conversation with some of our public safety officials, they would give you a very detailed list of reasons why that's not probably the best idea. Mostly anyone who's dropped off their kids at school lately understands that probably putting another school in the mix is not a good idea. But onto this issue, what I would again urge is that we are following your advice. We're following your guidance. We're not pulling this stuff up. We're not making it up. And we have public meetings in which we ask the public, as Mr. Alonso mentioned in the presentation of this article, we've asked the public, the residents of our town, the taxpayers, what do you want to happen here? And that's what we've worked on. And with that, I would urge your continued support.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Somebody on the finance, was it Mr. Waters who did? Oh, okay. Yeah, go right ahead. Mr. Simeone.
J. Simeone, 362 Sunset Lane. And I did not support the article as reasons stated. I support taking the building down. I do not support the $3.5 million for a park at this point. With the issues with TC Passios not being dealt with, the potential for a new Turkey Hill School, we have other significant issues to look at before engaging in $3.5 million, as this article is just a starting stone for that $3.5 million that I don't agree with. I agree with just taking the building down and leaving it as open space for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Simeone. Mr. Alonso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When this building was vacated, I think it was 2007, 6 or 7, or maybe 5. So there was a lot of plans about what to do to this. The other buildings that we're talking about, TC Passios, Town Hall, I mean, we knew something had to be done with Town Hall. TC Passios was still being used as a school at the time. Brooks House was still being occupied at the time. And this was the beginning of the situation we find ourselves in now with so many town buildings. And what I find, as in retrospect, and certainly in the last 6, 7 years, is to be a paralysis of the town to be able to do anything because there's so many buildings that, as I said in the article that was published in the Ledger, there's two minds. There are people who say if you put together a comprehensive plan, we can't do everything at once, we have to do them individually, and if you bring forward a single project, we can't do the single project because you're not telling me what you're going to do on all of the other buildings. And we seem to be in this cycle of doing this consistently. So I am arguing against the amendment, and I think we should go forward with something that has clear support, has had clear support from town meeting in the past in its concept, has had support from the public during public meetings, would provide a very good place for everybody in town as a good central point of a meeting place in town center. If we don't go forward with this and we just bring the building down, we're going to be left with an empty lot, and we're going to have years again of the same discussion that we've had for the last 6 or 7 years. And we're going to be back there in 5 or 6 years saying, we really need to do something. I think we have a great plan in place. This does not commit the town to the project, but at least it furthers it so we'll know what the exact cost would be. And I think everybody knows what the benefits of the project would be. But I feel if we go with this amendment, we just tear the building down, instead of having a building that's an eyesore, we're going to have a lot that's an eyesore for many years again, and we're going to have the same revolving discussion that we've been having over the past 6 years or so. So I would urge against the amendment and for the original amendment with the design of the project.
Thank you, Ms. Lund. When I saw Ms. Menard getting up, I thought she was bringing me a coffee, but it didn't work out that way, Chris. Okay, go right ahead.
I should have asked before I left. Sorry about that. Karen Menard, 672 Page Street. First off, I am the chair of the Parks Commission, but I am speaking as a member of the public. And I say the Parks Commission because clearly I know a little bit about parks. I am in support of Ms. Bertram's amendment, and here is why. Yes, the town has said we want a park, but what defines a park? We have Wallace Park in town. That does not look like Marshall Park. Marshall Park does not look like Fitzgerald Field, and that is considered a park. An open space can be considered a park without an elaborate design, without a $3.5 million design that goes in there. I'm not sure we as a town understand what kind of park we want in that location. So I look at this and say to put, with the amendment from Ms. Bertram, an additional $200,000 into engineering costs. I'm not sure we're there yet, because once we dump that money in, what if we don't move forward with designing this $3.5 million park? We've thrown away $200,000. $200,000 that could go to plenty of other projects in town. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Steve Archambault, 662 Page Street. I move the question.
There's a second. So when somebody moves the question, it's not debatable. It has to be voted by 2/3 in the affirmative to end debate. So can we do that real quickly, Peter? Oh, give Peter a second. He's a whiz. All right, go ahead, Dave. What's the point of order? Well, he's
Moving the
off,
amendment.
Yeah, moving the amendment, okay. Cutting off debate on the amendment. I should have asked that. I apologize. Good thing you're still here, Passios. Okay, you ready? Okay, so this is just on moving the question, as you put it up there, which is moving the amendment, okay? So you may begin voting now. If you're voting yes, you're voting
Excuse me, Mr.
stop
Moderator.
debate on the amendment.
Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
Would you like recommendations from the Select Board and the Finance Committee on the amendment?
We're just moving the question right now, so I'm not going to take recommendations at this time. This is just to end the debate, okay? So to end the debate, you may start voting now if you didn't already. Vote yes if you want to end debate, requires 2/3. Vote no if you don't want to end debate and you want to hear more from finance or anybody else for that matter. But this is just ending the debate on the amendment. This is not about the article yet, just ending debate on the amendment. Okay. Everybody made up their mind? Ready? Okay, voting on the amendment to move the question or cut off debate is closed. And the results are 164 to 12, 176 voted. I would say 2/3, but I don't have math in my head, but it says it passed, so it says it right up there, Kathy. Passed. Excellent. Okay, so we're not going to debate the amendment anymore. We're going to call for a vote on the amendment. At that point in time, I can hear from the Select Board and the Finance Committee how they're going to vote on the amendment. We've cut off the debate, but I can hear your recommendation, I guess. Well, no, never mind. We're not going to do that. We've cut it off. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, which reads from Ms. Bertram. Oh, lots of point of orders. Maybe I'm getting tired. Who's talking to me? Mr. Menard. Well, you should, but you didn't. Because the question got...
You said we would...
I know. I thought about it. People are ready to vote, okay? And they're ready to vote. If they wanted to hear your recommendations, I suppose they could have said, no, we don't want to cut off debate. They're ready to vote, Mr. Passios. I've made my decision.
The vote to cut off
Right. We can get back to the article. That's correct. But I've made my decision on that. We're going to vote on the amendment. The amendment reads, Article 19 be amended to $250,000, $150,000 for demolition, $100,000 for demolition engineering. Voting is now open. Vote yes if you're in favor of the amendment. Vote no if you're against the amendment. Once we do or do not have an amendment, then we'll go back to the article, and then as amended, I'll get your recommendations, okay? Or not amended. Yes. Simple majority on amendments. Well, this kind of amendment at least. Okay, I think we're pretty well ready. Anybody else got to get it in? Okay, voting is now closed. On the amendment, 101 in favor, 68 opposed, 169 total. Amendment is a majority, so the article is now amended. Now, what's in front of you now is the article as amended with new numbers. Now I'll ask Select Board, Finance to give me their recommendations in a public vote. Debate it, discuss it amongst yourselves. I'll let finance go first. As amended.
Is there a motion from a member of the Finance Committee to make a recommendation on the article as amended?
I would recommend we approve the article as, now as amended.
Second. The motion to recommend approval has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I would have recommended this back during our own deliberations, but we find ourselves in a position where warrant articles are coming to us, and there's many factors being decided by one vote. Same thing as on capital plan on this. I want this building demolished, and faced between the option of recommending against it or for it, I had to vote for the park study as part of it. So I think this new tradition we're forming of bundling articles has got to stop. And we've got to get back to the legislative branch and discussions on the merits of the individual items being discussed, not multiple items being discussed at once. But on this, I definitely agree this building should come down, and I will vote yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Passios, do you have a comment?
No.
Oh, okay, your microphone is lit up. Mr. Waters, any other discussion? Okay. My only discussion is, it could be now, it could be later, from the moderator, procedurally, when an amendment is made, is it procedurally appropriate to ask for a recommendation from the Finance Committee and the Select Board and a discussion from those committees prior to voting? I don't think that we handled that amendment properly, but I certainly defer to your decision, and I also support the article as amended. Given that, all those members of the Finance Committee voting to a roll call vote. I'll give a roll call vote. Mr. Passios.
Aye.
Mr. Menard.
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Gray. Aye. Mr. Baelish. Aye. And an aye for myself. The Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you, and I'll think on your comment. Select Board.
Before I start, for the record, I want to agree with Mr. Beardmore. I think that amendment was not handled well. I would question the logic of asking us our opinion on the amended article and not on the amendment itself, which should give guidance to the town meeting. I mean, obviously, I accept the moderator's decision because it is final, but I don't think that was handled the best way it could be handled to give information and opinion to the town meeting. That being said, I will...
So noted.
I will entertain a motion, if anybody would like, regarding the amended article.
I move to approve, to recommend approval.
Do I have a second?
Second reluctantly.
And any discussion from any members?
Yes.
Mr. Jeffries?
So, you know, my concerns are multifold, but primarily it's that, you know, if we tear down this building without being in motion for the second part, I mean, we're aware that there's a big cliff on the backside of this building. So now, you know, I think we were already kind of thinking that we would have to do some site security, but my real concern now is that given how long it takes from when we vote on something to when a project comes to fruition, that we maybe, this isn't as simple as putting some grass there, that we have a really steep grade that we were planning on utilizing for like a amphitheater type setup. Without utilizing that, half this site becomes inaccessible to the public for what to me is going to be multiple years in the future. So we really need to move really quick on getting to a solution, and I don't see that we're going to get there if we're tying this to TC Passios. So I'm not really in favor of going this direction, but you know, something is better than nothing. So I will accept the something.
I just want to add also that, I mean, to me, the demolition is imperative, so I'm voting for it, in favor of it, or that's where I'm going to go on it, to achieve the demolition. But now that there's only, you know, we're a truncated number of dollars to do the design work to continue. I mean, I was going to make a whole bunch of other points on the previous thing, and I just want people to keep this in mind. I mean, a lot of debate was had on whether to join these two measures, the demolition and the design work, and a lot of thought went into whether or not to do that at the select board. And it was decided to join them to keep the momentum going, strike while the iron is hot, and not just have a site with a wiped-out building, and who knows what happens to it now. But, so, I mean, there's no point in belaboring it at this point. I'll put my support behind the article as amended, but it's less than ideal.
My thoughts on this are similar to my fellow members. I'm going to vote in support of the amended article. Incremental progress is still progress. It does cause us to lose momentum in terms of furthering the final design for this site, but it appears that that's the will of the legislative body. Thank you.
And I would echo that too. I will vote in favor of this, but I mean, because a quarter of a step is better than no step at all, but it really puts us behind yet again, and some of the discussions from the floor will just reopen discussions that we have had just numerous times on this floor, and I just don't see any end to that, but at least we'll have no building there.
Can I add something further too?
Mr. Franco.
I mean, there were numerous public meetings with the design group that did this, and the public weighed in. There were surveys, and there was overwhelming support for the general direction in which this was going to be headed. And so, you know, I do hate to see that progress be arrested. And I don't know what we get for design work for now with the leftover 100,000 instead of the 300,000 for the more complete design work. That might turn out to be a waste in its own right, but we'll see.
With that in mind, Mr. Moderator, can the crowd see what the final wording of the amendment is before we vote on it? And while you're doing that, I will take a vote of the motion for the board. I'll do a roll call. Mr. Dwyer?
Aye.
Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
And an aye from myself.
Want to put that up there from you? We're going to debate, yep. Just want to let them see it first. I'm sorry, I was walking around, Mr. Alonso. Did you take your roll call vote?
Yes, we unanimously voted.
Thank you.
Recommend approval.
Thank you.
I'd gladly fill the void.
Say it again. All right, it's going to take more than a second, I guess. That's okay, Ms. Lemieux. It would take me all day. Oh, there it is. Excellent. Thank you for your help. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Katie Adams, Peninsula Drive. And the amendment to this article, I think, is very unfortunate. So I would encourage everybody to pause for a minute and to consider voting no on this. And the reason is that supporting doing something with no thereafter vision is a short-sightedness that has given us things like this building in the first place. We pass things and do things with no plan. This article that we amended was not to spend $3.5 million. It was to study more engineering that could get us there. But in those discussions, we could have adapted all of that to lessen the cost or look for grants. There's so many grants for things, and I think we misused the word park. A huge part of this was town parking. I'm sad that things like that weren't discussed. We lost our opportunity to look at the big picture. We have a lack of parking to support the economic development of businesses in town center. And so this open space accomplished so many more things than the arbitrary word park. So demolish the building. The reason I really want people to pause and think that that might be a dangerous decision is we are completely unaware of what the future of town offices and town hall are. Unfortunately, we've been spinning all these wheels for so long. Maybe that building is town hall. Maybe we put town hall there. So why even spend any money at all if we are incapable of a vision? So I would vote no. Point of order?
You or me? Yes, come down. So come down. And I'm going to need to talk to Ms. Bertram as well. Go ahead.
The slide says Steve Archambault, 662 Page Street. The slide says Article 19 Amendment. It should say Article 19 as amended.
As amended, yep. As amended, yep. And then Ms. Bertram, come down.
Thank you.
Is the amendment passed? So the question from the town manager appropriately is, your amendment doesn't follow all of the language that's in Article 19, which is to transfer it, $250,000 now, from free cash for the demolition of the school primary building, that type of thing. That's not in your warrant? Okay. So she didn't have that language in the town warrant.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
My read on this is that the result of the amendment in terms of the moved article would simply be to reduce the number from $450,000 to $250,000 and eliminate, and perhaps, well, no, because there are those design services with respect to, for financial engineering and design services, and to strike to create a passive recreation space area at this property. So with all due respect, Mr. Moderator,
yes,
I think we need to remove this and re-vote it. It's going to be a pain, but this has not been a proper procedure.
Okay, so just hold on a sec. I'm going to confer with Mr. Costa, because that's what town council's for. We're paying him the big bucks. Oops. Your thoughts? Where are we at?
So I might have made a different judgment call in terms of the
I
recommendation.
know, everybody's saying that.
And I think
Okay.
that's the issue.
It's the near unanimous decision that I should have done things a little differently. So despite the fact that I've wasted some of your time, I hope you'll bear with me that I'm not perfect. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back to where we were when the amendment, which obviously needed some correction as well, since it needed more clarification. We're going to go back to Ms. Bertram's amendment, which will be seconded and was seconded. Then we will have recommendations from Select and Finance about the amendment. And then after we vote on the amendment, we'll see where we're at on the article itself. So I apologize to the body if I kind of confused you quite a bit. So that's what we're going to do. Okay? We're going to go back to the amendment. Ms. Bertram can take the mic, tell us what she wants in the amendment, because the amendment needed more clarification too. It needed to say where the money was coming from and what the project was delineated. So she's busy writing. You can murmur amongst yourselves. Murmur, murmur. And that'll take care of Mr. Beardmore and Mr. Passios and Mr. Alonso's concerns. Not a problem. We want to get it right, Mr. Beardmore, and if we make a mistake, we just make a mistake. Here's my microphone. So listen.
Can I just see your, was it
Motion sheet?
Motion sheet from free cash?
Yes.
That's what's in there.
Yeah.
In caps.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
I move that the town vote to transfer $250,000 from free cash to the demolition of the building.
Not working? Here, do this one.
Okay.
Speaking at the time.
Okay. I move that the town vote to transfer $250,000 from free cash for the demolition of the building at the property known as the Old Primary School, 30 School Street, shown on Assessor's Map 071, Lot 076, $150,000 for demolition, $100,000 for demolition design.
Thank you. And I assume whoever seconded it again? Excellent. Good. We're getting there. We're going to vote again. How about that, huh? Okay. So the amendment that you just got read, forget everything that happened before. The amendment that just got read is what's before you first. Now we have it. Okay. Who wants to start? Nobody. Recommendations then. Go ahead.
Is there a member of the Finance Committee that would like to make a motion on the, to recommend approval or disapproval of the amendment as proposed?
I recommend approval.
Second.
We have a recommendation to approve the amendment and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Mr. Passios.
Aye.
Mr. Menard.
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Gray.
No.
Mr. Baelish.
Aye.
And a no from myself. The Finance Committee recommends approval by a vote of 5-2.
Select Board.
Select Board, I would entertain a motion regarding the amendment as read.
I recommend disapproval of the amendment as read.
Do we have a second? I will second it. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My concern is the 150, I accept that we're going to end up with $250,000 as a total here. My concern is the 150 and the allocation. Specifically, if this building costs $155,000 to tear down, we can't tear it down. It's much better to have a total number here of $250,000 rather than a recommended breakdown, because it will, part of our discussion previously was that if one number is more or less, the total is what gives us the ability to move forward. In this case, if this building costs more than $150,000 by a penny, we're a year away from doing anything. So I recommend disapproval on the amendment.
Any further discussion from any other members? Mr. Franklin.
I concur with Mr. Jeffrey's reasoning.
I concur with Mr. Jeffrey's reasoning, but I guess I have a question. If this fails, then the article fails, and I don't want to have to wait.
Just voting on the amendment now,
Just voting on the amendment.
whether the amendment goes up or down.
So there could be a secondary amendment that just says 250 without this breakdown.
Is there a sec? Right. Okay, so what Mr. Jeffries asked is if Mrs. Bertram would accept an amendment to her amendment, which you can accept, and I think you did, and whoever seconded would accept the second, correct? I'm assuming, good. So then it would be 250 total instead of broken down by category, correct? Okay, demolition and demolition design. See, I'm not the only one that's confused up there. Okay.
With that modification, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion to recommend disapproval.
So does anybody else want to make a motion on the board?
With that
On the amendment.
clarification.
On the amendment.
with that
On the
clarification,
amendment,
Yes.
which now would read 250, not delineated by any category.
With that clarification, I recommend approval of the amendment.
Second.
Any further discussion from anybody?
Okay. I mean, I may vote for this as amended because my fear is that if we don't, the article as originally submitted will tank. So, I will also vote to support the article as amended.
Well, political gamesmanship aside, it still doesn't achieve what I think we should achieve. And so for the amendment, I'd rather argue with the article. For the amendment, I would personally vote disapproval because it doesn't do what we need to do, and we're just going to be left with a lot for X amount of years, again. Roll call vote. Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries.
No.
And no. So
2 to
2 to 2.
FinCom, are you going to revote? You did, but now it's been slightly amended.
Mr.
So
Moderator.
I want to make sure I give you an opportunity.
I'll make the decision as chair to forego an additional recommendation. I think the spirit of the amendment is still in place.
All right. Didn't want to get my hand slapped again, you know? Okay. Sir, on the amendment. This is great. I love this shit. This is why I go to other town meetings, other places. Well, that was on the other amendment, which we then had to revote the amendment that was before the amendment, which was after the amendment that was before the latest amendment. So, at this point in time, we're not moved. Go ahead. Go ahead. But we're going to vote soon. Go ahead.
Tanner Cole, Massachusetts Ave. Just a quick comment. I'm wondering if the sponsor of the amendment would consider putting a larger dollar figure on it, because ultimately this project would go to low bid anyway. And I'd hate to see the quote for the demolition and the demolition design to come in at $250,001 and not move forward. So I think putting a larger number on it would give us some flexibility. Thank you.
Kind of where we started at 450. She will not. Go ahead, sir.
Anthony Scullambrini, the other Anthony Scullambrini from 92 Bale Street. I do not support the amendment. I think a lot of time and a lot of thought went into the proposal before it was amended. The concern that I have is that by changing the dollar amount lower, we may trap ourselves as a town into the same problem that we had when we built the primary school, which was we built the primary school and designed it to have air conditioning, and at the last minute, certain parts of the system were not implemented, and as a result, 20 years later, we're spending significantly more money than we saved to implement the air conditioning that was originally designed for the building. I think that the Finance Committee and the Select Board put a lot of time and energy into the amount, and I understand that it's $200,000 more, but we're really talking about the time value of money. If we don't do it as put together, we are going to spend more money later, and it won't just be an increase from the rate of inflation. It will be a significant amount of money, and the time value of money really impacts a town budget as tight as ours. So I would support the original proposal and vote against the amendment for those reasons.
Thank you. Ms. Bertram, last word, then we're going to vote.
Thank you. I would just argue that the information that was provided to this body, that was $150,000 was needed for demolition. When the question was asked what the breakdown was for the demolition design versus the park design, the town manager was unable to answer that question. Quite frankly, that is not due diligence. That breakdown should have been provided to this body. I had to pick a number out of arbitrary thin air because that number and that information was not provided to this body.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Minot. Go ahead.
The previous speaker said a lot of deliberation was had at the FinCom on this, and I would object to that. Very little has been spent on the values coming to us. We get values very, very late in the process. As we saw earlier with the air conditioner, same thing. So I would appreciate that in the future we do get better values brought to us. Additionally, As I stated earlier, they should be delineated one item at a time so that we're not lumping unlike concerns and getting into this quagmire in here. Thank you.
All right, we spent an hour on Article 19, and we haven't even voted the main article yet. So first we're going to vote on the amendment. The amendment changes the dollar number, okay? So if you're in favor of the amendment, later we'll vote on the article itself as amended, if it's amended. But if you're in favor of the amendment, you may begin voting now. You can vote now, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody should vote, correct. I got to remember that. We don't do the yeas, then the nays. Okay, good. And this would be a majority. Okay, everybody decided? Give you another moment. Okay. All right, voting is now closed. Those in favor of the amendment are 94. Those opposed to the amendment are 83, and the article is amended. Now, the main article is in front of you as amended, and you may discuss it now as an article, if anybody wants to. Okay, Select Board, do you have a recommendation on the article?
Unless anybody...
As amended.
Understood. Unless any member would like to re-vote, I think this was equivalent to our movement with the last time we voted on the amended article. Does anybody have any so we're 4 to 1, we're recommending approval. 4 to nothing, I'm sorry. Yes, recommend approval.
Okay, and Finance.
Is there a member of the Finance Committee who would like to make a motion?
I'd like to recommend we recommend approval of this article.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, roll call vote. Mr. Passios.
Aye.
Mr. Menard.
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Baelish.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. The Finance Committee recommends approval to the article.
Okay. We're getting close. We started this an hour ago. Go right ahead, sir.
Quick question, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. Once this is a vacant lot, to sell the property, does it have to come to town meeting, or can the town meet? Okay, thank you.
Who's going to answer that for him? Once it's a vacant lot, going to come before town meeting?
For the property would need to come back to town meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Passios.
Not to belabor the issue, but one of the previous speakers suggested that the lot would be unusable after demolition. 6 or 7 years ago, as part of our research to take the building down for less money, we had commitments from local landscapers to donate their time for grassing, seeding, and cleaning up so that the lot would be usable. Not a beautiful park, but a usable piece of property, and the DPW has put some effort into keeping up that property also. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on Article 19? I hope not. Great. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on Article 19. If you're in favor or you're opposed, of course, voting begins now. As amended, correct. Thank you. It's in front of you on the big screen. Okay, just another moment. Okay, it's not clicking up, so I think everybody's done. Voting is now closed. All those in favor, this is a majority vote. Article 19 as amended, all those in favor. 145 in favor, 18 opposed out of 163 votes. Thank you, it passes. Sorry it took so long, but I think we eventually went back and got it right. Article 20 was in the consent calendar. We're on Article 21, the Salary Administration Plan. I call on Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to replace the current salary schedule in Chapter 70, Section 70-8A of the Salary Administration Plan of the General Bylaws with fiscal year 2023 salary schedule as recommended by the Personnel Committee as printed in the annual town meeting warrant booklet, which authorizes wage increases for fiscal year 2023 for permanent employees not covered by a collective bargaining unit agreement or individual contract, and a further transfer $33,018.89 from the fiscal year 2023 salary reserve fund to fund the wage increases for salary administration plan employees.
Is there a second?
Second.
I would think. Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
This is in your warrant on page 28, if you're looking for it. You going to tell us Personnel Committee or Ms. Lemieux? Nobody has any questions? You have any comments? No? Committee Chairman's going to come up. Oh, Mr. Arnold, it's nice to see you. You can come up here, take mine. You want to go up there? Sure. I don't take any offense. You got to break your back.
My name is Eric Arnold. I'm the chair for the Personnel Committee, and I think this is a much less controversial item here, but basically one of our tasks is to set the salary schedule for all employees that are not, town employees that are not part of existing collective bargaining agreements, and this is just some information. One of the main things that we did this year was to make sure that the salary schedule started at minimum wage, at a minimum, and as you can see this year for our grade 1, step 1 rate, it was over $3 below minimum wage.
Wow.
So that's been fixed. One point of note is that this is just a one-year proposal, so we will need to be back here next year with a new proposal, because one thing that we want to look at is changing the salary grid. Right now it's 20 grades, and there's 8 steps to each grade. It's fairly uncommon to have that many grades. In fact, we don't even use the top 4 grades. And so that's something that we just need more time to discuss and to figure out if there is a better salary grid that we could come back with for a more multiple year plan.
All set?
All
All right. Plain and simple. Anybody want to discuss the salary administration plan? Article 21. No one at the microphone. We're ready to vote. All those in favor or opposed may begin voting now. Article 21. Another moment. Okay. Voting is closed. Article 21. Yeas, nays. 142 to 4 out of 146 people voted. Passes by a majority. You notice we don't get unanimous votes anymore under this new system. There's always a couple people that otherwise might have remained silent but now feel that they can vote. Article 22, Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote to amend the general bylaws, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, as depicted in the handout entitled May 7, 2022, Annual Town Meeting, Article 22, Salary Administration Plan Bylaw Amendments, with additions underlined and deletions stricken through.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Select Board, have you made a recommendation yet?
We deferred.
You deferred, okay. And Finance? No, we voted the salary employee schedule, which was 21. We skipped over 20, which was in the consent calendar. So we're on to 22 by my count. So would you like to make a recommendation?
Apologies, I got disoriented.
It's all right. We all get confused up here, Peter, trust me.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Could tell us about the article personnel? Mr. Arnold, do you have anything to tell us about it?
Yeah, so the salary administration plan, or as we like to call it, the SAP, essentially it is like the contract for all SAP employees for the town. Describes working conditions, holiday pay, sick time, grievance procedure, all of those items. So one thing I'd like to thank the town manager, Heather, and our assistant town manager, Julie, for is that the town hired counsel to review the SAP and make sure that that it was updated, make any recommendations. So the past few months, several months, we've been discussing these recommendations that came from council. Some of those recommendations we adopted outright, some we modified, and some we rejected. But there was, the members that are on it, Joanna, who's the assistant chair, Susan, Donna, Wendy, Julie as a non-voting member, and Heather, and Dave was a longtime member that has contributed a lot, and Barbara and Nancy are town employees, SAP employees, and have a lot of institutional knowledge, and without their help, we just wouldn't have the information that we need to make informed decisions on all these items. So based on those recommendations, some of which are really minor, like it might be verbiage, so instead of select men, and now it reads select board. So some of that there, sometimes we were not legally in compliance, and those things have been fixed. For example, we had language in the SAP that said you had to work, only employees that worked over 20 hours would be eligible for pay with jury duty. And of course, we learned that that is not in compliance with the law. So those types of things were fixed. There's a lot, if you look at what's available online, there are a lot of changes that you do not want to hear me talk all about, but it was available there for you to review.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. There are 14 or 15 pages that were part of the handout that are still available up there.
Can I move this a little bit?
You can move that, sure.
I'm short.
Go right ahead. We'll get you a stool.
I need crutches.
Crutches, okay. Go ahead.
I'm Deb Christen, 100 Boucher Road. I was on the Personnel Committee for 20-something years, and I'm a little concerned that you don't have this in the warrant so we could see just what the changes were. And most of them are very minor, very, changing the language and stuff. But there are a few places that bothered me. The people under the salary admin plan are not part of a union where they have someone protecting them as opposed to a union. If you're in a union, you have some fallback. People under the salary admin plan don't have that. We have a town manager. When I was on the personnel committee, we had one employee who met with us because he felt he was treated unfairly by his department head. We met with the department head, and there was a process to go through that. I don't see that here. I see it says the town manager has final say. That bothers me because that's one person. It's not a board. And I'm concerned that we're voting on this, but we don't see all of it. And a lot of it isn't, but some of it is. This process went through Safeforth years ago with all those changes, and it's been changed and adapted. And I think we need to look at it more closely because I don't think it's fair to some of the other employees who aren't. Either they all should be in a union and have that union protection, or they should have some protection because, you know, if there's a personality conflict, then you need to deal with it. If there's something drastically wrong, you can deal with that too. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso?
I can
Oh,
address
Ms.
that
Arnold, go right
question a
ahead.
little bit. So I think what she's referring to is the grievance procedure, and that is something that we discuss a lot. There was a proposal brought to the Personnel Committee to change the grievance procedure. We did not pass that recommendation, which would have essentially made the Personnel Committee a decision maker in grievances. And I forget exactly how long I've been on the board, if it's, or the committee, 3, 4, 5 years, time goes by, but we have never, no grievance has ever been brought to us, and it's never been our role. We have not changed that. There is a change in, that we did approve. So essentially the grievance procedure is if an SAP employee does have an issue with some decision, wasn't given vacation time, something like that, they would bring it to their direct supervisor. If not satisfied there, they would bring it to their department head. Of course, sometimes that could be the same person. And then if they're without satisfaction with the department head, we added language that made the assistant town manager / human resources director the next step. And then it goes to town manager. And then yes, the town manager would have the final decision there. All SAP employees do have the opportunity to publicly comment and speak at any one of our meetings at the beginning and at the end, so they could make us aware of any issue. But ultimately, even unions, and I've been a part of teachers' unions and whatnot, unions do not decide, right or wrong either in grievances. They can advocate for employees, but they're not decision makers. And I would say that the majority of the Personnel Committee did not want to be decision makers in these matters either.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank the Personnel Committee for all the hard work they did on this document, and it is sizable, and so thank you to you and your committee. As this covers all employees that are not covered otherwise under union contracts, we do our best to make these as best we can aligned with those union contracts and the benefits. And so we did ask our labor council, not our town council, but our labor council, to review this. And I would like to propose 2 amendments, and these 2 amendments are to put this more in line with our union contracts that we negotiated, one the clerical union that we even, this body approved today. And I assume you want to take them individually, Mr.
Sure,
Moderator.
absolutely. Did you write them out? Excellent.
I did.
Thank you.
I will read the first one, and then I'll bring it over.
Thank you.
I would move that we remove from the paid holiday list in 70-19, subsection A, 1 floating holiday.
Do you know where that is on this document?
It's
page
I'll show you.
7. Just want to help people find it. Page 7 on the handout. Give it to Kathy. So under 70-19 paid holidays, found on page 7 of the handout, your motion reads, to remove, quote, 1 floating holiday, end quote, from the paid holiday list on 70-19A. Was there a second? I don't hear a second, Mr. Alonso. Oh, okay. I thought one of your fellow might.
If I may explain, so in our negotiations, when the state allowed for Juneteenth to be a holiday, we have worked with every one of our unions that we've done negotiations with the town manager, with our labor council, and basically this has been a trade-off of a floating holiday or a personal day with Juneteenth. And in this case, this was an addition. So actually the employees under the salary admin plan would be getting one more holiday than any other employee in town.
Okay. On the amendment, Mr. McDonald.
Dave McDonald, Island Road. I would disapprove the amendment for a couple of reasons. One is, and I'm going to refer to Eric, the Juneteenth holiday was not asked for by the employees. It was part of the laws that's going out there. And it looks like what they're trying to do is you're going to get Juneteenth, you're going to take away another holiday. So I would disapprove that totally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment? This amendment?
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Hold on, we're getting there. I'm going to ask for recommendations. Is that what you want?
No, sir.
Okay, what's your point of order, sir?
Mr. Moderator, I would suggest asking town council if he believes that this amendment is in order, given the logic that we have discussed relating to the capital plan about how certain things can be amended and certain things cannot. This article refers to a document but does not really specifically give us the ability to amend that document.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to have a bylaw committee get into what you can and cannot do at town meeting. Give them a moment to read it and think about it. And when you're ready, Mr. Costa, just you have permission to speak.
I'm ready, Mr. Moderator.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Adam Costa, Town Council. So the differences, I think, between Article 6, which was the capital plan, and the rationale that I didn't speak on at the time, but that was discussed by a number of speakers, and Article 22 that is currently on the floor, is Article 6 was an appropriation. And when I looked at the language of that particular article, and again, I think this was consistent with the moderator's interpretation and the interpretation of the chair of the select board and others, the article was to see if the town would vote to raise, appropriate, or transfer from available funds. And it was a raise and appropriate, transfer, or borrow, although there was no borrowing, article. And the dollar amount is what was at issue to fund that plan. And so the analysis of that article was that it was not the role, at least as that article was phrased, it was not the role of town meeting to be analyzing the individual elements of that plan and questioning or second guessing the expenditures within the plan, sort of the subcategories. With respect to Article 22, this is a bylaw amendment or a plan amendment, either or. And so what is often done with these sorts of amendments is one of two things. Either, and we heard this alluded to also by a previous speaker, either the entire text of the amendment or the amended areas are presented to town meeting, often in the warrant, and you'll see that later in the warrant where there's a particular bylaw that has had a couple of sections added to it, and it's only those specific sections that are recited and they were printed verbatim as proposed in the warrant as part of the article. Or the alternate approach is to do what's been done here. It's often done when you're dealing with a more comprehensive revision and there's an anticipation either that there's a need for the full document, the full bylaw, or that there's going to be a weighty discussion about the contents, and there may be alterations, amendments, changes different than or not limited to a couple of sections. And that is, you provide a reference within the article to a red line version, as it's called, that's on file with the town clerk, and that's what's been done here. So I do think, in my opinion, that it's within the scope of the article in a context like this to look at the document that was explicitly referenced in the warrant article and on file with the town clerk, and to decide that other revisions are going to be made, particularly when those revisions relate to sections that were being put forth for change, like section 70-19, with the addition of Juneteenth to that section, the rationale being that another holiday, a floating holiday, should potentially be eliminated as the amendment proposed. I think that falls within the scope of the article as it's been presented.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Mr. Beardmore, I'll call on you, but I don't want to rehash the whole debate about what you can and can't. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I'm not going to make a federal case out of this issue, but I consider this logic to be torturous. I would point your attention to Article 19, which we have amended, which was merely another raise and appropriate article. So it is my contention, and I will make several motions and efforts between now and the next town meeting to make this a lot more clear than it currently is as to what we can and can't do at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent bylaw recommendations. Go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, with your permission, I'd like to sponsor a employee of the town. Her name's Barbara LaFave. She's our business manager for the sewer division.
Sure, go right ahead.
Barbara? Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Hi there. Excuse me, Barb LaFave. As I'm part of the SAP group, and I just wanted to speak because, as was mentioned, the SAP employees are not part of a union. They don't have the representation and the negotiations in the same way that the rest of the town employees do. When we were told that Juneteenth was going to be a holiday, we didn't ask for it, nor do we want to lose something that we had because the federal government has stated it's a holiday. So that's the cause. The SAP employees are, the majority of them are department heads or one-person department people. They get no overtime, they get no bonuses, they don't get paid double for anything. They stay long and work long hours, and if they get one perk over some other contract that's out there, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the, Mr. Jeffries, on the amendment? On the amendment, yep.
Yep, I appreciate Barbara's comments. I also appreciate the amendment as proposed by Mr. Alonso. You know, I think that what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. And that's as simple to me as it is, that we have every town employee under contract. I support Juneteenth being a holiday, but I know that many people probably don't. And the federal government and the state kind of forced this upon us. And we had a lot of discussion about how do we pay for it, that we do get a lot of unfunded mandates. And I think that we were fortunate that we had, as we look through the year, January, and I just want to go through this list. January, New Year's Day, January, Martin Luther King Day, February, President's Day, April, Patriots Day, May, Memorial Day, June, Juneteenth, July, Independence Day, September, Labor Day, October, Columbus Day, November, Veterans Day, November, Thanksgiving, December, the day before Christmas, December, Christmas Day. I think we can lose a floating holiday. Given that the average person in this room does not get a floating holiday on top of all your holidays that you get, I understand the concern that we have department heads that this was a perk that was before. However, if you're now given a new holiday, in my opinion, as recommended by Mr. Chair, by the Chair of the Select Board, that this was a point of discussion in all of our contract negotiations, and in all of our contracts, our police, every single one that has a contract with us, there was a trade-off. And so we would expect that the same would happen to all of their managers as well.
Thank you.
Could I comment on that?
Okay.
So the Personnel Committee did discuss this at length. And what I guess I could sum it up this way. As Barbara said, they did not ask for the day off. There's some discussion of maybe that there should be a national holiday for voting. Would that mean that the SAP employees have to give up another, day off because of that? And I would say we do not know what the fire department got in return or gave up for any item that they particularly negotiated, nor do we know what the police department did. What I can tell you is that the Personnel Committee is charged with, our mission is to represent the interests of both taxpayers and town employees. And so in doing that, it was unanimous that we did not think the SAP employees should give up anything for a holiday that the state and federal government wanted to support. To me, that seems like it's not much of getting anything if that was to happen. So I think it is. I would speak out, and I think for the rest of the committee, we voted unanimously not to give up anything for the Juneteenth holiday. And in fact, we thought it was a mistake that fire and police did.
Go ahead, sir.
Last comment, I'm sorry, guys.
And your name again, just because we're recording.
Mr. Pain in the Butt McDonald, I'm sorry for this. When Mr. Ray said that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, that's not even anywhere close to what we're talking about. He did mention the word contract. The SAP employees don't have a contract. The only thing they have is him and that committee. They don't have a contract. Now, if you're going to say that, then everybody should go and join a union. But right now there isn't. The only protection they have is the personnel committee. And I know some people on the committee now care about it, and that's why you're asking about as far as the reprimanding and stuff, and I agree with you 100%. It has nothing to do with the committee. Our job, or I should say your job, is to represent the SAP, making sure that it's up to date, which you guys have. And I want to applaud Eric, because some employees were making $4 or $5 an hour. I know you guys brought at least up over the minimum wage. So before you vote on this, think about something. These employees work hard. I work with these guys every day, you know, in one way or another, and I respect the hell out of them, including the people under the contract. But you're only talking a small amount of people, and you're not going to break the bank as far as personnel. This is something that we should be saying to our employees, we care about you. You know, take a day off, but it's not good for the goose and good for the gander. So,
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Okay, I think we're not ready to vote. Go ahead, Mr. Alonso.
I just want to be clear. First of all, I don't want anybody to go away with the impression, except what is the truth, that everybody on this board and everybody who works with the town employees really sees firsthand how hard everybody works. So this is not about the level of effort of people working. I appreciate every single one of the people who works for the town in every department and the work that they put into it. In the end, this becomes an essence of equality and fairness. And since we did negotiate with all the other unions to do this, yes, they don't have, the SAP employees don't have a contract, but this is the equivalent of the contract. And we try to make fairness across all of the departments and across all the employees. And that's what this is an effort to do. It's not an effort to take away anything that anybody else doesn't already get or has gotten already. That is the essence of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Paskios, go ahead, and you, over here.
Thank you. Yes, just a brief comment. Excuse me. I came out of retirement in October and went back to work in the private sector for a company here locally. They're a national company, and I just want to mention that in that benefit package plan, I get 10 holidays a year and 3 floating holidays a year. I know there are differences between private industry and municipal government, but I just want to mention that comparison. That brings me to a total of 13 paid holidays a year. Under this present plan, the employees have 14, and the floating holiday removal would bring them back to 13. Just point of information more than anything.
Thank you. Over here.
Pauline Roy, 105 Chestnut Street, also an SAP employee. Speaking to equality, we're not privy to the union agreements, but I'm quite sure they are not exactly equal as they are standing. So to say equality, then maybe we need to look at more things if we're going to try and make them equal. They're not there, I believe.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Laura McGrath, 22 Cushing Lane. I guess maybe I need some clarification, because the way I read this, not every employee is even going to receive a floating holiday. It's only the employees who have the day off on the day that the holiday falls. So for example, if you have an employee who works Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then they would get the floating holiday for Monday, which would be Labor Day, because that's not one of their regular work days. So the way I read this is not every employee gets a floating holiday throughout the year, only certain employees. So somebody who works Monday through Friday, they would get the holiday for Memorial off on Monday. If somebody doesn't work on Monday, then they get the floating holiday to use that holiday on a different day.
Okay, let's ask Mr. Ronald if he can address that for you.
Yeah, we actually changed that language, and it's that, well, on my document here that I printed, it's page 9, under, I can tell you exactly. So it's under section 17, paid vacations, no, I'm sorry, 18 paid holidays, and it is the end of the second paragraph. The paragraph begins with holiday leave will be granted, and the line that I'd point you to, it says, employees
That's
shall...
on the bottom of page 7, I
Right.
believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
bottom of page 7 on the handout.
Employees shall receive a floating holiday for any holiday that falls on the day that they are not regularly scheduled to work. So, SAP employees do work on different days, and regardless of whether they're regularly scheduled to work that day or not, they would still receive the floating holiday. The other thing I would say about the holidays is SAP employees, nobody's called in to fill in for them if they do take a vacation day. So it's not costing the town extra money there. The SAP employees still need to get the job done, and they do every week.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. We're going to need a recommendation from the Select Board. And since FinCom, this has now been amended, if you want to take a new vote on the recommendation, on the amendment.
Is there a FinCom member who would like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we recommend no direct financial impact of the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Passios.
Aye.
Mr. Menard.
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni.
Aye.
Mr. Waters. Aye. Mr. Gray. Aye. Mr. Baelish. And an aye for myself. The Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
No impact. Okay. And Select Board.
I would entertain a motion from the board on the amendment.
Move to recommend approval of the amendment.
Do I have a second? I once again will second it. Any further discussion from anybody?
I would like to just comment that while I find, I appreciate the arguments of the chair and the vice chair of the select board, I find the arguments made by, the counter arguments slightly, ever so slightly more compelling, so I will not vote in favor of it.
I actually concur with Mr. Franco on this one as well. I understand the sentiment behind the amendment, but I don't support it.
Okay. I will take a roll call vote. Mr. Dwyer?
Nay.
Mr. Franco?
Nay.
Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. So
Okay,
2 to 2.
Select Board's 2 to 2. Okay. So we're now ready to vote on the amendment. The amendment simply states that in Section 70-19 paid holidays, remove the, quote, one floating holiday from the paid holiday list. Ready to vote? You may start voting now. In favor of removing that or opposed to removing that, begin voting now. This is on the amendment only. He's got another amendment to follow. Okay, I think we're ready. Voting is now closed. What are the results of the amendment? 84 in favor of the amendment, 91 opposed to the amendment out of 175 who voted. The amendment does not pass. And I believe you had another one, Mr.
I
Alonso.
did. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It was alluded to by one of the previous speakers, and that is I move that we delete the proposed modification in 70-19C. In quotes, employees shall receive a floating holiday for any holiday that falls on a day that they are not regularly scheduled to work.
Second.
Okay. Can you wrote that out? Can we just see it?
Yeah, I gave that to the
You gave that to
town clerk.
Yep. So that's that same section on page 7. Yeah, 70-19C. Employees shall receive a floating holiday for any holiday that falls on a day that they are not regularly scheduled to work. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, everybody got it? Understand that? This is an amendment. We're going to discuss and debate the amendment. Need me to read it again, Mr. Passios?
It's a point of clarification or request for clarification. Could somebody give us a definition in this document what a floating holiday is? Because this makes no sense to me. In the private sector, a floating holiday is taken any time during the year.
Okay, so that's a good question for when we start questioning everything. Okay, so we'll get to that. Maybe we should just do that now. Somebody want to tell Mr. Passios from a personnel committee standpoint or the select board what makes something a floating holiday, I guess?
Yeah. So let's just take President's Day. If President's Day falls on a Friday, town hall's closed on Friday. So the options are either nobody gets that holiday, or you have what's called a floating holiday where employees can choose to take that day some other day throughout the year with the approval of their department head.
Okay?
At least that's my understanding.
All right. We're going to ask the employee to speak first. Sure. Go right ahead.
Hi there, Barb LaFave again. Another example would be Christmas Eve this past year. We usually get Christmas Eve holiday, and it fell on a day that the town hall was closed, so those employees lost that holiday. I will also mention that both police and fire unions do get paid for holidays when it's not on their scheduled day.
Okay, Mr. Alonso, go right ahead.
So to the amendment, it is to address two things. First of all, while it is noted that some of the unions have this, it's not across all unions, and some unions do not have this. So that's number one. Again, it's the same argument as my last amendment. And secondly, the section above this, section B, this added language in C directly contradicts the whole language in B, which is that employees shall receive paid holiday leave on the day the town observes the holiday, provided the employee is regularly scheduled to work on the day. So the paragraph right above it says when they get it, and the next one gives it anyway. So it seems to be a contradiction in the language, and it was again reported out by the Labor Council that this was a contradiction as well.
It was not reported as a contradiction because we added that second statement. It wasn't even there before. We added it.
Right, no, exactly, but on the report of the town council on this document.
Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You know, I think holidays are very important, and our holidays represent our values in our community and across our Commonwealth and the country. You know, I think what's important is that if it's Labor Day, that you have Labor Day off. That's really important. And if you have Labor Day off, then you have it off. That's the intent. I don't think it means you get the Tuesday off. I think it means you get Labor Day off. I think most of us who are employed, you know, we get our holidays off, and as the intent is, and if an employee, most holidays fall on Mondays, by the way, and so really, you know, the only holidays that move throughout the year are Christmas, Christmas Eve, Veterans Day, and Juneteenth.
Independence Day.
And Independence Day. And so did I miss something?
July 4th.
Yeah, we said July 4th, Independence Day. So if these holidays fall, if town hall's open, you know, typically Monday through Thursday, if these holidays fall on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday, it's already the course that if July the 4th occurs on a Saturday or Sunday, that there is an observed day for that holiday. The same thing happens with Independence Day. With, for example, Veterans Day. Veterans Day falls on a Sunday. There will be an observed day on that following Monday. What this is speaking to, is that the employees will still get a floating holiday if they're not ordinarily scheduled to work. So if you're not scheduled to work on Mondays because your schedule is elsewhere, every Monday holiday that shows up when you're ordinarily not scheduled to work, you now get that time off. That's what's being proposed. To me, that's not consistent with how the business world works, is not consistent with how most other organizations work with time off. Certainly, employees need the day off. I don't think we need to make up for holidays if people ordinarily wouldn't work when they occur anyway, because they have the day off.
Okay. I just want to say I retired, so I get all the holidays I want. So I just want to make sure I'm clear with Mr. Alonso. So at the bottom of page 7 on the handout, what's in blue with the last sentence really is what was added to this plan, that employees shall receive a floating holiday, da-da-da-da-da. And what Mr. Alonso is proposing, that modification, that addition, be deleted. That stuff that says employees shall receive a floating holiday for any holiday that falls on a day that they are not regularly scheduled to work. He would propose that that be deleted from the plan, right?
That is correct.
Got it, okay? Everybody else got it? This is an amendment, so we still haven't got to the article, but this is on the amendment. Anybody need to speak on the amendment? Good. We're ready to vote. Voting on the amendment is now open. Yes in green, no in red on the amendment to delete that language. When I see it freeze, I think we're done. So I think we're done. I'm closing the vote. All those in favor and all those opposed on the amendment, 95 in favor, 78 against. That amendment does pass by majority. Okay, now what's before you is the article itself without the First Amendment, but with the Second Amendment about the floating holiday being floating holiday being deleted. Anybody now on the article itself? Select Board, do we have your recommendation?
I would entertain a motion by the board regarding the amended article.
Move to recommend approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call. Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
And an aye from myself.
Okay. And FinCom? Still no financial?
No, that was for the amendment, Mr. Chairman. The article does have a financial bearing. Is there a motion to recommend approval?
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval.
Second.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni? Aye. Mr. Waters? Aye. Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Baelish? Aye. And an aye for myself. The Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay, those are your recommendations. So you now may vote on Article 22 as amended that you just voted on, and voting begins now. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Stand right there, you'll see the results. You got to, oh yeah, go get your clicker. All right, got to give enough time for Arnold to go find his seat. Okay, another moment. Voting is now closed. On the article itself, a majority vote. 155 in favor, 18 opposed out of 173 voted. It's a majority, it passes. All right, now let's move on to the holiday, otherwise known as the 300th Anniversary Committee. Article 23, Mr. Franco.
Hoping this one will be a little easier.
A little easier.
I move that the town vote to create a special committee composed of not more than 11 members to act as a steering committee to plan for the observance of the 300th anniversary of the town of Lunenburg, which was incorporated August 1st, 1728. Said committee to be appointed by the Select Board and to raise and appropriate $5,000 to cover the initial expenses of said committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, your recommendation.
Oh, sorry. Select Board moves to approve, recommends approval.
Okay, and Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay. If anybody's got any questions about the committee, want to comment? Got a 300-year-old cake to bake? I don't see it. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries, go right ahead.
Yeah, so this actually came to us from Selectman Adams, and something that she advocated while she was on the board. And so I would certainly hope that this passes today. It's something that has been brought up as, as we edge towards our 300th anniversary. It's really important that we start working on this. And I'm sure that we'll be looking for participation from the community. I know we'll be looking at Selectman Adams' direction for that. So urge its passage.
Very good. Anyone else? Whoops, Mr. Franco, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I'm very happy about this, and I don't know if this happened by random lot or not, but I was honored to actually be able to move this motion. So this article. So I think it's great, and look forward to the planning and the celebration itself.
It was a great party when Mrs. Hobbs ran the show, so I'm sure it'll be good. All those in favor and opposed are going to vote now. Voting is open. Go right ahead. $5,000 to be spent on a cake for the 300th birthday. Like one of those gigantic cakes that would come in, on a flatbed. Huh? Uh-oh, Adam's coming over. No, Tom. Okay, I think everybody's ready. Voting is now closed. How many people are in favor of this? A lot. 161 against 3. I don't know who's against the party, but 164 voted total. Moving on, that passes. We're now on the Bylaw Review Committee. Article 24, I call on Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Lunenburg as printed in annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second? Anybody? Second. Thank you. Select Finance Committee.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay, Selectman, your recommendation?
Recommend approval.
Okay. I think this is on page 14, as I recall, folks. There you go. If you can get through all that language after sitting here for 4 hours. Somebody from the Bylaw Committee? Oh, there she is. Okay, explain to the article.
Okay, good afternoon. Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road.
Thanks for serving on these committees. It's not easy to find people.
My first time serving, and I was chair, and I thought, wow, this is great. They must really trust me. Then I realized just no one wanted to speak at this meeting.
No one
That's
else
why
wanted
I'm
to
chair.
talk.
So.
That happens. Go right ahead, Ms. Foyle. Thank you.
I would like to thank the committee members, Steve Archambault, Deb Kristen, Kathy Herrick, and Nancy Gray. How we approach this, we did have a few committees put things in, and some of them we actually recommended back to do their own articles because we really looked at, are these going to be overarching changes that we're making? Does the language meet the charter? So we really weren't looking at very specific details, and we weren't looking at making changes that would really make systems different. So we looked at, as was spoken to previously, language, select man, select men into select board, so more inclusive language. Some of our language changes reflect the processes that we actually follow. The language better reflects those processes. One of those was select board appointments when committees are open to make sure the language actually reflected that process. And then we just looked at some details in there that if anyone actually looked at the bylaws, we were hoping it would make things easier for people to understand what was going on.
That's all? Great. Nice, short and sweet. I like her. Okay. People have questions, comments about the bylaws? Okay, Mr. Alonso.
I just want to thank the Bylaw Committee for all their work again, and it's a once every 5-year endeavor to go through them, and I thank the committee for all their work and all the changes that they brought forward.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, I think we're ready to vote on this. This is another majority vote. All those in favor of Article 24 or opposed, you may start voting now. Okay, I think we're ready to end the vote. The voting is ended. What do we got for results? Overwhelming, 171 in favor, 4 against, and 175 voted. Article passes. That brings us to 25, sewer. I call on Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote to amend the sewer bylaw as printed in the annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. And do I understand Finance and Select are both deferred?
Correct.
Okay.
That is
So
correct.
let's see if anybody has anything to discuss about the sewer bylaw.
I do, Mr. Moderator.
All right, Mr. Alonso, speak
I'd like to
right up.
offer an amendment to the article, and as I prepare to present the amendment, I just want to say that the Sewer Commission and the Select Board met on Tuesday. We both had meetings where we discussed in both the Sewer Commission's meeting and the Select Board's meeting this bylaw change, and there was some discussion on Section 10, the new section of waivers, and that is what I am presenting as an amendment to that article. So I would move that the new Section 10.0 waivers be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following, and I am attaching the...
Now, this is on page 16, am I right? 16 and 17, yep. Starts on 16. Do you want to just read that, Mr. Alonso?
Sure. I will read what the new section that I'm proposing will say. Section 10.0 waiver. Except as otherwise stated herein, the Sewer Commission reserves the right to waive in its sole discretion any provision or provisions of this bylaw and/or the rules and regulations adopted hereunder in situations that meet all the following criteria. 1. Emergency circumstances that threaten the safe and continued use of a property that a waiver may resolve. 2. Alternatives to the waiver present an undue hardship to any person or entity affected thereby. 3. The Commission deems it to be in the best interest of the town and not otherwise inconsistent with the purpose and objectives hereof. Each request for a waiver shall be made in writing to the Commission, shall require a public hearing to be conducted with notice of said hearing published in a local newspaper at least 5 business days in advance, and shall require an affirmative vote of approval by a supermajority in number of the Commission. In no event shall the Commission waive any requirement of the Massachusetts general laws or any regulation adopted by the Commonwealth thereunder. There shall be no entitlement to a waiver, and the grant of a waiver in one instance shall not require the Commission to grant a waiver in any other.
Second. Thank you. And do you have this, Ms. Lemieux, to put up on the screen?
I'm working on it.
You're working on it.
Can you?
Okay. So, folks, this amendment is on the bottom of 17. This is at 10.0 under waivers. This is the section. It would appear that, Mr. Alonso, correct me if I'm wrong, it would appear that you're deleting all that paragraph that's at the bottom of 17 and inserting instead this language.
That is correct.
Okay.
And while that's being brought up, I can speak to it.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're trying to accomplish or what your thoughts are?
Sure. So it was part of the majority discussion at the Sewer Commission meeting and at the Select Board meeting that 10 as printed, Section 10 of waivers as printed, gave too broad authority to the Sewer Commission. And that's why there were 3 items that were noted that I've tried to account for in my amendment. Number 1 is that we thought that The affirmative vote of a waiver should be a supermajority. If it was a real emergency, it should be apparent that you should be able to get 4 of the 5 votes, that there should be a public hearing was agreed to, and that all the criteria to approve it should be in the and format instead of or. You should have to meet all the 3 criteria that were listed, and this language just makes that more clear.
Okay. So this is what the language would say in section 10 rather than what's printed in your warrant. Can it be any bigger? You should try to read this one. Anybody ready to ask questions or make comments? I mean, I understand some people still need to read and digest. Mr. Jeffries, go ahead. I'll get to you, Mr. McDonald.
Yep.
Mr. Jeffries.
I appreciate this. I appreciate the amendment, and I will support this article with the amendment, but I just want to explain why. So me and a handful of other people happen to be in this situation. Luckily, my situation is resolved, where I'm in the sewer service area. I was paying a betterment in the sewer service area, but by our bylaws, I can't actually connect to sewer. And so $7,000 into a betterment that for a service that I cannot actually receive, it was a process to try to work with the sewer commissioners to get that resolved. That seems to be a pretty clear conflict, right? You're paying for something that you can actually get. However, it ended up taking 6 to 8 months to resolve. There are other people who are similarly situated, and so the sewer commissioners, I think independent of my situation, but perhaps aware that there are people in a situation like mine where, as a note, as a selectman, the options for remedy are limited. Where, if you want to get your money back, you basically have to sue the town, and I'm not suing the town as a selectman, and so I just forfeited the $7,000. But we need a process by which people who sometimes are inadvertently harmed by our bylaws, that they can get some form of remedy. And so what this really does is it says to someone who may be uniquely situated, which by our count is only a handful of people, about 10 or less, who could be in a difficult situation where we knowingly are aware that they may need to access sewer, and they may need to do so over an easement, which right now is not permitted by our bylaws. And so what this allows, which this does is it empowers the sewer commissioners to be able to look at a situation, come to a reasonable understanding. For example, someone's sewer may not percolate anymore, or septic may not percolate, and so now you may need to get onto town sewer because your septic system doesn't work. Or, we had a resident here a couple years ago who was pumping out at exorbitant cost their holding tank every month. And there can be an easy solution within sight. So what this does, and this amendment really fine-tunes, is it says if a situation is clear and obvious that there's a problem here, someone's incurring a cost, they can't get septic removed from their homes, this provides a viable path to remedy that takes it away from the court system, that makes it so that a resident doesn't have to sue the town, and that really just streamlines the process. So I would urge your approval. Again, very few people will find themselves in this situation. The concern that we had about the previous language was the unintended consequence, that while the average resident may not take advantage of the previous language, that it may be to our disadvantage if a business, for example, purchases a large parcel of land next to a smaller parcel of land. They can go through a process of an A&R, end up combining these parcels. The next thing you know, the whole thing has access to sewer. That some of that was in mind, I'm aware, as we talked about this. So I think this is pretty non-controversial, pretty straightforward, and I would urge its approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dave McDonald, Chairman of the Sewer Commission. First of all, I just want to thank our committee for coming up with some of these changes that we're doing. One thing to keep in mind, sewer was first adopted in the town of Lunenburg in 2002, so you're almost like 20 years now. One of the things out of the 20 years, what happened, times have changed. 20 years ago, the town of Lunenburg had 7,200 people. Today, we're close to 13,000 people. What we're trying to do is make it fair for everybody, and that was kind of neglected, and not on purpose, it just happens. So some betterments were, and Mr. Jeffries explained it, some betterments were given out where they weren't have access to sewer. We are the only town that does not have that has this kind of a betterment policy. So talking with Rob Oliver, our ex-DPW director, and Adam, they came up with this solution to fix this. So we're talking minimum amount of customers that this is going to affect. And I'm concerned too, as much as everybody's here, you don't want to bring in developments or something, but one thing to keep in mind, our commission, we cannot promote or decline service. It's up to other boards. When it comes to us, if they fall within the requirements, and if they have the capacity, or we have the capacity to go to another town, then they're probably going to get sewer. But as far as this one, we're just doing some housekeeping to take care of those customers who were paying a betterment, as Mr. Jeff, probably want to pull some money out of the bank, as Mr. Jeffries was paying, and so on. So that's why we're here today. And so I would urge you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah, Ken Chenis, 715 Page Street. I just want to support the amendment to the motion. One of the things I noticed when I was reading this warrant as well was the unintended consequences of this, because it would give permission for lots of developers to come in and develop previously undevelopable property. And we all know that every house that goes up in Lunenburg costs the town money as opposed to bringing in revenue for the town. And so I, for one, support the amendment because I think it helps to shut down the ability for someone to buy these large parcels of land that can't be developed and then bring sewer into them and develop them through the A&R process. So I'm glad you guys spotted that, and I appreciate the amendment.
Mr. Moderator, if I could, one thing about this amendment as well is if Mr. Jeffries came to us today and if this was passed, it would have been probably one meeting to get this approved. As Mr. Jeffries said, he was there for 6 months, Mr. Jeffrey. And again, our commission, what we're trying to do is expedite. I don't know if you watched boards or if you want to come into town, you got to keep going to meeting upon meeting upon meeting. Well, sometimes businesses, you got to just make a business decision and go forward. So again, this is going to help some of those people. So thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Mary Wilson. I live at 138 Whiting Street. I would ask that we consider to amend the amendment to include an exclusion for commercial ventures.
Second. Got to put that in writing, okay? The form right at the bottom. There you go. Where would you insert that? Do you know? Where do you want to insert it in the language? And then you can ask Mr. I don't know.
While I'm not against hearing where the speaker wants to put it in, I will note that one of the languages in number 1 was actually changed from the initial one that said the safe and continued use. So it has to be something, this waiver can only be applied to something that has already been in use, not a new construction. I'm not against putting it in if the body wants to put it in, explicitly saying no commercial properties. But my mind is that if you have a commercial property that's on sewer and something happens in an emergency that requires another route to get the sewer there, the sewer commission should have the ability to help a business continue to work.
Agreed. Mr. Alonso, I understand what you're saying, but I would also prefer to have and recommend that we have something that is very explicit about maybe new commercial ventures.
If you would tell me where you want to put that in, I certainly...
He may accept it, so just can you figure a place where it goes?
I think we could amend item number 1 to put in parentheses to exclude new commercial ventures.
Just so you know, too.
Because it would be a modification of item number 1
I
to explicitly state exclusion of new commercial ventures.
I think it would be very difficult to do it, period, because if you're going to open up a commercial venture somewhere in town, it's got to go through the planning board, and no easements are going to be done. The easements now are for the existing people that are online that have households that have situations of trying to get to the sewer.
All right,
So
but
as far
you're
as
arguing
new property,
against,
that's-
you're arguing against an amendment that has been seconded. So we're trying to see now if Mr. Alonso would accept whatever the young lady wants to put in the language. Then you can argue against that second amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, in order to accommodate what the speaker is looking for, I would just propose a bullet number 4 that just said this provision is not to be applied to new commercial properties.
Okay?
That sounds very reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Okay, so just write that on the form, somebody, so that we've got it in writing. Put that back, she's going to need, just say add number 4.
No, Tom said add the 4.
Go ahead.
Maybe. Dave Passios again, 56 Whiting Street.
Benjamin.
Unless something's changed from years ago, I'd like to ask somebody from the Sewer Commission if this bylaw change has been put through 2 public hearings coming up to this town meeting.
Mr. McDonald, are you the chair of the Sewer Commission?
Yeah.
You are. Lucky you. Mr. Passios is asking whether or not there were public hearings on this.
We had a meeting on hold on.
Yeah, just give it a minute.
We're making a better amendment for you.
Oh my God, another amendment. I screwed up the one 6 hours ago.
Did I get an answer to that question?
Yeah, he's getting there. He's getting there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now that you have the microphone again, Mr. McDonald, there was a question made by Mr. Passios if there were, I believe he asked if there were 2 public hearings about this.
No, a member of the town asked us, we asked council, and it was recommended no. But we did have a special meeting on last Tuesday, to discuss the article.
Okay, my reason for asking that question is when the Sewer Commission debated the irrigation meter change, at that time, policy of the Sewer Commission was that there would be 2 advertised public hearings before any change is made. Has that been changed? Has your policy changed?
Our policy is now, because of Zoom, instead of bringing the meetings out to 2 publicly televised meetings, which would take 2 months, we now do it in 1 meeting, televised.
I understand what you're looking to do in this change, but right now, as far as I know, your policy has not been changed up to today. So under your policies, it would have required 2 advertised public hearings to bring this forward to town meeting to change it to 1.
She wrote it up somewhat
I
differently
think
on the
that's
screen, but she says she agrees.
circumventing the policy that's in place right at the moment. And I have a couple other questions when we get to the base
When
article.
regulations require us to have a public meeting, we do. This is not a regulation. We usually have it in public forum and at the town meeting. Mr. Pastor, could you talk closer to the mic? It's having a hard time hearing you back there.
Yeah, you're missing my point. The previous commissions had advertised public hearings, not public meetings, public hearings.
On regulations, yes, sir, you're right. This is
And-
not a regulation, sir.
And this process has not been followed for this, is that correct?
No, this is not a regulation, Mr. Passos.
Okay, but you had a question and you got an answer, right? You may not agree with the answer, but you had an answer. Okay,
Well,
so
thank you.
where'd Ms. Wilson go? I lost her. There she is. So Ms. Wilson, what you wrote is a little bit different than what they put on the screen, but I understand that you said what they put on the screen is acceptable. So when
I
we
agree.
get to the vote, okay, would you just cross out what you wrote, put in what they put on the screen, so that I'll have a printed copy of it perfectly for record keeping, which I will shred at some point in time. Okay, so we are on the amendment, right? And we have Mr. Franco with a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make if it's acceptable to all parties involved, including the mover on the amendment. I'm just thinking that the language should read, instead of this provision is not to apply to commercial, how about shall not apply to? Are you, okay.
What do you think, Ms. Milson? Want to say shall not instead of is not? Second. Does that sound good enough to you? She takes it.
She said she'll change it to shall instead of is. Okay? We're getting there. This is good. I mean, I know sometimes it gets a little tedious, right? But this is exactly what town meeting is supposed to be. That any given citizen can stand up here, change what's going on in their town to reflect what they want it to be. And nothing could be better than that opportunity, at least, to do that. All right, so the amendment is before you with an accepted further amendment, so we didn't have to vote twice, which was excellent. Okay, and it was seconded. And
Can I ask for some rewording still?
oh, yeah, let's tweak it some more. Come on, go right up.
I'm sorry, but...
Give us your name and address again.
Ken Chenis, 715 Page Street. The trouble with the language there is this provision shall not apply to new commercial properties could imply that the preceding three statements don't apply to commercial properties, and I wouldn't want that to come through. So maybe to make it clearer, it should say no waivers shall be granted to new commercial properties. Just so this provision, because this provision is unclear as what it's pertaining to.
You follow Mr. Alonso? Ms. Wilson? You should sit up here, Ms. Wilson.
I think the trouble is that we're trying to get something in here about commercial properties, but we're also saying that you have to comply with all of the following criteria. So the criteria would be, it's not a commercial property. That's a criteria. The provision not applying to new commercial properties is not really a criteria. The first three are criterias. The fourth one's not. So just trying to put that into some kind of terminology that makes more sense.
I think we have a way to do that. I tried on the fly to put it as a number 4, but probably it should be outside of that list, and it should be the very next sentence after the list. Is that not in the enumeration of the top 3? It should just say, as its own sentence, this provision shall not apply to new commercial properties, and it's not part of the criteria.
Yeah, I agree.
As its own sentence.
So just just take that number 4 out and make that the next sentence in the paragraph.
What do you think, Ms. Wilson? You like that?
I agree with Mr. Chenis's recommendation.
Excellent.
If I could just comment that I was going to suggest as an alternative to that, although I think that might, although I think that might work. If we put the condition that it shall not apply to new commercial properties in the preamble of the whole thing, that could take care of it too. In other words, before the colon. So.
You think? You like? Don't go far. You ought to sit close. They're going to have some more tweaks. Mr. Chenis, you like that?
I didn't hear it.
In the preamble, this section, how you say it again, Mr. Franco?
I can say what I want to achieve, but where to put it is the challenge.
You said in the preamble.
What I'm saying is that the provision for 4, that it shall not apply to commercial properties, new commercial properties, should be in the preamble. In other words, somewhere before the colon, after which the 3 criteria are enumerated.
So I don't have a pointer, but after criteria up there?
Above, in the preamble. In the preamble, but I'm just trying to figure out.
Above 1. God, no, you do it.
The middle button. So somewhere before that colon. Situations. Well, I mean, you could even, you could even say right here, provided, comma, provided.
This goes on much longer. I'm going to make my motion.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. You could even say right here, comma, provided that the following, this provision shall not apply to commercial properties. It's got to go somewhere in this preamble, I think. Or it needs to go down here and say, notwithstanding the previous, where?
I'll get a second on the floor.
Right there, you mean? Like in the title?
Did he show you what I did? I've already distributed it on the stage.
So we say, replace with the following Section 10 waiver. This provision shall not apply to new commercial properties except as otherwise stated herein, so on and so forth.
No, because if we...
You catching that? Wait till they get to a final answer.
No, because if we start with this provision shall not apply to new commercial properties and then say except as otherwise stated herein, then it could be interpreted to mean that there are stated conditions under which it could apply to new commercial properties. So,
All right, town council going to weigh in. He's a language man. Come on, town council, tell us what we should do and where we should put it.
So, Mr. Moderator, my suggestion might be to avoid this terminology, this provision shall not apply, because it sort of begs the question, well, what provision are you referring to? The entirety of Section 10, the immediately preceding provision, all of the enumerated criteria? So it may be simplest, and we could do this in the preamble if that was the body's preference, or you could do it immediately after the enumerated criteria 1, 2, 3. You could simply say, notwithstanding the foregoing or notwithstanding the above, no waiver shall be granted for a new commercial property. Yeah. And then you're eliminating the word provision, you're referring to a waiver, which is what the section's all about, and you're specifically, explicitly saying that no waiver shall be granted for a new commercial property.
All right, let's rely on the lawyer's language, since later he's going to have to tell somebody what it means.
I agree with that.
Okay? So let Ms. Lemieux, I think, was listening and writing.
I can type it up for her.
Oh, he'll type it out. Okay.
I have
Mr.
one
Moderator,
more
which
minor
lawyer's language
adjustment
are we
if,
relying on?
I know, huh?
one more minor adjustment if.
No more minor adjustments, please. Go ahead, Mr. Chennis.
Just add the word existing before the word use. So it's continued existing use as opposed to continued use. And that prevents the expansion of the use, like from one house to 50.
I'll see you, Mr. Passios.
Indeed.
Once upon a time around noon, I thought we could even be out of here, before 1. Okay. It's important that everybody get a chance to speak, everybody get a chance to have their input, and of course that we get it right. Okay. Notwithstanding the above, no waiver shall be granted for a new commercial property. Hold on. Okay, Ms. Wilson?
That's acceptable to me, yes.
Good. Mr. Alonso? Okay, we're getting there. Well, we didn't vote it yet. We're still on the language. Mr. Franco?
Yes, I like it.
You like it? Good.
Yes.
Mr. Chennis wants to say something. He wants a comma somewhere. Go ahead.
A minor adjustment to that. Notwithstanding the above, no waiver shall be granted for a new commercial property or non-commercial housing development or something to that nature. My primary concern with this entire amendment is that we're going to have these huge housing developments pop up that now have access to sewer. And so every wording that I can come up with, I can figure out ways to work around this, the prevention of this. If you have an existing use, you have one house on the property, but you have 100 acres, you could bring sewer in for that one house and expand it to that 100 acres by carving it up to 100 house lots. And that's what I'm trying to prevent from happening. And you could say that it's a hardship because you can say I can't afford to pay the taxes on my one house that I have on this 100 acres because I'm being taxed at a very high rate. So I want to turn it into a development project and build 100 houses. because that will help out my hardship. So I'm trying to figure out a way that we can get language in here to prevent that from happening. Because all too often, we end up with these developments that we don't really want, and the language of our own bylaws don't help us prevent them.
Okay, so there are some great minds going on over in the corner. Let's see what they've decided. Not you, McDonald, the other two. Go ahead.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Alonso. I'm getting punchy.
Maybe just say non-commercial development, so it says new commercial property or non-commercial development or something.
The concern is, as I was just conferring with town council, and I don't want to speak for him, but that as we create more exemptions, it makes it less clear, not more clear. I would go back to my initial comment that in number 1, with your suggestion of putting continued existing use, it precludes anything new.
Yes.
And I would say that that is the umbrella thing that covers all the things you're looking for. If we say continued existing use, that's what a waiver could be used for, and it would, by definition, exclude anything new, commercial, residential, or otherwise.
Okay, I agree with that. So I would say that adding that language to continued use, maybe continued existing use,
Right. And then I'd
does
remove
preclude.
the notwithstanding.
My only concern with that, and this may be a legal question, is if the use is determined by the bylaw and the usage of the land is a house or housing, then adding additional housing is still a continued existing use. And that's a question, I guess, for legal counsel. Would that be a continued existing use? If I change my 1-house property to be a 100-house property, my use of the property is still residential housing. So I haven't changed the use. And that's what I was concerned about. So I'm not sure how we limit that.
Well, Mr. Moderator, I mean, if I may ask.
Go ahead.
I mean, at some point, we have a duly elected body that has a certain amount of powers that you have to just trust that their decision. I mean, we're giving them a set of 3 criteria, and you'd have to say they still have to pass number 2 and 3, and they still have to pass it by a supermajority. I mean, we can't put a waiver process in here that would never be able to pass for anything. So I think at some point you have to trust that the people in there are going to do what the bylaw says, and you're not going to be able to come up with every single situation ever.
Okay, all right. We're getting ready to be done. I got Mr. Passios. I think you're all set, Ms. Wilson.
I agree. I'm not saying I don't trust the body. My concern is that the legal counsel of the people that want to build come up with criteria to get around the regulations. And it's the loopholes that I am concerned about, not with the body granting it. Right?
No, I understand,
So sometimes
but
the body is forced to grant it based upon the fact that a lawyer says, your bylaw says this, so you must do this. And that's all I've been in the position before with the planning board, as you know,
Right.
where things get through on loopholes and we have very little power to say no. And what I want to make sure is that the people that we trust to say no have the power to say no.
Thank you, Mr. Chenis. All set, guys. Mr. Passios.
Yes, based on what we've been doing for, I'm guessing, the last hour, if not longer, I feel that this proposal has not been properly vetted, so I move the subject matter of Article 25 be referred back to the Lunenburg Sewer Commission for further study.
Point of order.
Yeah, well, I got to ask town council if he has a procedural legal question about whether or not they held the appropriate votes or meetings, rather.
Mr. Moderator, you mean as a precondition to bringing this forward to town meeting?
Correct.
I have no concern. This is a general bylaw amendments. General bylaw amendments, neither by mass general laws or under your bylaw or charter, require public hearings.
Okay.
I appreciate the reference made earlier to language that exists in the bylaw regarding regulatory changes, and because regulatory changes are not subject to town meeting approval, they do require and will continue to require under this proposed amendment public hearings.
Okay, excellent.
That's not my reason for bringing this motion forward.
No, but you asked, it was sort of phrased like a question. Has this been done properly? You challenged whether it was. Council said that it's appropriate, that it be before the body.
and I'm going to accept that. And furthermore, we spent an hour on it, so we got to go forward.
But
So, no,
I don't, I
Mr.
believe I
Passios,
have a right to have this motion voted on if I get a second.
it's not a motion. You
It
didn't
is,
state
I
it as,
read it as a motion, I move.
you didn't say it that way, but go ahead,
Yes, I
make
did,
it.
I read it exactly, you want it again?
Read it again.
I move the subject matter of Article 25 be referred back to the Lunenburg Sewer Commission for further study. And I have the documentation right here that it is legal.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. There's an open amendment.
Right. Well, there was no second, Mr. Passio, so we're going to move on. Ms. Wilson, I think your issue is done, unless you want to stay at the mic and enjoy the ambiance.
No, with Mr. Chenis's last clarification, I would like to adopt some of his language. So I would prefer to keep, notwithstanding the above, no waiver shall be granted for a new commercial property,
Yeah.
but then also add comma or commercial venture. Because I do think that that gives the town officials that are appointed more tools at their disposal to represent the will of the people.
We got to see if Mr. Alonso wants to accept.
So that-
and Mr. Chenis will have another exception, but here we
So
go.
the intent was
I hear you.
aligned with
Let
Mr.
them-
Chenis.
Let them think on it for a minute. You can accept what she's adding to
I
that.
do not, because I don't think that clarifies what we're trying to do.
So you don't accept it?
Right,
Okay.
in that one. I'm fine with keeping what we have here, but I don't think that adds any clarity to anything.
Okay.
A
So
commercial.
we are, so as a procedural matter, we're on an amendment that although we've tweaked it a number of times, is still just the First Amendment. So Ms. Wilson is available to make an amendment, and we can have an amendment to an amendment. That's the last level you're allowed to take, 2 levels. You think on it, Ms. Wilson. Over here.
Joan Pease, 11 Wintergreen Court. I'm also a former member of the Sewer Commission. What is on the screen right now is reasonable. Reasonable. There are planning boards, there is the Sewer Commission, there are conservation commissions. All development goes through these commissions. This is a reasonable amendment to help people who cannot flush their toilets because their septic system doesn't work. The sewer line goes right in front of their house, but it would have to go through an easement to sewer them. This is a very well thought out, necessary amendment. And I call the question.
Move the question. I heard you.
Yes, move the question.
Move the question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to guess that somebody meant to say second. I didn't hear it, but with all the clapping, I assume somebody must have said it. Okay, so what happens when there's a move the question or call the question? That cuts off the debate at this time. Has to be, cuts off the debate at
No
this
debate,
time.
minor point of order, the existing use was accepted as a change, but it doesn't exist in the amendment as quoted.
Okay, we'll get it up there. But at the moment, we're going to just talk about whether or not we're going to cut off debate or whether you want to spend another hour doing it. Okay? So using your clickers, I need 2/3 majority. This is to cut off debate. Stop arguing about it. Vote now. Okay, voting is concluded. 2/3 required to stop debating. Even with my poor math skills. You know, lawyers, we only count in thirds, you know? I get a third, client gets 2/3. Okay, so debate is cut off. on the amendment, okay? As amended and tweaked, et cetera, and so on. Now, on the amendment, Selectmen, I think I need your recommendation.
I would entertain a motion from the board on the amendment.
I move to recommend approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
And an aye from myself.
All right, and Finance, on the amendment.
Is there a motion for recommendation?
I move we recommend no financial impact.
Oh, any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Passios.
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Baelish. Aye. And an aye for myself. Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay, so debate is cut on that, Mr. Cole. You can stay there as long as you're comfortable, but Ms. Wilson was enjoying the ambiance. Maybe you are too. So the amendment is on Article 25, and it's at the bottom of page 17, 10.0, to delete all of that language is there and to insert instead the language that's here. I'm going to assume since you wanted to move the question, you're done. So let us take your vote. You may vote now in favor or opposed to the amendment. Then we'll get to the article in a minute, or a moment, or a while. Okay, finish up your voting. Voting is done. So basically what's before you is to remove that language under waivers on 17, insert that language that's on the screen, and it is time to vote on that. No, we voted on. No, we didn't vote. We voted on closing out discussion. Okay. Did we vote on the amendment? Yes, we did. Okay, all right. You get tired after a while, you know, Tanner. You do get tired after a while. Okay, so we've done that. So you have another article, another amendment, anybody? No. Is there anything else to discuss and debate on Article 20, whatever we're on, 25?
Mr. Moderator. Point of order,
25.
Mr. Moderator.
Okay,
Moderator.
yep.
Just a point of order. We voted, but you haven't officially called the vote, even though it's on the
I'm
screen.
sorry, I'll call the vote. 168 in favor, 5 opposed. The amendment article passes. And I so declare it. There you go. Okay, we're back to the article. Go ahead, Mr. Franco.
All right, at the risk of requiring a security detail to get out to my car, I would like to propose an additional amendment. It's minor, though. The objective here is to relieve, say, a homeowner like Mr. Jeffries from hardship, you know, in a circumstance like he was in, by requiring a petitioner for a waiver to meet all three criteria. The bar, I think, is set too high. Now, I think the supermajority language is the safety valve. The fact that a waiver requires a supermajority is the safety valve that will prevent abuse of this waiver provision. But by requiring a petitioner for a waiver to meet all three criteria, so therefore I want to suggest, in other words, a homeowner could have a serious hardship, but this provision as it's written requires that petitioner to also demonstrate how it's in the best interest of the town. They may not be able to do that. So I'm suggesting either that these provisions or these requirements, these criteria, either go back to being disjunctive, that there's an or between all of them, or by inserting some sort of language that says that at least two of the criteria must be met, at least two of the following criteria. So this way...
Well, Mr. Franco, correct me if I'm wrong, and I am tired. So we just voted on this, and it passed, and you want to go back and amend it again?
We didn't. well, we voted on the last amendment.
On the amendment, right. Right?
Right.
Now the whole article's ahead of you with the amendment, okay.
We have not voted on the article itself. So
Okay,
now we're back to the
right.
basic article.
Yeah, we're back on the original article,
And
I'm with you.
now I'm recommending an amendment, not an amendment on the previous
Okay.
amendment, but a new amendment.
Amendment on the article itself.
Yes, correct.
As amended.
Correct.
Article itself as amended,
Yes, on
okay.
the article as amended, yes. So I think that you should not have to meet all three criteria. It's too high a bar. And therefore, I suggest that at least two of the following criteria, because a petitioner that needs this waiver may not be able to demonstrate that that it's in the best interest of the town, and the way the language reads, they'd be required to do so.
If I may offer as a comment to Mr. Frank.
There was no second.
No second.
Sorry.
That was a motion.
Well, you made a motion,
yeah.
has to be seconded,
Yep,
wasn't
right.
seconded, so we can't act on it. Sorry. Oh! And now you're going to write it down. You
Yep.
got to write it down. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries.
If I may, Mr. Franco, urge a withdrawal of that amendment. I think that a loose way of thinking of this is that it's always in the interest of the town to continue to have taxpayers paying their taxes and living in a viable location. If that home becomes not viable because of a sewer issue, it's always going to be in the best interest of the town to resolve that issue. So I don't think that the hurdle here is too high to overcome. I would just urge against the amendment.
I would just counter, though, Mr. Jeffries, that then that third provision is not required at all.
Perhaps.
So what I will do, if we just want to cut this off, is...
Oh, I think we do. I, for one...
I don't like it. I'm willing to live with it the way it is for now, but I'll bring this up at a subsequent town meeting.
All righty. You're all warned. Mr. Passios, the entirety of the article with the amendment is before us.
Thank you, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street.
I should have called on you. I'm sorry.
Quick editorial comment, then I'll ask my question. I think it's unconscionable that we're sitting here rewriting a bylaw on town meeting floor. This should have been vetted well before it came here. I tried to put it back to the commission, but apparently town meeting doesn't want to do that. Putting that aside, I'd like to ask somebody that can give me a clear answer as to whether these bylaw changes forces a property owner to allow an easement across his property to accommodate these waivers.
Mr. Costa is shaking his head. Maybe he's tired of the question too, or maybe he's got an answer.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, so the answer is no. Certainly, the town would have no bylaw or regulatory authority to require an adjacent property owner to make his or her or its property available to satisfy the potential zoning or land use needs of another. That would constitute, in its worst case, a taking of private property. So there could be no application of the bylaw in that manner. There would need to, an applicant coming forward and seeking to avail itself or him or herself of this waiver provision would need to establish that they can acquire the easement interest or already have the easement interest that would be necessary to facilitate the issuance of the waiver.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, I should have called on you before, Mr. Passios. I apologize.
Tanner Cole, Massachusetts Ave. I certainly share some of the concerns that have been expressed today in regards to unintended consequences and changes to bylaws. The planning board developed the marijuana bylaws, and this past year they were approached by an applicant, and that legal team challenged the bylaw that was written and reviewed and approved by our legal counsel. And depending on the interpretation and where we wanted to go with things in terms of legal battles, they could have potentially forced the town's hand. So I really feel like any significant changes like this should be properly vetted, and I share Mr. Passios' concern that the majority of this article has now been altered on town meeting floor when it should have gone through a much more comprehensive process. The next article we're going to discuss is seeking to fix that type of situation that we faced with the marijuana applicant. I don't know if I misunderstood, but it seems to me as the two examples that have been presented today as reasons to make this change have been resolved. Mr. Jeffries alluded to his hardship and has acknowledged that it was resolved. The other situation was resolved by town meeting last year, I believe. So I'm not quite sure what necessitates all of these regulatory changes when these situations are coming forward. They seem to be getting resolved with the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. All right, I don't see anybody else begging to speak. I think we need recommendations from Finance and Select.
I
Those
have
were on
a
the
motion from the
amendments, I
board
believe.
on the amended article.
I move to recommend approval.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Jeffries.
I raised, I think, most of Mr. Tanner's points at our meeting this week, in which I questioned if it would be wise to pull this article back and to go back to the drawing table to incorporate some of the feedback that we've received. My understanding is that there's a handful of people, while my situation may be resolved, it did require me to engage with council and enter into an agreement with the town, a legal agreement, and that resulted in a deed restriction and a whole lot of other stupidity, in my opinion. But I think that there's a handful of other people who could potentially still be in this situation. We're aware of at least 9, and if something were to happen in the course of the next year, it would really put them in an unfair situation. While not ideal, I would just urge the approval of this article.
Thank you.
All right, roll call vote. Mr. Dwyer. Oh, Mr. Franco.
I just want to say, well, no, let's do the roll call.
You weren't going to make an amendment, were you, Lou?
No.
Oh.
Aye.
Praise
Mr.
the Lord.
Franco.
I'm going to abstain from offering a recommendation because I don't like it, the condition that it's in.
Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
And I will say aye. I would just add that I think that the waiver provision is available to sewer commissions in other towns, and it's an attempt to provide relief in an emergency situation to people with conditions that may be beyond the scope of what we understood to be now. It's really a remedy that the sewer commission should have in those cases, on those very rare cases, but still cases nonetheless. If you were the homeowner, you would certainly want remedy that wouldn't require months and months of arbitration.
Thank you. If you haven't lost your clicker yet, now's the time. Voting is now open on the amended article number 25, right? 25. Oh, a lot of people on this one. We're gaining. All right. Okay, another moment. Okay, voting is now closed on this article. 147 in favor, 33 opposed out of 180. I declare it is passed by a majority. Excellent. Now let's talk about marijuana. Article 26, Mr. Jeffries.
How did I get this article?
How did you get this article?
All right.
Probably weren't there that night.
Probably. Article 26. I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 250, Section 4.15, entitled Non-Medical Marijuana Establishments, subsection K, entitled Special Permit Procedure, by deleting item number 1 in its entirety and substituting it with the following. 1, an applicant shall submit a copy of its host community agreement, HCA, with the town authorizing its development of a marijuana establishment on the site subject to receipt of applicable permits, as well as copies of all registrations and licenses, if any, issued to the applicant by the Commonwealth of any of its agencies for operation of a marijuana establishment on the site. Licensure by the Commonwealth is not a prerequisite to application submittal, provided, however, that commencement of use or of construction under a special permit is and shall be conditioned upon issuance of all requisite provisional licenses and approvals under applicable law. Final licensure of the marijuana establishment shall be required before commencement of operations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen?
Select Board deferred.
Defers, okay. Finance?
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
No money in marijuana, got it. This requires a 2/3 vote. The Land Use Director will make a presentation. Excellent, brief we like. Yeah. Yeah, meeting's gone on so long we killed the battery.
Off. So as alluded to by a previous speaker, the planning board was approached late last year by a potential cannabis retail establishment, and in their approach, their legal counsel presented a legal opinion written by himself that indicated that the town was not requiring the receipt of a provisional license as part of the submission packet for a special permit or as part of a pre-building permit requirement for cannabis retail establishments. The planning board, in their construction of this bylaw some 2 years ago or so, felt that that was an important part of the special permit process because it created a viability to any applicant who came to them, as the Cannabis Control Commission could and does sometimes reject applicants for a variety of reasons. In reading it, I disagreed with the lawyer, but not being a lawyer myself, we went to town council, who again concurred that he was unwilling to concede that the language that existed did not require that, but felt that he could draft language that would more substantially include that requirement, and that's the language that's in front of you today.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody want to talk about marijuana? Anybody need a drink? I do. Okay. All right, I think Selectmen, it's going to be time for you to, having listened to the non-questions and non-answers, come up with a vote.
I'd entertain a motion from the board regarding Article 26.
I move to recommend approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries. Aye for myself.
Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote. I don't see anybody at the microphone or raising their hand, so we're ready to vote. Find your little clicker. Begin now. Okay, those that choose to vote, I think, have all voted. I'm going to close out voting now. Requires 2/3. What are the results, Meridia? 159 in favor, 7 opposed, 166 total. Article 26 passes by more than 2/3. Excellent. Let's move on to water protection. Article number 27, I believe. Mr. Franco.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Section 250-4.9, which is a section of the protective bylaw entitled Water Supply Protection District, as shown on the handout entitled May 7, 2022, Annual Town Meeting, Article 7. Water Supply Protection District Updates, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second? Selectman recommendation? Selectman?
Oh.
It's okay. I know, I'm getting tired too.
Select Board recommends approval. I
Good
froze.
enough.
I'm sorry.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay. Land Use Director to make a presentation.
The planning board recommends approval 4-1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. What was your vote?
4-1.
4-1. Thank you.
So this article is controversial, to say the least. This is an update to the Water Supply Protection District. In the summer of 2021, the Water District went through an exercise to review and remap their underground aquifers as part of an increase in water withdrawal for the well permit that they control on Lancaster Ave. As part of that, there was a small amendment to the map, which we see here. The existing map is here on the left. The new map is here on the right. This funky little, I think it looks like a goose shaped like a potato, is what was new. It encompasses land along Kilburn Street and then up into the Violet Farm on Lancaster Ave. So the first amendment is to replace in section B the citation of the map from 2009 to the citation of the map from 2021. And then as we move on, the DEP requested that the Water District approach the town and request updates to the Water Supply Protection District bylaw, which are outlined throughout the bylaw in strike through and underline. I believe what most people will find issue with is the changes to the Zone 1. It removes boating and fishing from section B. It removes raised wooden walkways and horse paths and bridges from there, and requires DEP approval for foot bicycle paths. It removes farming, gardening, nursery, and other farming activities as defined under MGL Chapter 40A, mostly defined in Section 3. And it removes accessory uses subordinate to the above uses. The Zone 1s have not changed. They remain these 4 areas on Lancaster Ave, this 1 area on Leominster Shirley Road, and the area on Hickory Hills contained, I believe, within the property of the Woodlands. Additionally, there were some changes within the Zone 2 and Zone 3, mostly to clarify and bring the bylaw in line with the CMR for well protection that is governed by DEP and that the Water District is subject to. And with that, I would offer an amendment.
All righty.
In the drafting of the bylaw, my sausage fingers created a Scrivener's error in section B1. The map is dated 2021, not 2020, as noted. So I would move to amend Article 27 and the document attached therein, titled Section 250, 4.9, Water Supply Protection District Updates 2022, Section B, parenthetical 1, to remove the 2020 date and insert the 2021 date.
That's seconded. So that's just a date change on one of your
That's
maps.
correct.
Okay. Anybody have a strong passion about changing the date of a map that was done with sausage fingers? Anyone opposed, raised your hand. No one raised their hand, so no one's opposed, so the amendment passes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now, you're done with
I am
your
done.
presentation,
That is
Mr.
my
Bernie?
presentation.
Okay, good. Okay, so this young lady is first.
Thank you. Oops. Kathy Mosca, Valley Road, which is part of Hickory Hills. Although I don't have land on the water, I very much object to a lot of the language here, but I'm going to be very brief and kind of condense it. It seems to me that voting yes on this removes a lot of the rights and the uses of people on Hickory Hills Lake. And a couple of the things that I would just say is it says, you know, if there's a discussion on it, it's up to the owner to pay for the investigation to prove that, yes, they should have been grandfathered in, as on Part 3. On Part C1, it also says, it gives the the right to change this to the zoning board. Another place, the building commission retains all authority to determine the location. The uses permissible would only be by special permit, etc. I do not believe that the town should vote away the rights of people who have been living on the lake and have lakeside property to suddenly be losing boating rights, fishing rights, swimming rights, etc., and leave it to, if you have a board of 5, you're leaving it to 3 people to decide, yeah, that's a good idea, let's limit your use. There are a lot of people who are much more versed in this, and I'm going to leave the rest of it to them, but that's the gist of the argument that's going on with people who are very much affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to spend a lot of time at this meeting if you take 10, 15 seconds after every speech.
Mr. Moderator, may I respond to that quickly?
You may.
The issues outlined by the previous speaker are items contained in the existing bylaw. Currently, Section 254.9 exists, and the special permit requirements, the delineation dispute, the other items specific to how one would move through items outlined under this through special permit are currently existing requirements within the bylaw. And they have been for more than 20 years. This is a bylaw that has existed for many, many years. The changes proposed, again, are specifically, or most specifically and most impactfully under the Zone 1. And I will outline again, as I did at the Planning Board public hearing, that these uses exist today, boating, fishing, etc., and they enjoy protection as from Section 40A, Section 6 of the general laws as pre-existing non-conforming uses. Most specifically within Hickory Hills, as the Landowners Association is a private corporation and goes through exercise to issue permits for boats. They issue slip rentals. They have a financial and recorded history of doing these over a period of time, and the zoning bylaws of a town cannot retroactively impose requirements on pre-existing uses. So I just want to put that out there as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bernie. Ms.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. There are a couple things that I want to note. First of all, the question about pre-existing uses is questionable at best. While zoning may not apply, 310 CMR, which is the water supply protection under Mass General Law, does apply. And I would question the validity of this Zone 1 at all on Hickory Hills because of the fact that in accordance with 310 CMR 22, a property owner, a water supplier must own or control the entire Zone 1. That is not the case in this particular well. Hickory Hills is the owner of the lake. They are the owner of the land underneath. We have never been approached about the change in the Zone 1, which occurred at some point in the past. The initial Zone 1 for this well was strictly on land and did not encompass the lake. The previous speaker made reference to recommendations by DEP. I've reviewed all of the information from DEP, and the recommendations did nowhere they recommend the removal of fishing and boating in A Zone 1, nor did they recommend many of the changes that are incorporated in the bylaw. As to pre-existing uses, the water superintendent, after attendance at a water district meeting, reached out to DEP for clarification on whether or not pre-existing uses would remain, and it was very muddied at best. The response was the bylaw should simply state that all activities within a Zone 1 shall be limited to water supply protection, which clearly contradicts the idea that existing uses are allowed. Additionally, there was a comment that if, ideally, boats would be non-motorized. However, if there were motorized boats allowed on the lake, perhaps we could put up signs prohibiting motorboats. That is absolutely ridiculous. It takes away the rights of the Hickory Hills Landowners Incorporated. It takes away the rights of property owners, and it landlocks many properties which are valued as lakefront property, which you would be decreasing the value of. So I would strongly urge this body to vote against this article.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Carl Strathmeyer, 39 Valley Road. I had the same concerns as Ms. Bertram when I was investigating this article. It became very clear to me very quickly that even the existing bylaw, let alone the changes which are more restrictive, that the existing bylaw is a taking of private property rights. When a Zone 1, which is a very restrictive area around a municipal well, when that Zone 1 extends into private property and the private property owner has not agreed to those restrictions, that's a violation of state law, as Ms. Bertram mentioned. 310 CMR 22 says, and I have the citation here if the town meeting's interested, it says the water district must either own the land in that Zone 1 outright, or must have a voluntary easement from the property owner that gives the water district the permission to enforce those restrictions. I think in the case of this particular well, neither of those is true. Therefore, Mr. Moderator, I wish to offer an amendment to the bylaws as they were originally written in the article.
Have you written them down, Mr. Strathmore?
Excuse me?
Do you have it written down?
I do indeed.
Excellent. Okay, so you can read it and then hand it up.
Let me read it first.
Sure.
And then I'll hand it to the chair, and you can do whatever you do with it. Okay, so my motion is to amend Article 27 by making a further change to the Water Supply Protection District bylaw, which is what's under consideration here in Article 27, inserting the following new text as a paragraph 4 in the section titled District Delineation. And for the rest of us with the handouts, that's on page 1. It's in the definition section. The text that I wish to insert is paragraph 4. No water supply protection district Zone 1 shall be created in the town of Lunenburg except A, on land owned by the town or the Lunenburg Water District, or B, on land where the landowner has granted to the town or the Lunenburg Water District an easement specifically permitting the establishment of Zone 1 water supply protection restrictions. Such ownership or easement must be demonstrated by documents recorded at the Worcester North Registry of Deeds. And Mr. Moderator, this simply brings our bylaw into agreement with 310 CMR, Massachusetts General Laws.
Thank you. I'll take that. Let's give it to town council since he's going to have to review it. Have extra copies? Do you have other copies? I'll give me a sec. Hello, I'll get there. Okay. You know it's going to have seconds by somebody. He needs to see, he needs to say it again. Yeah. All right, we'll let him look at it, okay? So, did somebody want to second it? I heard seconds. Okay. So let town council take a look at this for a minute. And you may, go ahead. You want to take my microphone? You want to whisper in my ear? Go ahead.
I don't know what your thoughts are, but it appears that what this is attempting to do is it's adding a new section saying that there shall be no creation of a Zone 1 on any land except on land owned by the town or on land where the landowner agrees. Well, Zone 1 exists today, and Zone 1 covers lots of land that's not owned by the town and where there is an easement. The current bylaw amendment, even though the whole bylaw was referenced, as I said before, remember before I made that linkage when I got the question from Mr. Moore about scope? And I said, well, you know, this is, it was, Tom Alonzo's edit was tied to an issue that was already represented about. This isn't none of this is being amended now, so this is essentially attempting to gut the entire bylaw and issues in the bylaw that aren't even proposed for amendment. There's no proposal to edit zone 2, so I have a scope concern.
You know, somebody wouldn't have known showing today that that was going to be an issue.
All right, so take it with you.
Yeah.
So stay right there, Mr. Strathmore. Town council is going to give you an opinion about some of what his concerns would be as to what you've proposed.
Mr. Moderator, would you like me to respond to some of the comments while they sort this out, or would you like to let them
Sure,
do that?
it's fine. Go right ahead, Mr. Bernie.
So
Thank
it was brought up by a previous speaker that the CMR doesn't necessarily jive with the proposed zoning alteration, and I can't and don't disagree with that, as the CMR and the zoning are separate, and even if the zoning weren't changed, one would infer that if the Water District or the DEP wanted to enforce the CMR, they could move forward and do that. What the zoning does is it permits the town, through the planning board and the building inspector, to review proposals to construct new or additional structures or perform new or expanded uses under the protection of the water supply. Conversely, the Water District would be on their own to identify and enforce the CMR without the town's assistance through zoning. So I think that I don't disagree that the two don't necessarily line up, but it's because they're looking at things through different enforcing agencies and through different authorities. So that would be my response to that. As for the DEP response, I agree it was sort of muddy, and it did say some things that were contrary to maybe what the bylaw intends or what the bylaw says, and I think that goes back to the difference between zoning and the Code of Massachusetts regulations.
Thank you.
And I think what we're talking about now would sort of resolve
in
some
the
ownership
wings
issues.
is Mr. Birch for the Water District, right? Yeah. Okay. And Town Council has reviewed the proposal on the amendment, and I think he wants to weigh in as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm not going to speak to all of the issues that were raised by the previous speaker regarding statutory or regulatory state authority. We can get into those if we need to. They're quite complicated when dealing with the overlap between zoning and certain water supply protections that are non-zoning controls at the state level. Having said that, I'm looking at the amendment that's proposed, and from a substantive perspective, I don't have any issue with how it's phrased. In fact, I think it's fairly well written. I have a concern about this in terms of the scope of what's before town meeting. So I referenced before the concept of presenting limited amendments and presenting a full bylaw. And the advantage we have here is that the warrant reads that it refers by reference and incorporates by reference this document that was on file with the town clerk's office. So that's the good news. But I think the good news sort of stops there, because still, for scope purposes, to ensure that the public has received adequate notice of what is going to potentially be discussed by town meeting or amended by town meeting, there needs to be some connection between the amendments and the topics that are being addressed in the revision. So as Mr. Burney explained, when you look at the particular revisions in the section 250-4.9, he's adjusted a whole series of uses in Zone 1, and he's made some other less substantive changes. He's changed the date of the map, but he has not added to or subtracted to Zone 1. He's not changed the boundaries whatsoever of Zone 1. And what this proposes to do, as I read it, is include a new section in the section entitled District Delineation, which, other than the map being the map date changing, there's no substantive edit to that subsection B, and to add a new subsection that essentially to some extent guts the bylaw as it relates to Zone 1. It says that you can't create a Zone 1, even though that Zone 1 currently exists already in the town of Lunenburg, except on one of two types of property, either land that's owned by the district or land where the landowner has granted the town or the district an easement for that very purpose. And I suspect that's probably not the case with regard to some of the property, maybe much of the property, I don't know, within Zone 1. So putting myself in the shoes of an individual who might be at home receiving a copy of the warrant and deciding whether or not to come to town meeting, what's going to be discussed, I would have expected a discussion on the sorts of topics that are here. What kinds of uses are going to be permitted or prohibited within Zone 1? Can I do boating? Can I do fishing? I would not have expected that the entirety of Zone 1 was going to be potentially eliminated unless one of these two boxes are checked. So that's my concern from a scope perspective, that this may be beyond the scope of what was advertised in the town meeting warrant. But obviously that judgment call is yours.
Yeah, I know, you always defer to me with these stuff. Well, I certainly understand your point, Council. And I do think that this broadens what was expected at town meeting. You know, so I do Facebook, so I do get a chance to see what everybody's talking about. And I do think this is far broader than what people were expecting to be debating, and many people showed up to discuss. So I am going to say that your amendment is beyond the scope of what was in the article and what was published and what was handed out, and so I'm not going to allow a debate on that. You can make other amendments, you can make other discussion, but not this amendment, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, thank you. With all due respect, may I ask then, we seem to have an issue where under Massachusetts law, a zone drawn by the town and with serious restrictions and now increased restrictions being placed on that zone, potentially with this article, we are not allowed to come with an argument that said that zone shouldn't even be there. Under Mass law, the town has no right to do what it's attempting to do, apparently attempting to do. We have no recourse?
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question, but I do know that you were referencing Mass General Law and how it conflicts, et cetera. So I know Mr. Costa was looking at that earlier, so maybe he can shed some light.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I think I do understand the question, and certainly I'm not saying that there's no recourse. What I'm suggesting would be that in the context of what's before, so when you come before town meeting and you seek to speak and address an article, you're limited to the scope of that article, and there's all sorts of legal reasons for that, the most important of which is due process and the requirement that individuals know in advance what is going to be presented at town meeting. The text, and Mr. Burney spoke to this a bit earlier, much of the text, the substantial majority of the text, everything that's not in blue coloring in this document exists and has existed, I don't know, Mr. Burney said for 20 years, for many years, and certainly is not proposed for addition to the bylaw at this town meeting. So to the extent that there's a grievance with respect to what already exists and how it might be applied to property and how it may or may not be conflicting with state law, and again, I don't want to get too deep into that because it is well beyond the scope of this particular article. I'm not telling you don't have rights. I'm not telling anybody that they wouldn't have a potential argument. I don't know that I agree with some of the statements that were made previously about the inconsistencies between this zoning bylaw and the Code of Massachusetts regulations. I know many communities have bylaws similar to this, and there is some overlap, and there is some care that needs to be taken in drafting zoning to assure that the zoning doesn't run afoul of those regulations. But many municipalities have done exactly what's been done here. So what's before town meeting today are the specific changes that are being proposed, or some offshoot of those specific changes, whether it be the new map date that's being referenced, or the new types of uses, like the elimination of boating and fishing from subsection C3B. or the addition or the elimination of horse pass, but the maintenance of bicycle pass, but only with prior DEP approval in subsection C. If those were topics that were to be discussed, certainly those would be appropriate for discussion on town meeting floor today. But in terms of rights, I'm not sitting here today saying that no resident is without rights with regard to their individual private properties. I'm simply saying that for the purposes of our discussion here, really defining the bounds of Zone 1 is not something that's even before town meeting today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries, while we're getting the other gentleman up to the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. You know, there's clearly not going to be support for this to pass today. And I think that when the select board reviewed this, I think we saw this as with awareness that there was previous uses that are permitted. You know, we weren't looking at the full bylaw, but with the changes that are in here, I think we saw that as being kind of de minimis. However, it clearly is not. And so, I mean, I don't know if there's really anyone in support of this passing, so I would like to move the question.
Well, no one seconded it.
Second.
Oh, I thought you were saying to me nobody seconded it. Okay, I'm going to let the two people that were at the microphone speak, and then I will we'll vote on the question. I mean, yes, Mr. Jeffries, I think we can see how it's going. Sir.
I have a question about...
well, who are you? I think I recognize
I'm sorry.
you.
Bob Pease, 11 Wintergreen Court.
Thank you.
I have a question about the maps that are displayed. When I first read about this in the warrant, I wrote to Adam, Bernie, and asked them for a copy of the 2009 map, which he emailed to me. And the copy of the map that I received had several Zone 1s that don't appear on that map up there, and so I'm confused because the map that was emailed to me had a Zone 1, a couple of Zone 1s in Lake Shirley, another Zone 1 down on Lancaster Ave, and so I'm just looking for clarification on, is this the same map that that you emailed me, Adam? Is this a different map, and why are they different?
This is the same map that I emailed you, I believe. I pulled it from the same file.
If that's the case, you're eliminating several Zone 1s on one map that are not in the other map.
That's correct. Well, I was just informed that those were potential Zone 1s at the time and were never enacted. Yeah.
Through somebody. Mr. Pease, the Zone 1 is...
Tell us who you are, Mark.
Mark Bursch, Chairman of the Board of Water Commissioners. The Zone 1 is directly around each well, and that's it. So it's just a protective area around each existing functioning well.
And my point is, I asked for a copy of the map. I got a copy of the map. The copy of the map said, these are the Zone 1s. And right now, as I understand it, that is our regulation. That is the basis of our present zoning regulation. And no one's talked about today about the elimination of those Zone 1s that appear on the map in the new map. And I find that problematical.
Can I see your map again? I didn't get a chance.
This is not my map.
I said that I was going to allow two people that were at the microphones at the time to speak. Whenever there's a motion to cut off debate, it's up to me to decide whether there are people who still need to speak. So I make that decision. So that was my decision.
This is not my map.
I'm sorry. Mr. Pease was speaking, and sir, you were not standing at that time.
Those were existing well sites in '09. They're not well sites, so there's no Zone 1 around them.
But okay.
So what? Oh, this map. So the '09 map won't reflect the changes to the new map. the new map has the changes, and those Zone 1s are not active.
Thank you. And then my comment is, right now, the Zone 1 map shows the land under Hickory Hills Lake to be in Zone 1. Well, you just read from some article, from some bylaws, some rule, some regulation. I heard someone say that you can't have a Zone 1 unless it's owned or controlled by, by the water district. And I'm fully aware that the developers who preceded the Woodlands did give an easement for the land, where the well is, but not for the, and it's actually, if you read the easement, it says for the land and the water under the lake to the extent that it's owned by the, by the grantee. But the grantee didn't own the land under the lake, and in fact, they don't even own all the land that's land, because Hickory Hills Lake's deed comes up on top of the land. They own a certain amount above the high water line. And so I really object, to the Zone 1 showing the land under Hickory Hills Lake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, she's going to be the last speaker,
Moderator?
and I apologize. We had a motion to cut off debate, and I said I was going to allow the two people at the microphone at the time, and I'm going to have an insurrection if I keep letting people speak. So I'm not going to do that. She's going to be the last speaker, because the motion to cut off debate was allowed. Go.
Frankly, I'm very hesitant to do this because I think this body is going to vote this article down, which is what I recommend. However, in the odd event that it were to pass, I was going to propose an amendment so don't bother? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Right. We've already
Okay,
cut off
thank
debate. We've cut off debate. Okay? And I think Mr. Jeffries is right. This is the beauty of town meeting, and it's also the danger of town meeting, when you can attack the House whenever you want to. So this article, do we have a recommendation from everyone? Let's see. Yes. Okay. So the first thing we have to do is to cut off debate, right? Because that was moved. So with your clicker, what number of people want to cut off debate? Vote now. Yes to cut off debate. B, not to cut off debate. I'm thinking there's only about 2 people that want to stop. It might be that gentleman over there. Okay? Okay, without further ado, let me see what the results are. Voting is closed. How many people want to cut off debate at this time? 143, 20 people do not. Okay, it's 163 total. We will, on the motion two-thirds vote, correct. Two-thirds vote, I assume that's two-thirds, Kathy? You got perfect, excellent. Okay, so there's no more debate on this question. Okay, we have the selectmen, we have the finance committee, so we're ready to vote. So you got your clicker still in your hot little hand, okay? All those in favor or opposed to Article 27, the Water Supply District, you may vote now. Oh, whoa. Hold on, if there's a question, don't get upset.
The amendment was the date of the map from 2020 to
With
2021.
amended to the date of the map was the only amendment.
That was already in the document.
So we amended it because nobody objected to a different map, right? On that, there was nobody opposed to changing it. So that's the only thing that got changed. The article is in front of you. You're in favor of the bylaw change. You're not in favor of the bylaw change. The amendment, it's 27. Amendment to Chapter 250, Section 4.9. If you're in favor of those changes,
Mr. Moderator?
you'll vote yes. Hold on. If you're opposed to that, you'll vote no.
Before you vote, the board would like to reconvene and just
Oh, you'd like to
revote this.
revote. Okay, go ahead. Before we vote.
All right, so I would entertain a motion of reconsideration for this, our recommendation.
I move for the Select Board to recommend disapproval of Article 27.
Second. Any further discussion? Roll call. Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay. Selectmen are against the article. Okay, FinCom still, you don't need to revote? No, excellent, let's move along. Okay, so if you're in favor of the article, as it's proposed in your warrant, you'll say yes. If you're opposed to the article, as it is in your warrant, you'll say no. Ready, vote. Yeah, and the amendment was just a typographical on the map. Okay, somebody's confused in the back. Come up to the microphone, tell me your confusion. Am I confusing you? Maybe.
Hi, Corey Dalcatrellis from Hemlock Drive. So people were thinking they were just voting on the date, not the whole amendment. So they were voting.
No. So when it came time to the date on the map, okay, assuming we didn't want to spend 10 minutes going over counting.
Oh, I didn't misunderstand it. I'm just saying.
So I asked, does anybody oppose the change to the date on the map? I looked around, nobody raised their hand, so that amendment, changing the date, was allowed by agreement.
Correct, but I think what was spoken at the time of the vote made people believe that there was going to be two votes.
Okay.
One on the amendment and one on the article.
There's just one vote. Just one vote. The amendment to change the date on the map was allowed. Mr. Waters.
So the vote is still open, and it's the last button you push. So just change your vote.
Right.
Vote for whatever you want.
The vote is still open, so I haven't closed the vote yet, okay? So he's right. Thank you, Mr. Waters, okay? So if you were confused by anything that was going on there with the map thing, you can go back. If you're in favor of this article, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no, okay? And the only thing that changed was the date on a map that was unanimously allowed. Maybe I should have taken a clicker vote, but I didn't. Okay, good. We've got 171 people have voted. Does anybody need any more time to understand it? I know it's important to everybody. Okay, so I'm going to close the voting. Article 27 requires 2/3. What are the results? What a shock. What a shock. Now, I hope you'll all stay, because we're going to talk about flags. But if you do leave, please, I want you to go out that side entrance, because they're going to collect your clickers, and they want to tackle you when you get out that back door. Okay. We are now on Article 28. Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Please be quiet while you leave.
I move to pass over Article 28 as it relates to the previous article.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to pass over Article 28. Is there anybody, now this is the way I'm going to do these things, anybody who is opposed to passing over Article 28? Say nay, say anything. All right, it's passed over unanimously. Number 29 is a citizen's petition about the sewer service map. Is the citizen here? Yes. Come right up to the microphone, sir. Give us your name and address.
Rick Blanchflower, Leominster.
All right,
The
people,
address is 5
I need
Chestnut.
quiet because we're still conducting business, please. Rich Blanchflower.
The actual piece of property that we're discussing is 5 Chestnut in Lunenburg.
Okay.
My address
You have to move. Yeah, you have to move the article. He's not a taxpayer. Okay. Then you have to find somebody that will sponsor you, if you will, to move the article.
I will move the article for the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Alonso will move the article for you, Mr. Blanchflower. Thank you, Mr.
I move
Alonso.
that the town vote to amend the sewer service area map by adding the remaining acreage for parcel known at 5 Chestnut Street to the Lunenburg sewer service area and sewer service zone known as parcel ID 059-0032-00.
Thank you. Select Board, do you have an opinion, or a recommendation, rather? You deferred?
Deferred, yes.
Deferred, okay. And financial,
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
okay. Mr. Blanchflower, tell us what you're doing here so people will be able to vote.
Basically, with the property, we already pay a sewer betterment in the front part of the property, but we've looked at expanding in the back, as you can look up on the map. Now, this was just a concept that literally the design group drew up. What we're actually here for is the actual barn out back. The condo units or everything that are out in the front, we wanted to show to everybody on the maximum that anybody would ever be able to get into this parcel if ever said the front was sold off, separated, so forth. Our actual reason for being here is because we want to have a barn out back to work with the rescue foundations and everything that we are already currently doing, but we need a bigger facility, so we purchased this piece of property a few years ago with the intent to expand on what we already have on a different piece of property. To do so, they need to have facilities in them, and to do so, to have that, we need to have sewer extended to the back to meet the regulations of what the rescues want the building to have.
Okay. Anybody with questions, comments for Mr. Blanchflower about his plans? Yes, sir.
Tanner Cole, 856 Mass Ave. My question is, once the sewer service area is extended to this parcel, the property owner has no commitment to the town that this will be the final development. So if the town elects to approve this, this could become 40 condos, it could become several single-family lots, it could become anything that the bylaw allows. Correct?
Well, you're asking me. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. Correct. But Mr. Alonso is going to maybe address that specifically.
Well, I will just concur with Mr. Cole, who said, yeah, the answer to your question is yes. Once it is in the sewer district, there is no obligation and no commitment that anybody has to stay barring any deed restriction or anything else that would be needed. All that acreage would be open to whatever the property owner wanted to do. So for that same reason, and for reasons brought up earlier in this meeting, when the sewer was first created, it was to service people who had hardships in their properties existing, not to open up large parcels of land. And that's why lots of properties have only partial inclusion in the sewer district. So I would be against this article because there would have to be more detail about what we would be agreeing to other than opening up a whole giant parcel on Chestnut Street for whatever the zoning would allow once it was in the district.
Yeah. And it's also my understanding that the front portion of this parcel is currently in the sewer service area. So there's nothing that prevents the property owner from developing a use at the front of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchflower, do you need to address anything that's been said so far?
Well, with what both they said in responding to either one of them, yes, it doesn't stop anybody from doing anything, but that's why we wanted to give full disclosure. And yes, the condos is what we chose to show the maximum allotted that anybody would ever be able to do, period, with this piece of land. There are restrictions on this property that aren't shown basically on this map, which are wetlands, so forth. The whole back of this property, basically because it is a giant ledge site, people have tried buying this property for decades. That is the reason that it was basically a cheap buy to begin with. The only basic use for this property out back is agriculture, as it is in agriculture right now. To get it out, it would have to go through numerous amounts of things to even present it as condos or residential whatsoever, to even get to the point of going to design, so forth, so forth. And that is not our intent.
Okay, I got Mr. Passios, Mr. Jeffries, and then Ms. Adams.
Thank you. Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. As I've been accused of, I have no life outside of town government, so I attend many, many meetings that I'm not seated on those boards or committees. One that I have watched over the past 2 or 3 years is this property. And the comment that sewer is already available or it's already in the sewer district on the frontage, that frontage is not usable because of offsets to property line. It is not wide enough to put a building in the area that's within the sewer map at this time. So to say that he's already got sewer to the property, that's incorrect. You can't expand it beyond the section that they've included in the map, which is the absolute best you could do to put a building in there and be offsets to have correct offsets to property lines. I fully support this, and I hope you folks do also. Unintended consequences, going back to the comments that were made earlier, also about when the sewer service area was created. There's been some questions raised over the past couple of years as to whether or not it was actually legal to take these properties and only allow the frontage to be part of the sewer district. That has not been chased. It's expensive legal money that would have to be spent, but I believe, from my perspective, that legal fight would be won. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Moderator. To the citizen or the representative that's in front of us today, you mentioned that you own the property for 2 years. In the 2 years that you've owned the property, have you approached the sewer commissioners or the planning board about expanding the sewer service area?
We approached them, I believe, once before a year ago with a different partner that was involved that wanted to take us in a direction that we weren't fully aware of until brought in front of the sewer commission. Thus why we dropped it and backed out, because we were not happy with what they had given us as what they wanted to work with us on the property with.
All right, so there's disagreement on the ownership of how to use the property, but it sounds as if the answer to the question is no, or partially.
I'm sorry?
The question of have you guys approached the sewer commissioners or the planning board, is that a yes?
Previously with the property, once we had actually taken ownership of it, to the answer to that question, yes, we have been before the sewer commission prior.
And what was the result of that?
We backed out and pushed.
Okay. I would urge that the normal process of expanding the sewer service area, while it does come before a town meeting, that we have sewer commissioners who are committed to looking at that area. And, you know, part of, in my opinion, part of that discussion that you would have with them is to get their endorsement, their support. They can identify some concerns. Planning board, I think, can have a part in that as well. I understand that town meeting is the approving body for it, but I'm not in favor of your request for those reasons.
If you're talking about this plan right here, we have been in front of them in the last couple months. I thought you meant prior to that.
My question was if you've approached the sewer commissioners about expanding this parcel to include.
Yes, we have.
And did they endorse that?
I believe, was it on the thing as it approved? I believe it was endorsed. I don't have the actual thing with me.
Okay. And I guess my comment is the usual process is that a sewer service area map expansion is usually an article brought forward by the sewer commissioners. Am I incorrect in that? In my experience, I've seen this map change, and I've seen the map change as a result of a sewer cemetery commissioners coming before us. I'm also aware of the planning board having a role in that. I understand what you're trying to do. I'm vocalizing the reasons why I'm not going to support it.
I understand.
All right, thank you.
I'll get to you, Mr. Passios. Go ahead.
Hi, Katie Adams, Peninsula Drive. And unfortunately, like some other people have mentioned, I maybe watched too many meetings or followed too many things. And this particular property was heavily discussed last year in the spring of 2021. So for anybody who doesn't follow these odd things as closely as others, I will just bring data to it. The property is co-owned, and so I'm not sure how the barn placement out here plays into the fact that there's currently somebody listed as, I think, CTB Holdings, and it's associated with real estate. And what was presented at a meeting last March 30th, I think, 2021, in conjunction with this parcel, and it was discussed at length, was a plan to put 40 units. And it was so specific that it talked about the water capacity of 40 units, 20 would be 3 bedrooms, 20 would be 2 bedrooms, and they talked about reserve capacity for sewer. They had DPW speak about whether or not we had the capacity for the project. And then it came again to a meeting on April 3rd, 2021, and the same owners involved were involved now. Nobody ever mentioned a barn. And so we are looking at something that shows some houses, not the 40. I do have a picture. It was a different engineer group at the time. The engineer spoke at the meetings, And former sewer member Carl Luck gave a lot of information, which is where I learned about sewer. And what he said was these lines were drawn with great intent. And this property was purchased for very little, I think about $105,000 or something, because it's generally not buildable with the current sewer circumstances. It was bought with that line known. And the line was drawn, and if you listen to Carl's meeting in, I think it was March 30th, 2021, when all of this was done in the early 2000s, it was done with great intent to not promote development. So as you can see, there is some sewer at the front of the lot, but in the back there where the building could occur, they didn't want to promote development with sewer. They wanted to offer sewer to residents that were already here. And so this is a citizen petition article, which means it only took 10 people to ask for it, and there's a lot of unintended consequences. And I just feel like this, having watched so many meetings on this property, to hear just a barn from the same ownership doesn't match what was heavily discussed at previous meetings.
Thank you. Mr. Passios?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like the town council to weigh in on the legality of controlling development through whatever you want to call this. I don't know if it's zoning or whatever it is, but my understanding is that systematically creating a sewer district area and doing certain things to limit development is illegal. That's my understanding, but I'd like a confirmation of that.
All right, Mr. Costa, what do you say?
Mr. Moderator, I'm trying to make the connection here between the question that's asked and the scope of the article, but I'll take a crack at trying to answer it on the spot here. So certainly there is case law indicating that municipalities cannot use certain tools outside of zoning, or for that matter, to a certain, maybe lesser extent, zoning itself, to artificially limit development opportunities. And so if the suggestion or the answer that's being sought is that the town cannot create a sewer service area or modify a sewer service area or dictate boundaries of such an area, not upon consideration of matters that are within its wheelhouse, like availability of sewer or future extension of sewer, but instead to try and purposely limit development, that could be problematic if challenged, that being the caveat, if challenged. Again, not sure how it relates necessarily to the article that's before town meeting today, but I generally concur with that broad statement.
Hi, I'm Matt Allison, Flat Hill. So that last comment could be perhaps why this was not brought forward by the Sewer Commission, because they are not supposed to encourage or discourage development. This is a citizen's petition, so this isn't being done by the Sewer Commission, who are held to those. Also, this adjacent parcel, this used to be Patton's parcel, both parcels, and it's recently gotten an A&R. So to a previous speaker's comment, they do have the lot width now to develop a single-family home, and a 24-acre parcel plus the additional from the A&R would provide a beautiful farm. It's already in agriculture. That pond is the beginning of the Catacoonamog. Development densely, we've already got 16 condo units going in on Mass Ave. It's a bad corner. I think that this is a bad idea, and I would vote against it.
Blanchflower will wrap it up.
Yeah, one question I have for the applicant, has the land been tested for a private septic?
I'm sorry?
Have you tested for a
Have the land been
private?
put in a private septic versus sewer?
Yes, when we had this previous, well, back to basically when she had made her comments and everything else, there was another segment of plans and everything else that was previous, and that was based off when I was answering Mr. Jeffries earlier, is we had bowed out of that in the first sewer commission meeting after we had seen the designs that they had come forth with, and that's why we pulled it off the articles before it went to town vote last time. With that said, we have tested and perked every part of these pieces, and there is nothing available past 2 feet before ledge. So just to put a project in there alone would cost astronomical amounts that are not even feasible unless you want to lose money for fun.
Okay, we're getting there. It's amazing, towards the end of the day, people still want to tweak. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Passios, your third time on this article. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. In my years on the Board of Health, in fact, we have a member of the board on this commission too. I believe with that offset to ledge, it would require a variance, which is not allowed under Title V in new construction. So in effect, it says that no, you cannot put a septic system on that property because it would be, there's no existing building on that property presently served by a septic system.
Okay, Ms. Adams. Well, this thing is loud, huh?
Katie Adams, Peninsula Drive. I just want to remind everybody that this property was purchased with the knowledge that most of this land was ledge. Most of it was unbuildable, and some of it in the front is in the sewer service area. There's nothing secretive about the fact that it was very unbuildable, which is why 23 acres in Lunenburg sold for $105,000. It was bought with the knowledge that there wouldn't be a lot of opportunity here, but I do have a question for the applicant. Do you not plan to build a home, just a barn?
In the back, yes, that's where we're building a barn. The front, we don't have any answers on what we could possibly do, if anything, ever.
So this won't be a home?
No, it's not going to be a home. That is going to be a barn and equestrian center out back.
And also, just as I close here, this is all hypotheticals. Once sewer spread there, it could be anything they apply for.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso, I believe, then Mr. Simeoni.
First of all, I want to concur with what the previous speaker just said about the knowledge of the property being bought. So this is not, somebody's not surprised by this. It was already there, number one. Number two is we spent a couple of hours on 2 articles, like wrestling with amendments and everything, because things should be vetted. And if we're going to extend the sewer district, which has a direct impact on what happens in town, on the sewer impact and the development impact, I would think it would take more than, I don't know, we've been probably doing this for 15, 20 minutes since this was first proposed by the citizen. This really should go back and be totally vetted. And if the applicant is looking to just create a barn, and that's the intent, then they would not be averse to having something negotiated with the town where they say in a deed restriction that that's what they want. And then we can look at providing the service. But I, as one person, am not willing to open up a whole parcel for sewer with no commitment that it cannot be used for anything else.
Mr. Simeoni's going to get, I think, the last word. Oh, Mr. Cole's going to get the last word. Go ahead, Mr. Simeoni.
I move that we pass over Article 29.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, too.
Mr. Simeoni, I told you could have the last word.
Yeah, my comment would just be that in this situation, I think happened maybe once before, that when they're asking for sewer service, that they don't put the whole lot in the sewer service area. They only put the house itself in the sewer service area. So, and the fact that there's no one from the sewer commission here supporting this, I would not be in favor of this article.
Kathy says we have to vote. And I have to listen to what Kathy says. So Mr. Cole made a motion that we pass over this article. So Town Council, can I take that in that order and then vote on the article?
Mr. Moderator, you can. The motion to pass over can be taken as a subsidiary motion in your discretion.
Right. So I think we're going to take Mr. Cole's motion first to pass over Mr. Blanchflower. That means you didn't get yay or nay if that's what happens. I think people are telling you to come back.
Okay.
So using your click, I need the selectmen to give me an opinion on passing over, I guess.
I'd entertain a motion from the board on the motion, the motion to pass over.
Pass over.
I move to recommend approval. I move that we recommend approval of passing over Article number 29.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Dwyer?
Aye.
Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
And aye for myself.
And finance, anything? No? Okay. All right, so using your clicker, we'll see if we still have 50, Mr. Tata. If you're in favor of passing over, meaning that's it, there's no official vote, you'll say yes. If you're against passing over and you want to continue to discuss the article itself, you'll vote no. Start voting now. Oh, look at that, Mr. Tata. Okay, I'm sure we're ready to close out the voting, so I'll close it out. What's the vote? 71 want to pass it over. The article is passed over. You can always come back, Mr. Blanchflower, in some other capacity, okay? We want to encourage citizen petitions. We really do. Okay, let's see. I think we're on 30, correct? This is about the flag, and I have two people here to talk to me about the flag. Just give us your name.
Yes, Paula Cookson-Loria, 63 Pratt Street, Lunenburg, Massachusetts. Thank you guys so much for not leaving. Mr. Moderator, would it be okay? Would it be okay if we borrowed the Massachusetts state flag for a moment, just to hold it up?
Borrowed what?
It's over there by you, on the other side. Go to the back, go to the back.
Great, my friend Peter will take it over.
And I move that the town vote to adopt the resolution in support of changing the state flag and the seal of Massachusetts as depicted in the annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Yeah, Paul,
we need a video of this.
Paul Luria, 63 Pratt Street. Over the last 50 years, there's been a lot of changes in team names, particularly, and team mascots. The most recently being No More Redskins and No More Cleveland Indians. And in 1989, I didn't know this, that before 1989, the Pilgrim's hat for the Mass Pike had an arrow through it. And some second graders down in Amherst and their teacher got that changed. And this is, we actually probably have one of the two, I'll call it somewhat demeaning state flags left. The other one's a little more questionable than ours. But if you look at it, and I'm embarrassed to say that I was a teacher, I was a school administrator, and I've lived around here for 50 years, and I never looked at the flag. I grew up in New York State. I never looked at that flag either. And you can see the flag is a picture of a Native American with an arm holding a sword above his head. And Paula, what does the writing say? Well, yes. You can say it in English, David.
With the moderator's permission, I'm not from Lunenburg, but may I answer that question?
Sure, answer the question.
Okay.
What's it say?
Oh, my name is David Detmold, and I'm from Montague, actually, so I traveled quite a distance in case there was a question like this. The Latin literally translates, "She seeks a quiet peace under the sword, but peace only under liberty."
Yeah, thanks, David. And, you know, so I'm embarrassed that I never noticed it, but I'm embarrassed. I mean, I love Massachusetts. This is the cradle of democracy, and I'm embarrassed by the flag. And I guess the only good thing is that most of us never looked at it. You know, I'm not going to quiz people on where they looked at it, but Paula here has lived here most of her life and as a kid here, and she never noticed the flag.
I never did, no. No, so as you can see, well, you could see before, and if you have the yellow sheet, everything is all explained very clearly, and there's lots of whereases in the article number. But for more than 50 years, our indigenous citizens of Massachusetts have been calling for the flag and the seal of Massachusetts to change. Our flag depicts an indigenous person under a sword modeled after Miles Standish's broadsword. And I also am embarrassed to say that I never really paid attention to the details represented on my state flag, nor did I have any idea where Edmund Garrett's design came from. Some might say that a new flag would be revisionism. It is not. None of us can change what was adopted as our flag in 1898. None of us can change the violence perpetrated against the very people that welcomed the newcomers to their land. What we can do is look at the images on the flag through the lens of 2022. What we can do is be respectful and have empathy for all our residents. What we can do is, as the town of Lunenburg, stand with our legislators and Governor Baker to become the 45th Massachusetts town to support the commission bringing our state flag into the 21st century. Our voices in support of this historic process are needed now. And I move that the town vote to adopt the resolution in support of changing the state flag and seal of Massachusetts as depicted in the annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Thank you. Questions, comments, thoughts? Oh, Mr. Alonso.
You said how many passed it. Have any towns rejected the request?
Probably. David, can you speak to that? 3. This isn't going to cost you any money. Except maybe to buy a few flags for the schools.
Yeah, we might have to buy you some. You should buy a new American flag because you're not supposed to have all that gold fringe on them either.
Oh.
That's a different story for another day. Okay, anybody else on this article, number 3? Majority vote. Nobody else with a hand raised. Selectman, did we get a recommendation from you? May I have one now?
I would entertain a motion from the select board on this article.
Can't even get a recommendation, huh?
I move to recommend approval of the article in support of support to change the flag.
There a second? Once again, I will second it for the purposes of getting a vote. Any further discussion? Mr. Franco.
I apologize if this was raised, but I just want to fully understand before I go putting in a vote. Is the current proposal just to say that we support changing the flag, but there's no proposal for what a new flag would look like?
No, not yet.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
No, there's a group of people that are working on it, and the design is a very multicultural group of people, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would ask a follow-up question to that. Is the way it's written, are you looking for us to support an investigation into the discussion of a new flag, or committed to changing the current flag?
No, that the town support the work that the commission is doing. It's just an additional thing that communities in Massachusetts can do to show their support for changing this. So there's a bill that's already passed the House, already passed the Senate. Governor Baker signed off on it, and the next step, I believe, is for the commission to start working on it. And so it's just something that the town of Lunenburg can say, hey, yeah, we think it's a good idea. We need a new flag.
Okay. I won't continue. Okay.
You need your roll call.
Sorry, I do have one more question. I take it that there would be continuity, that there would be, I mean, this is an obvious question, I think, but I just want confirmation. There would be no period where there is no flag.
Oh, no.
Yeah, all right.
No, we will never be without a state flag.
Okay.
So, Mr. Dwyer.
Aye.
Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries.
I don't have a recommendation. I abstain.
And for myself, I will say, well, I find personally, after the article and the material they provided, I find nothing personally against the current flag. I will vote in support of the investigation of another flag if one is so desired. But just personally, I see nothing personally offensive about the current flag, but that is my own opinion. But I would recommend, approval.
All right, everybody ready to vote? If you're in favor of the resolution that the town clerk would send to the governor, you're going to, the green button for yes, the no button for no, the red button for no, and you may vote now. Not working? Oh, it's working. Voting is open. When I say now, that's when you vote. Ready, set, go. Look at that, Mr. Taylor, you still have a quorum. All right, I don't see any more clicking going on, so I think, there's one snuck in. Okay, everybody done? Okay. Voting is now closed. What's the result? 48 in favor, 20 opposed, out of 68. The article passes by majority.
Yes. Thank you, Lunenburg.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for staying.
So that they can collect your clickers. You may not take them home.